up, Badlands? Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
Are you ready for the golden age? With recent headlines buzzing about Fort Knox, it's time to shine a light on gold. We've seen questions like, is there really gold in Fort Knox? And is the government secretly moving it? But the real question is, are we going back to the gold standard? In a world where economic stability is uncertain, gold remains a timeless asset. Fort Knox, the fortress of America's gold reserves, is under scrutiny, and this might be the moment gold proves its worth once again. Don't miss out on helping to secure our future. Gold isn't just an investment. It can help safeguard against inflation, currency devaluation, and economic turmoil. Whether it's for your retirement, a family heirloom, or just to have the peace of mind, this is the perfect time to buy gold. Visit badlandsgold.com to learn how you can add gold to your portfolio. That's badlandsgold.com.
Committee on Homeland Security, Subcommittee on Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Protection will come to order. Without objection, the chair may declare committee in recess at any point. The purpose of this hearing is to examine the state and local cybersecurity grant program, which is up for reauthorization this year. Since Congress signed the program into law 4 years ago, nearly $1 billion has been allocated to bolster the cybersecurity postures of state and local governments. Today, we will assess the program's strengths and weaknesses as we consider next steps. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. The threat of cyber attacks to U.S. networks and critical infrastructure is real and rising. Microsoft's 2024 Digital Defense Report estimates that its customers are targeted with more than 600 million attacks per day from nation states and criminal actors. For years, the intelligence community has warned of the threat of state-sponsored cyber actors engaging in malicious activities against our critical infrastructure. As we've seen, these warnings have become a reality. With the persistent threat that groups like the Typhoons pose to IT and OT assets, any critical infrastructure sector could be the next to fall victim to attacks or have its data seized through a phishing scheme. As cyber actors become increasingly sophisticated and persistent, we can no longer be complacent when it comes to securing our critical infrastructure. We must take all steps necessary to ensure our nation's cyber preparedness and resilience. In doing so, it is essential that our state and local government partners are similarly well situated to respond to these threats. Despite often lacking resources and qualified talent for cybersecurity, state and local governments host the key pieces of critical infrastructure that keep our economy running. If left unprotected, this presents a huge vulnerability. To help state and local governments improve their cybersecurity postures, Congress passed the State and Local Cybersecurity Grant Program in 2021. Since this program began, $838 million has been allocated to address cybersecurity risks and threats to information systems owned and operated by or on behalf of state, local, and territorial governments. The State and Local Cybersecurity Grant Program is set to expire this September, at which point the program will not continue to receive federal funding unless reauthorized by Congress. As we have heard from many stakeholders, this program has undoubtedly improved and sometimes even established the cybersecurity posture for our states and localities. I am encouraged by the progress and applaud the efforts of our state and local governments to seize this opportunity to prioritize cybersecurity. With that said, we know the program does not come without its challenges. As we consider reauthorization, we want to understand any administrative burdens or barriers to ensure state, local, and territorial governments can focus on cyber resilience and preparedness. To that end, it is also Congress's responsibility to evaluate whether the state and local cybersecurity grant program is the most efficient and effective means of strengthening cybersecurity posture of state, local, and territorial governments. I'm here with an open mind and a vested interest in understanding how the program is working. Cybersecurity is a whole of the society challenge, meaning federal government must continue to support and strengthen cybersecurity at the state and local levels to protect our nation's networks and critical infrastructure. State and local governments must also continue to share information with each other. They play an important role in disseminating best practices, which could greatly benefit organizations with less mature cybersecurity programs. I want to thank our witnesses who've all had firsthand experience with the state and local cybersecurity grant program for being here today. I look forward to hearing your perspectives on the program and working with you to strengthen our collective defense against cyber threats. I now recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell, for his opening statement.
Morning, and thank you to Chairman Garbarino for holding this subcommittee hearing on state and local cybersecurity grant programs. Also want to thank our witnesses for their participation, a nice blend of private sector and public sector witnesses that we have today. This program was established 4 years ago as the product of a bipartisan agreement from this committee. And as we consider further authorization, it's important to remember that cyber attacks hit Republican districts and Democratic districts. They're in blue states and red states. They're in urban areas, suburban areas, and rural areas. In my district, the 14th District of California in the Bay Area, the city of Hayward suffered a ransomware attack in the summer of 2023 that shut down the city's computer networks for more than 2 weeks. And just 2 months ago, Hayward began notifying individuals that personally identifiable information, including social security numbers and sensitive medical information, had been breached as a part of the ransomware incident. I know this story is not unusual, and I'm sure my colleagues have also heard from local governments impacted by cyber attacks and looking for help. With cyber attacks coming from criminal gangs and nation-state adversaries, we cannot leave our state and local governments to fend for themselves. Federal support for state and local governments is necessary to address the national security threat, and the state and local cybersecurity grant program has always reflected that understanding. By providing $1 billion to state, local, tribal, and territorial governments, Congress took a major step in strengthening our country's cyber defenses. For example, with a $250,000 grant from this program, a water utility can expand real-time monitoring to better detect and respond to cyber incidents, finally addressing a long-standing resourcing challenge in the water sector that we've heard about on this subcommittee for years. When the state and local cybersecurity grant program was created, our primary concern was that ransomware epidemic that was plaguing our communities. That threat remains, but China's campaign to pre-position on our critical infrastructure for potential future destructive attacks is even more alarming. While much of our critical infrastructure is privately defended, some of our most vital services are provided by the public sector. Publicly owned and operated water and electric utilities, transportation systems, and emergency services could all be targets in destructive attacks by China or other adversaries. Reauthorizing the cybersecurity grant program is necessary to ensure we do not take our foot off the gas at this critical time, and passing a reauthorization bill before this program expires in September is one of my top priorities on the committee. What I've heard from stakeholders is an appreciation for the tremendous value of this program, and we'll hear that today from our witnesses. But they also have a desire for sustained, predictable, and consistent funding levels that will allow state and local governments to build on their progress and budget and plan their futures. The program operates under a partnership between FEMA and CISA, two important agencies that unfortunately have come under attack in recent months. By leveraging FEMA's grants, administration expertise, and CISA's cybersecurity expertise, this program has been able to deliver for state and local governments in ways that would be impossible without that partnership. Trump administration plans to eliminate FEMA and further cut CISA's workforce would devastate Homeland Security's ability to support state and local governments across a range of threats, including cyber attacks. The Cybersecurity Grant Program demonstrates the value of collaboration between DHS's components, and I hope we can work in a bipartisan way to further educate Secretary Noem about the tremendous value these agencies provide the American public. I'm also concerned by reports that FEMA has been pausing distributions of funding to implement cyber grants, along with other programs. China is not pausing. They continue their efforts to target our critical infrastructure, and we cannot pause either. The Trump administration must release cyber grant funds to states, territories, and tribes and comply with court orders against any illegal pauses. Again, I want to thank the chairman for holding this hearing, the witnesses for their participation, and look forward to expertise from both public and private sector as we look to reauthorize this important program. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. I'm pleased to have a distinguished panel of witnesses before us today. I ask that our witnesses please rise and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. I would now like to formally introduce our witnesses. Mr. Robert Huber currently serves as the Chief Security Officer at Tenable. He oversees the organization's global security and research teams to reduce security risks to the company, its customers, and industry. Prior to his private sector career, Mr. Huber served in the U.S. Air Force and Air National Guard for 22 years. Mr. Alan Fuller serves as the Chief Information Officer for the state of Utah. In his role, he oversees all IT functions for state executive branch agencies aiming to improve innovation in government services through technology. He also serves as the Secretary and Treasurer of the National Association of State Chief Information Officers. The Honorable Kevin Kramer is the first Vice President of the National League of Cities, where he leads efforts of city, town, and village leaders to improve the quality of life for their residents. Additionally, Mr. Kramer serves as a councilman for Louisville, Kentucky, where he's the chair for the Minority Caucus, Vice Chair of Budget Committee, and member of the Government Oversight Audit Appointments Committee. Mr. Mark Raymond is the Chief Information Officer for the state of Connecticut, where he oversees the Department of Administrative Services, Bureau of Information Technology Solutions, and holds operational responsibilities for the state's technology infrastructure. Prior to his public service career, Mr. Raymond spent 21 years in the technology consulting industry, where he supported federal, state, and local clients. I thank the witnesses for being here today. I now recognize Mr. Huber for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Chairman Garbarino, Ranking Member Swallow, members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for convening this important hearing. I'm Bob Huber, Chief Security Officer, Head of Research and of Public Sector at Tenable, a cybersecurity exposure management company. Tenable serves 44,000 customers worldwide, including the federal government, as well as state, local, tribal, and territorial governments and critical infrastructure operators. State and local governments play a crucial role in managing and protecting critical infrastructure, such as water treatment facilities, energy grids, transportation networks. They are on the front lines of defending these systems from cyber attacks that could disrupt vital services, erode public confidence, and compromise national security. Protecting essential systems is more urgent than ever. In 2023, the China-backed cyber espionage group Volt Typhoon, known for targeting critical infrastructure, attacked a Massachusetts utility. While disruptions were avoided, the incident showed the growing sophistication of adversaries who could position themselves to perpetrate future attacks on critical infrastructure. In addition, ransomware attacks doubled between 2018 and 2024, causing over $1 billion in operational downtime for state and local governments. These threats highlight the need for robust cybersecurity measures and coordinated efforts among all levels of government and the private sector to detect, mitigate, and recover from these cyber threats. The State and Local Cybersecurity Grant Program, or SLCGP, is a vital tool in addressing these challenges, providing $1 billion over 4 years to help state and local governments address cybersecurity risks. To receive funds, states have to follow a structured process, including establishing a cybersecurity planning committee that includes state and local officials. Together, they must develop a state cybersecurity plan that incorporates baseline requirements and alignment with cybersecurity best practices and international standards. States created different SLCGP programs. Some provided competitive grants where local governments could apply for funding for cybersecurity projects. Others provide shared services to local governments, such as multi-factor authentication, vulnerability management, or endpoint detection services. States like Connecticut, Utah, and Virginia are successful use cases of the SLCGP program. Virginia's whole state approach focuses on collaboration, enterprise-level visibility, and efficient resource allocation. Virginia provided free cybersecurity plan capability assessments to local entities, who could then apply for funding to address identified gaps through a streamlined application process. 80% of eligible localities applied for the funding, highlighting the need for assistance. Balanced central oversight with decentralized execution enabled Virginia to increase its overall cybersecurity resilience. SLCGP objectives include continuous monitoring, asset inventory, and vulnerability prioritization, which are all essential components of the exposure management approach. Exposure management shifts organizations from a reactive approach to proactive, risk-informed strategies across modern attack surfaces, such as operational technology, Internet of Things, as well as cloud configurations. This proactive approach helps state and local agencies anticipate and mitigate risk before they impact vital systems. SLCGP has significantly contributed to enhancing cybersecurity across state and local governments by providing essential funding, fostering collaboration, and encouraging strategic and proactive planning based on best practices. It has notably strengthened relationships between state and local officials through the cybersecurity planning committees and their collective development of the cybersecurity plans. To continue and to build on SLCGP success, Tenable recommends reauthorizing the program with the following improvements. Ensure sustainable funding by extending the program's duration and enable long-term planning. Maintaining alignment with recognized standards and frameworks, such as the NIST cybersecurity framework. Reducing the administrative burdens and providing clear guidance through simplified applications. And lowering and leveling cost share requirements for effective planning. Continuing to encourage whole of state and proactive exposure management strategies, and engaging the private sector and stakeholders to address evolving threats and best practices. Continued success of the SLCGP program also depends on having qualified cybersecurity professionals at all levels to manage it. Tenable supports the enactment of the Cyber Pivot Act to address workforce shortages, to reskill workers, and create diverse pathways into government cybersecurity careers. Thank you again for your attention to cybersecurity, continued support of the SLCGP, and for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to working with you to secure our nation's cyber assets, and I'm happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huber. I now recognize Mr. Fuller for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Garbarino, Ranking Member Swalwell, and members of the subcommittee. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I'm Alan Fuller, Chief Information Officer for the state of Utah, a role to which I was appointed by Governor Cox in March of 2021. And as CIO for the state, I lead the Division of Technology Services, which is the consolidated IT organization for all of the executive branch agencies of the state. As part of my team, I oversee the Cyber Center, which is responsible for defending state IT systems against cybercrime. I'm also the Secretary Treasurer for the National Association of State Chief Information Officers, or NASCIO. NASCIO is a national leader and advocate for technology policy at all levels of government and has championed substantial collaboration between states and the federal government to improve cybersecurity, preparedness, and protect our nation's critical infrastructure. So as both CIO for the state of Utah and as a NASCIO officer, I hope to highlight the many successes of the state and local cybersecurity program, or SLCGP, today. This program has provided significant support to states and to local governments as we have worked together to improve our cybersecurity posture and to address vulnerabilities. Over the past decade in Utah, state, county, city governments have witnessed significant escalations in cyber incidents. Initially, attacks were less frequent and less sophisticated, often targeting basic vulnerabilities. However, recent years have seen a surge in complex ransomware attacks, data breaches, and phishing campaigns specifically designed to exploit government systems. This evolution reflects a broader trend where malicious actors increasingly target public sector entities seeking to disrupt services, extort funds, and to compromise sensitive data. Local governments in particular face challenges in keeping pace with these threats due to budget constraints and limited cybersecurity expertise, making them more susceptible to these evolving cyber risks. In Utah, we applied for SLCGP funds in 2022 and received approximately $13 million of federal funds and $4 million in matching state funds for local cybersecurity efforts. Assessments and audits were conducted to identify the strength of cybersecurity defenses around the state, including cities, counties, and higher education entities. Results found that cybersecurity systems were significantly underdeveloped in many cases, leaving local government entities with serious risks. Note that many of these cities and counties have limited resources with very little or no IT support. The SLCGP is being utilized to address those concerns by providing much needed tools to local entities. With funding secured through the SLCGP and corresponding state appropriations, a comprehensive cybersecurity initiative has been deployed across 140 governmental entities in the state. These include 23 counties, 94 municipalities, and 23 special districts. Through this effort, endpoint security has been provisioned for over 26,000 devices, and cybersecurity awareness training is being delivered to 31,000 local government employees. The program includes scheduled engagements with local leaders to guide the progression of statewide cybersecurity initiatives. The results have been extremely positive. We have blocked 7 major cyber attack incidents in the last 6 months alone. I will speak to 2 of these. Shortly before Christmas, the CIO of a local airport urgently contacted me about a cyber attack in progress. Cyber criminals attempted to deploy ransomware on the airport's IT systems, which would have been disastrous, especially during the busy holiday travel season. Our Cyber Center team immediately worked with the airport's IT team to address the issue. Fortunately, SLCGP funds have provided security tools that were able to detect and interrupt the attack as it was happening. The common tooling and established relationships with local staff enabled a rapid response that limited the impact of the attack. As a result, the airport service was not interrupted and no ransom was paid. Second, recently a 911 emergency dispatch center in Utah was the victim of a ransomware attack on systems that provide 911 services. Again, SLCGP funds have provided security tools that detected and interrupted the attack as it was happening. Common tooling and established relationships enabled a rapid response that limited the attack's impact. Critical 911 dispatch services were able to continue in one of our biggest counties. Utah's positive experience with this grant program is not an outlier. SLCGP has allowed many states to embrace a whole estate approach to cybersecurity. By approaching cybersecurity jointly, information is widely shared and incident response is more effective. States have been able to use SLCGP to provide vital technology services that many smaller communities simply would not otherwise be able to implement. The state and local cybersecurity grant program helps stakeholders develop a solid foundation on which to continue to strengthen their defenses and to modernize both their technology and their processes. I encourage the subcommittee to extend funding for the program. I look forward to discussing it today and to answering your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. I now recognize Mr. Kramer for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Good morning, Chairman Garbarino, Ranking Member Swalwell, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am Councilman Kevin Kramer from Louisville Metro Government in Kentucky, and I serve as the first Vice President of the National League of Cities. I'm honored to speak on behalf of both my city and the 19,000 cities, towns, and villages represented by the National League of Cities. NLC is committed to strengthening the federal-local partnership that supports our communities. Prior to my current role, I chaired NLC's Information Technology and Communications Committee. I also work as a teacher at a small all-girls high school. I appreciate this subcommittee's focus on reauthorizing the state and local cybersecurity grant program, and I'm here to share both our local experience in Louisville and broader perspectives from cities across the country. Local governments are frequent targets of cyber attacks from both criminal organizations and nation-state actors. We are responsible for sensitive data, public payment systems, and critical infrastructure. When city networks are attacked, emergency services may be disrupted, personal data can be exposed, and entire communities can be impacted. Recovering from these incidents often costs hundreds of thousands of dollars and hundreds of work hours. As the committee has noted in previous hearings, local governments face serious capacity constraints. This is especially true of small and rural communities. Of the 19,000 municipalities nationwide, over 16,000 have populations under 10,000 people. Many have no dedicated IT staff at all. Even larger cities often struggle to hire and retain qualified cybersecurity professionals. Yet smaller size does not equal lower risk. Every community is vulnerable. Louisville Metro government has received funding through the state and local cybersecurity grant program for 2 fiscal years. The most recent grant helped support the creation of the Kentucky Cyber Threat Intelligence Cooperative, or KCTIC. This is a new platform for sharing timely, actionable cyber threat information among regional governments and private sector partners. We built it to address delays in the existing systems for threat reporting and communication. KCTIC allows anonymous threat data from cooperative members to be shared in near real time. This grassroots multi-sector effort strengthens the entire region's cyber resilience, not just Louisville's, and it wouldn't be possible without this grant program. The state and local cybersecurity grant program is a vital component of our national security strategy. It fosters state-local collaboration, builds awareness among local leaders, and enables proactive planning. But for the program to reach its full potential, improvements are needed. First, the one-size-fits-all pass-through model limits efficiency. Larger jurisdictions like Louisville are capable of managing direct federal grants and should be able to apply without going through the state. We urge Congress to create a complementary direct funding track for eligible larger municipalities. Second, the application process must be more accessible. Small communities face major barriers, tight deadlines, complex requirements, and limited staff capacity. These are often the very communities that would benefit the most. Simplifying the application process and extending timelines would make participation more realistic for them. We're also encouraged by emerging models like multi-jurisdictional grants managed by state municipal associations. These allow technical services to be delivered to many communities at once, an approach far more efficient than requiring each town to stand up its own cybersecurity team. Just as most people take their cars to a qualified mechanic, small governments need trusted partners to handle complex cyber tasks. Above all, we ask Congress to reauthorize and fully fund this program with predictability and consistency. Without that, local governments are less likely to make the necessary investments in planning and assessment that lead to strong applications and long-term resilience. Cybersecurity is a whole-of-nation challenge. It demands a true intergovernmental partnership. The state and local cybersecurity grant program is a cornerstone of that partnership. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer. I now recognize Mr. Raymond for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Chairman Garbarino, Ranking Member Swalwell, and members of the subcommittee, I am Mark Raymond, Chief Information Officer for the state of Connecticut. I'm responsible for all the technology of 39 executive branch agencies, including network and internet services for our K through 12 schools, our libraries, our universities, and over 2/3 of the state's municipal governments. I'm an active member of NASCIO and the longest serving state CIO in the country. This history has given me direct involvement with the long advocacy for dedicated cybersecurity funding. The threats posed by criminal actors are numerous and unceasing. Each year, cyber attacks become more threatening and the risk posed to residents become more dire. State and local governments serve as stewards of a civil society, working to ensure community stability, predictability, and the well-being of our residents. These public servants are the teachers in our classrooms, the police officers who respond to distress, the doctors and nurses that care for our neighbors suffering with addiction. They protect the water we drink, the food we eat, and much more. All of these services, however, rely heavily on technology and data. However, the fast-growing cyber risks have found many jurisdictions unprepared. This program is a valuable resource in addressing this need. Through this grant, Connecticut has expanded offerings to local governments. Equally as important is the spirit of trust that the grant has fostered between state and local governments. Cyber incident responders are collaborating before attacks take place, instead of during them or after them. Preventing attacks is far better than recovering from them. For the fiscal 22 grant year, we awarded close to $3 million, with more than $2.1 million of that going directly to local governments. Awards for the FY23 program year are expected to be over $7 million in total, with $4.3 million to local governments. One of the benefits of the program has been a systemic assessment of local government risks. Connecticut partnered with our National Guard to evaluate cybersecurity risks using the NIST cybersecurity framework. Sadly, only 27.7% of our municipalities were assessed at low risk. These periodic assessments that are supported by this grant program ensure that the actions we take produce measurable risk responses. Those with high risks demonstrated a lack of vulnerability scanning, multi-factor authentication, employee cybersecurity training, malware prevention tools, and incident response plans. This grant directly addresses those findings. 51 awards were made in Connecticut, of which 19 addressed incident planning and governance, 31 improved multi-factor authentication and ransomware protections. The last award also supported the Cyber Nutmeg, which is a 2-day exercise where all municipalities and critical infrastructure operators are invited to participate. This unique state-level exercise raises awareness to the need to fill this gap. It exercises the incident plans that some are newly created and improves relationships that are needed when incidents occur. Unfortunately, these grant program funds for FY22 covered less than half of the requested need. We plan to address this growing gap with the remaining grant year funding. Though much has already been accomplished under SLCGP, more can be done, and here are a few of our suggestions. First is that ongoing dedicated funding for cybersecurity would be important. Many local governments are reluctant to start a cybersecurity program without ongoing funding to support it. Standardizing the matching percentage across all of the grant years would also significantly simplify grants administration. And finally, making shared services a default position for states and local government to reduce the administrative burden required for each locality to sign on to the shared solution. This would reduce costs and improve statewide efficiency. We strongly believe that it is better to continue to improve this program rather than to allow it to expire. The grant improves our nation's cybersecurity defenses. As state and local governments take on additional responsibilities for cybersecurity, supplemental funds will help meet this increased burden. Thank you for your time today, and I look forward to answering what questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raymond. The point about preventing is better than recovering. You know, I had our county got hit. They were down for almost a year. So it's very important that you're all here today, and this getting this reauthorized and fixed, I think, is a very important goal that we all have, and I'm really happy that we have members here to ask questions. We're going to start with each member, go from Republican to Democrat, 5 minutes of questioning each. An additional round of questioning may be called after all members have been recognized. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Raymond, and when it comes to local governments and their awareness of the grant programs and where they live and breathe or where they exist, how does that work? Does the government itself reach down into these local governments? And which ones are we touching? Are we touching all of them?
Thank you for the question, Representative. They're all invited to the discussion. We have formed regional subcommittees that include representatives from state, local, school districts.
When you say regional subcommittees, can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, Connecticut is divided into 5 administrative regions. So we do not have county government in Connecticut. So it's just the state and then 169 municipalities. So we have organized our emergency response into 5 districts. And so each one of those emergency management and cybersecurity groups have their own planning committee that it is all of the chief executives and emergency management and cybersecurity professionals in that group are invited to the table in those discussions.
So it makes it easier for the state to understand what exactly is happening in cybersecurity when it comes to the grant profile.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kramer, you got something to add to that?
Louisville is the largest city in the state of Kentucky. We do have counties in the Commonwealth, and the grant that we are currently using came directly to Metro government in Louisville. And
is every county aware of the grant system itself, and how they can grab a hold of that?
Those that are members of NACO, the National Association of Counties, are well aware because NACO is pushing this out as an issue that that they should be very much interested in working with. In Louisville, it's not just Louisville that's taking advantage of the grant, though. We're the largest city in the state. We're also very near, being on the river, very near Indiana. We are working across the entire region. We've reached out to the universities, both the University of Kentucky and the University of Louisville. We're working with the National Guard. And so it's a program that goes beyond just what we're doing in Louisville. It captures a good part of our state.
Mr. Fuller?
Excuse me. Yes. So in the state of Utah, what we're doing is tools.
The city of Utah?
State of Utah.
Okay. Sorry.
Tools, training, and relationship building. And so we're over 75% covered with all the cities and counties, and we hope to get that closer to 100% as we go.
The entire state is aware of this.
Oh, yeah.
That's remarkable. Mr. Hubbard?
I have no comment. That's outside my area's expertise. I rely on these gentlemen. I'm a vendor.
Welcome to the committee, sir. When it comes to state the relationship between state and local government, would you say that the return on the investment from these grant programs are beneficial? And I'll start with you, Mr. Ramsey, because you said that you did not utilize all the assets that were funded. I missed the year.
We had double the requests than we were able to fund. So we did not have any excess funds. We had double the requests in the first year of the grant program, and we expect that to continue. So I think that does demonstrate both the awareness that we have across the state, especially for our municipalities, and upwards. We took very little funding at the state level. There is a division between what you can take at the state level and what is, and almost all of the funds went to local governments.
But absolutely necessary, because this committee is trying to maintain its footing when it comes to grant programs for cybersecurity, cyber risk, cyber threat. We need to hear from those on the other side to say, yes, this is an absolute need, because in my personal opinion, this is the next phase of evolution when it comes to warfare. So, and protecting our citizens is absolute. And as the metaverse is pulling or cutting or freezing grant programs currently, I would hate to see this happen in such an important space.
Yeah.
Mr. Kramer, did I go to you? If not, Mr. Fuller.
Thank you. I would argue that yes, it is essential. We in Louisville, we hired 2 people to do the work. We were hoping for 4. The work that needs to be done is broader than the work we're able to accomplish under the current program. So absolutely want to see this go forward. The plan is to reach out again to the major universities in town, and then ultimately to filter down even to the public school systems. It's amazing how much data is held in the school systems and how much that data is compromised. And as everyone knows, the bad actors are looking for the easy access. And so we're doing our best to reach down to the level where we can improve security at that lowest level.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the ranking member, Mr. Swalwell from California, for 5 minutes of questioning.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Kramer of Louisville, you have one of the most important jobs here. You are protecting the nation's bourbon supply, so thank you. I know our chairman and many of my colleagues, thank you. But you did, in all seriousness, mention a weakness of the program as it exists right now, which is it doesn't have much agility, or maybe you said like bandwidth to understand like the differences between sizes of cities. Like, how would you structure a future reauthorization to better reflect that and better target where the need is?
Thank you for that question. I really appreciate that. I think the first bit of the answer is we need to recognize that the larger cities like Louisville, for example, we do have the resources. We have a person on staff who his primary responsibility is cybersecurity. But we're a half an hour drive from Elizabethtown. There was a movie made about that place. It's a fairly small town out in the middle of bourbon country. And they don't have the resources to do this. But we do have a very active state league of cities, an organization of municipalities. Allowing the grant to go through them instead of through the state would assure that that money actually made its way to local governments. And it would also allow the state league to work together with those other cities and hire a person that would be able to work with all of them and not just with one city like our own. And again, it reaches into the school systems. There are some school systems in the state of Kentucky that the highest paid positions in the county are in the school system. And I just want to drill home. That's an area that I think folks overlook. There's a lot of data that's handled there, and we need to do the best we can to reach out to that community as well.
Absolutely. And Mr. Raymond, can I ask, as somebody who has administered millions of dollars of these grants to many jurisdictions, municipalities, agencies. What are some of the weaknesses that you've seen among some of the recipients? Like if you had a new tranche or a new reauthorization, like what have you learned from this that makes a candidate more eligible or makes a candidate least eligible as you're thinking about where these funds should go?
Well, admittedly, the program did have a slow start, right? And I think any kind of new grant program, the clarity around getting people to understand what it is to be eligible and what people really needed within their environment was probably the most difficult challenge for us. And again, the assessment, the cybersecurity assessments that were part of the first year were absolutely critical for building for all of our municipalities an understanding of what their risks were and how we would address it. I think it goes to the earlier question of did they know? When we have these assessments, they now know. And so I would say that continuing that to demonstrate the improvements would be absolutely critical. For additional funding, I do think that I understand the desire to, in the construct of the program, to have to wean states off the program with the declining match or the increasing state match. However, that's complicated with the change in the funding as well. I think having a stable match over the life of the program makes it far easier to administer as people are working across the different grant years. Should the desire be to still shift some of that burden back to the states through funding, you can do that through the overall funding of the program and not the mix of the two. And I think that, we had a lot of people applying for the first year at a 90% reimbursement rate. And then, we're looking at, will we get that same kind of participation as the rates fall and local governments' budgets remain tight?
Thanks. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the witnesses, I believe strongly in federalism, fiscal responsibility, and the importance of empowering local communities and not expanding the bureaucracies of, quite frankly, the federal government. As we assess the state and local cybersecurity grant program, we need to ensure that our limited federal resources are being used effectively and are actually reaching the communities most at risk. And I say that in the context of being a former county executive in Tennessee, serves as the CEO of the county. And so I can attest to the fact that some of these pass-through grants administered by the states were incredibly important to my county, which was a rural county. Emergency services, fire, and cyber were all my departments. And so again, and I get your perspective on the stable match, because again, as a rural county where we have limited funding mechanisms and quite frankly, an ever-growing school system, there's a friction there of how do you fund these mechanisms, which, as my colleague stated, the future of warfare is on the cyber battlefield. But that being said, Mr. Huber, you've worked to secure systems against the threat from Volt Typhoon, a CCP-backed group of hackers who both have sophisticated abilities and specialize in targeting the most vulnerable points in its target systems. In your testimony, you mentioned their attack on Littleton Electric, Light, and Water Department in Massachusetts. My district and across the country, we have a diverse range of electric providers, large corporations, rural providers, as I mentioned. In your experience, how strong is the awareness of cyber threats among smaller, less resource organizations that provide critical infrastructure? And again, I go back to Tennessee, but probably much like rural Kentucky, where we have a patchwork of these smaller communities where we're scrapping for resources to figure out how do we, quite frankly, protect not only our infrastructure, but our citizens, sir.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I've had the pleasure of working with municipalities that the IT person was the IT person and the database administrator and the system administrator and responsible for security as a part-time job. So as you might imagine, any administrative burden that might be involved in applying for the grant would be significant for an entity such as that, smaller size, but make no mistake, those smaller rural entities, that could be the hydro station that fuels a larger municipality. Mm-hmm. That's a national security and an economic impact to the region. So as we heard from a gentleman here, Education and awareness is key to educating those folks who have probably dual roles or multi-hat roles for protecting that piece of critical infrastructure from nation-state attackers. As someone who's been in the trenches and a National Guard member in Title 32 and state active duty supporting state critical infrastructure components, there's a significant shortage of resources and knowledge about nation-state level attackers. So I think it's important to recognize that this funding is key in raising the bar of foundational cyber controls for all of those entities.
And I want to focus primarily with the other three witnesses on rural communities. And one of my concerns, again, my background coming from a rural community, is that competition that you see between, say, a Nashville and my community. But yet, from an assessment standpoint, I would argue some of your rural communities are your most vulnerable points of entry. So how do we make sure that we're prioritizing, basically, not, and take size out of it for a moment, but a needs assessment, understanding that, again, whether it's distribution of broadband, whether it's protecting points of entry, et cetera. Mr. Fuller?
Thank you very much. Let me just say, I really appreciate your comment that these attacks are very much like war. And this committee knows very well that we live in a very, very dangerous world, that we're constantly under attack, including our smallest and most rural communities. So with the program that we rolled out tools to all of our communities, including the rural communities. And for the most rural who don't even have sufficient IT resources, we're able to make resources available to help them install those tools. And then we're also able to provide training for those people. So we're absolutely committed to getting this program to our small cities and counties and special districts.
Mr. Kramer?
Thank you. Again, it's a great question. I think one of the things that we need to recognize, it's a matter of how quickly we share that information as well. When a cyber attack happens, what they're trying to do in one place, one community, is likely happening somewhere else. And again, I think that smaller communities, the rural communities where, my colleagues have testified that you've got a person who has 3 different jobs. If they aren't aware of what to look for, it makes it much more difficult. They often don't find out until it's too late. So one of the things we're hoping we can get the federal government to do is recognize that they collect up a lot of this data about cyber attacks, but they collect it up and hold it. It would be very useful to us at the local level if, as soon as they knew about a cyber attack, they shared that information with entities as quickly as they could, so that folks at the local level could start looking at their own systems and see if someone's trying to get in the same way.
Yes, sir. And I'm out of time, but Mr. Raymond, a final thought?
I would just say that we view cybersecurity as a team sport. We view those that are better resourced in a good position to help those that aren't. So we do have municipalities who help each other, larger ones helping smaller ones, and smaller ones who are relying upon the state to help deliver services. We do run all of the network services, so it provides a unique ability for us to provide specialized security services to everyone in our jurisdiction, which is one way to make the limited dollars we have go a lot further.
Sir, thank you to the witness. Mr. Chairman, apologies for going over.
No, of course, not a problem. Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman. The state and local cybersecurity grant program is an essential resource to help states and municipalities protect themselves against cyber attacks. This grant program helps secure critical infrastructure like schools, hospitals, electric grids, water systems. And in my home state of Rhode Island, it has been instrumental in providing cybersecurity training, for example, for staff at state agencies and municipalities so they can better protect taxpayer data, securing schools and academic institutions from ransomware attacks, and protecting critical infrastructure from being infiltrated by hackers. I am concerned by reports of potential delays and cuts to these grants by the Trump and Musk administration, and I'm glad to see that, at least on this subcommittee, there appears to be bipartisan support for continuing the program in a robust form. But you would forgive us for being concerned, because in addition to the reports of delays, we have heard that the Trump and Musk administration has been firing staff at CISA and at FEMA, the 2 agencies responsible for administering this program. And we have also heard from Secretary Noem herself that she plans to, quote, eliminate FEMA and significantly shrink CISA. She said that in her Senate confirmation hearing. This would be a tremendous mistake. The threat that we face from foreign malign actors, from criminal organizations, to critical infrastructure, to cybersecurity, to our cybersecurity are immense. The Chinese are working overtime, putting tens of thousands of people toward trying to infiltrate every system, even in the smallest towns in this country. Same with the Russians, same with the Iranians, the North Koreans, and of course, criminal cyber gangs as well. We've had significant breaches in Rhode Island as a result. This is not the time to take our foot off the gas, as the Secretary said was her intention during her Senate confirmation hearing. And unfortunately, this is part of a pattern, because when she was governor of North Dakota, Secretary Noem was one of only 2 governors in the entire country to refuse to accept state cybersecurity grants in 2022. Her administration called them, quote, wasteful spending. In 2023, yet again, she was now the only governor in the entire country to refuse these grants for her home state. And of course, we have seen that the administration is not off to a great start with its own cybersecurity practices, with service members' lives being put at risk from confidential information being discussed in an unsecured group chat. And of course, Elon Musk's army of unvetted interns going through everybody's personal data with very little transparency. But given that backdrop, it is more important than ever that Congress send the message that cybersecurity still matters to us, that we do not consider it to be wasteful spending, and particularly we want to continue to support states, municipalities, utilities in our home states with this program. So I have limited time, but Mr. Fuller, can you elaborate on any reports of delays, cuts, or pauses to this program? What have you seen so far, and what would the negative consequences be?
Thank you. And I appreciate your point that there's a lot of bipartisan support for this program to continue. Certainly the risk doesn't take politics into account. One of the concerns we have about the program is some of our states chose not to participate because they were afraid that the funding would not continue on, and they were afraid to launch a program that might then get cut. And that created some hesitation for some states. For us, we're all in with the program, and it has been extremely beneficial. I mentioned in my testimony, we've blocked 7 major attacks in the last 6 months alone. And so we would hope that we could extend the funding could be extended by Congress without delays. Those delays could cause serious problems in adoption of the program.
Thank you. And Mr. Raymond, if FEMA is eliminated and CISA is significantly cut, as Secretary Noem has promised, what impact would that have on the ability of your state and others to maintain strong cybersecurity and take advantage of programs like this one?
I do believe that FEMA and our emergency management in Connecticut, along with CISA on the security side, have been great partners with us on this cyber battle. State and local governments are not prepared to fight this kind of cyber engagement with foreign nations. I would say in combination with the reductions to MSISAC and CISA support, additional responsibilities are falling on the states to fight these battles. Should further CISA reductions or FEMA reductions, for that matter, be put in place, I would say it would diminish our ability to help the municipalities that are part of our jurisdiction and defend on behalf of the state.
All right, thank you. I'm over time, so I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions. Gentlemen, we've heard from you all today. There's definitely a need for the program. I want to focus on one, has it been successful so far? And 2, what changes would we make? And you've all suggested a couple. And Mr. Raymond, you started by saying when you first did with this in your state, there were 27% of the municipalities were low risk, so 73% were not low risk. Now that this program's in place, have you done another review? What number is low risk now?
We are currently doing the reassessment now. We do not have an updated set of numbers on that. We do know that the implementation of the 51 grants that we have would directly raise the ratings and lower the risk for folks who are out there.
Wonderful. Mr. Huber, you're a vendor, so you're dealing with all these municipalities. You know what they're using, what they needed. Can you please just describe what these grants have been able to help some of the municipalities that you've dealt with? Like what systems have been put in place, you know, what they had and now what they have. I mean, I think people really, we need to hear, you know, the actual benefit of what you've done with this grant money.
Sure, thank you for the question. Yeah, so, you know, one of the first foundational components of any cybersecurity program is having awareness of what you have. You have to know what you have to be able to defend it. Sounds easy, significant challenge for most organizations, even mature organizations. That's a challenge to understand the breadth of the footprint, certainly at a state level, let alone rural areas as well. So what we've seen folks do is deploy solutions that allow them to understand what they have in their purview, what's exposed. And to the gentleman's point regarding risk assessments, you have to know what you have to conduct that risk assessment. So that's step one. We've seen them deploying that successfully. And then you want to take that just a step further. Now I know what I have. What am I vulnerable to? What misconfigurations, weaknesses, and vulnerabilities do I have there? And how do I prioritize those from a response perspective? Because I have limited resources to go and mitigate or reduce those risks. So now I'm looking at, you know, what are my resources available to go and reduce the risk across the entire enterprise without regard to the size of the municipality involved, right? Because it could be that when they do these risk assessments, some smaller rural regions might have the highest risk compared to larger metros.
Mm-hmm.
And what we've seen is successfully organizations assess what they have, being able to analyze them and look for exposures across the attack footprint, and then focus on a prioritized process of addressing these vulnerabilities.
That's great. So they're using the grant money to map their system, and now they're starting, because it's a multi-year grant, so they're mapping their system, they're finding out what doors need locks, and now they're implementing it and using technology for, you know, to protect those doors into their system.
Yeah, and I think a great point is sustainable funding. You know, I hate to say to use as an example, but some people when they wake up, they have a day job. It's not to fix vulnerabilities. That's not their job. Their job is to make the systems run. And, you know, they go patch the systems and they're like, hey, mission accomplished. We're done here. And tomorrow you get up and read the news and you're like, more vulnerabilities. You have to do this again. It's a hamster wheel to an effect. So people have to have not only resource and fund for that, it's now a part of your job for some percentage of your time beyond what your day job is. People just understand that's how life is.
Thank you very much. So under the grant program, there's some requirements in the law. One of them is for there to be a submission of a cybersecurity plan. And this is for the three gentlemen on the right who actually, I think, had to determine these cybersecurity plans. There's a lot that's got to be part of it. What is working as part of the plans? Is there something that we should include that's not in or is the law overburdensome by including too many things in the plan that's not necessary? What do you all think? Mr. Fuller, we can start with you.
Thank you. I think the good thing about the plan is that it gave states some flexibility to create their own plan. And you can see between Connecticut and Utah, two very separate plans where they primarily put funds down to local entities, and we primarily provided tools, training, and relationships down to local entities. So I feel like that part of the law was successful and good.
Should not be changed. Mr. Kramer?
I'm going to leave that to the folks who actually do the cybersecurity stuff.
Okay. Mr. Raymond?
I'd say the formation of the cyber plan was really hopeful to focus in a structured way on what the risks were and what we could do together to lower those risks. There was a tremendous amount of collaboration in the development of the plan, which I think furthered the mission of, hey, we're all in this together, and hope to get the message out to all of the municipalities that this was important for their success. So I think the combination of collaboration and structure in those plans and the direction that set was very hopeful for statewide efforts.
Sounds like that part of the statute is something that we should not change. No, wonderful. All right, we're going to start a second round of questions. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell, for his second round of 5 minutes.
Mr. Huber, I think you hit the nail on the head explaining exactly how the process should work. Is that even a possibility or a probability? Because remember, you're talking to the United States of America right now. And I want you to think about that. I don't know where you're from. Kentucky, probably. I'm from Texas, obviously, a little bitty town. And the reach, and we hate the federal government. I could throw that out there. Honestly, we don't want them in and around us at all. However, with the threat or the risk to threats when it comes to cybersecurity, cyber threat, the cyberspace, how do we make this work? The plan that Mr. Raymond laid out piggybacks exactly what you said, but we have to touch every single person in the United States of America. And I can assure you, the four of you sitting in front of us, you're not the first four that's ever sat in front of us and laid this out, but it keeps, how do we, I mean, this is almost the simplest question I ask is, how do we fix this problem? Or is it a possibility? Because we can just keep talking about it all day long. We can keep funding these grants and throwing it out there, and we're just going to get attack after attack. You said the problem is when the attack happens, we're retrospective. It's a done deal. And then we have to raise awareness of those that didn't get hit. Who's doing that? So, well, I've had CISA come out to my district. I've had the FBI come out to my district, talk to the nursing homes and schools. And guess what? The things that they laid out, a month later, something else showed up. How do we, literally, how do we fix this?
Yeah, thank you for the question. A great question. We have to raise the bar across the board. There's foundational cyber components.
What does the bar even look like?
I think the NIST cybersecurity framework.
You and I are going to have a pretty good, healthy debate here in 3 minutes and 16 seconds, because every time, you see where I'm going with this.
I do, absolutely. Yeah, so the NIST cybersecurity framework provides excellent foundational controls. But to your point, AI was not on my list of risks 3 years ago, and now it is. And guess what we're doing? We're developing those foundational components for artificial intelligence and how we defend and how we detect for that type of capability. So we're always going to be in that race of emerging technology, unfortunately for us. But those foundational components still hold true for the vast majority of threats that exist today. And I think what we heard is very key of getting the message out, which is that communication and collaboration, whether that's through JCDC under CISA, or whether that's through some of these fusion centers we heard of at the state level, where they're disseminating information. It is a collective sport at the end of the day, and we all need that information to be able to respond as quickly as possible.
The sheer processing speed, now we're like past exascale computing. Magnolia, Texas, can't defend against that. We have nefarious actors that have the computational capabilities to destroy a country. How do I protect District 8 in Texas?
I think, and this is not normally how you start a security program, but you should start with incident response. You need to have surge capabilities and resources to respond to an incident. And to your point, unfortunately, it will happen. We have data that shows it will happen to even the most mature organizations. So having those capabilities, a lot of times those surge capabilities, and I've been in this role, come from the National Guard, they come from CISA and other organizations to provide us intelligence we don't have to collectively respond as an industry. And that also raises the bar.
I mean, but how much is that? I can't even repave the roads in my forest right now. So now here we're talking about dollar bills. And I can only imagine that protective layer is going to help me fix this problem. I mean,
yeah, there's certainly data points available of known exploited vulnerabilities. That's something we use as an industry to prioritize. Like, we know these are actively being exploited against these organizations. You want to make sure that when you're applying resources against the problem, it's a prioritized approach, whether it's through the program assessments that these organizations complete to identify the highest risk, or whether it's vulnerabilities that you see day in and day out to prioritize those sources. I know within Tenable, we have data that says, unfortunately, if a new vulnerability comes out that affects major operating systems, as an example, it takes most organizations a few weeks to address those vulnerabilities. And by the way, they only fix about half of them during the course of that 2 weeks. So there's a known exposure that we all accept. And like I said, I'll foot stomp this, having that good response plan of how you coordinate reaction to those events becomes critical.
thank you. You'll back, sir.
Gentleman yields back, and I get the gentleman's point about there might not be a way to stop these. How do we stop them? I don't know if we can stop them, but being able to respond and get things back online, I think is at least part of the goal here. I now recognize the gentleman from California, the ranking member, Mrs. Swalwell, for his second 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'd welcome the opportunity with the four of you here to give us a real-time update on the threat environment and what you're.
We welcome our USTR, Jamieson Greer here today for the annual hearing on the President's Trade Agenda. Members and the public have questions and concerns about recent tariff actions, and that's okay. We should think about tariff impacts and ask questions. Thoughtful and respectful debate on these issues is good and is why we call hearings like this one with the U.S. Trade Representative. And again, welcome. We need to think strategically about tariff policy, including how to minimize unnecessary costs on American families. I also recognize that although it is easy to see the costs arising from tariffs, it's also far more difficult to assess the cost of denied market access opportunities. Tariffs can advance American interests in market access. In the first Trump administration, we saw tariffs used to stop France from imposing discriminatory digital service taxes. Tariffs also forced China to discuss the systemic challenges between our two nations. Frankly, every enforcement action, whether it's a WTO dispute, a Section 301 investigation, or a preference program review, ultimately relies on the threat of tariffs to secure objectives. Accordingly, it's important to contextualize the tariffs in the design of the larger policy. The real headline then becomes the fundamental shift in trade policy since President Trump's inauguration, where the United States now actually plans to do trade again. My colleagues and I in Congress want to pursue a real trade policy. That was put on hold during the Biden years. We now have a president who will partner with us in that effort, and together we will enforce our rights, we will negotiate again, and we will expand opportunities for Americans. This administration is not deliberating endlessly over whether trade can be a force for good, like the past administration, which refused to even engage in bipartisan or bilateral market access trade negotiations. Trade today is the centerpiece of our international economic engagement, and we have plenty of substantive trade ideas to discuss. Businesses want certainty from good policies that will continue so that they can invest confidently in prospects that create jobs and wealth. That is one of the primary reasons that I'm working hard to make the Trump tax cuts permanent, to provide businesses with the certainty they need to make long-term investments to drive growth and increase prosperity across all segments of the economy. Contrast this kind of certainty and forward thinking on trade with that of the last 4 years, where the only certainty was that you were going to lose ground because your government fundamentally rejected free markets, free enterprise, and free trade. The last administration turned to industrial policy because it was certain that the free market failed in delivering what government planners believed was necessary for climate and social agendas. Indeed, China's central planners saw their own strategic thinking in the Inflation Reduction Act's approach of bestowing massive subsidies to stimulate investments that the market would not. We can restore faith in free markets by making it easier than ever to do business in America. The President's executive order last week to assist major investors to navigate our regulatory system efficiently is a good start. We plan to do more. The Biden administration provided us with only the certainty that in the face of a foreign government's discriminatory policies like digital service taxes, data localization, or other non-tariff barriers, it would not stand up for its citizens because it believed that the so-called right to regulate trumped the principle of free enterprise. Respectfully, democratic governments do not have rights. They exist to secure rights for their citizens. One immediately welcome change under the Trump administration appeared last week in the USTR's National Trade Estimate. Last year, the Biden administration deliberately cut from the estimate a number of discriminatory measures imposed on America by foreign governments because it sided with those governments over our citizens. This year's estimate is exhaustive because the administration carefully identified all of the ways that Americans lose out in the global marketplace. Finally, the validity of free trade will be seen again. The last administration did not pursue market access in its negotiations. Instead, it demanded governments to undertake a number of social and environmental commitments, even ones Congress did not approve of domestically. Not surprisingly, our partners did not put their trust in such negotiations. While tariffs inherently may be seen at odds with free trade, we must also acknowledge that many of our trading partners deploy barriers that have gone unchallenged for too long. Free trade, by definition, must be reciprocal. We do not have it if others can impose barriers on us unchallenged. Our failure to enforce our rights over the last 4 years lost a lot of ground for us. This cannot continue because what I am certain about is that American goods and services are innovative, high quality, and globally competitive. Senior administration officials say that a number of countries are coming to the table to engage with the USTR. We look forward to hearing about this engagement and the steps toward better opportunities for Americans. With that, I turn to Senator Wyden for his remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and colleagues, today's hearing on the President's trade agenda begins with American retirement funds, investors, and our economy in purgatory thanks to Donald Trump's plan to hike tariffs to levels not seen since before the invention of the automobile. Prices are continuing to increase. Markets for made in the USA products are slamming shut around the world. The U.S. economy has gone from the envy of the world to a laughingstock in less time than it took to finish March Madness. Through it all, Donald Trump and his advisors have yet to provide an understandable explanation. Any explanation for what his tax hike on the American people is supposed to accomplish. And so this morning, I'd like to focus on one central question. What is the plan? In the last week, the White House has been all over the map when it comes to this question. There is no clear message of how the tariffs were determined, what they're supposed to accomplish, how long they'll be in place, whether they're a negotiating tool or a move to try and cut the United States off from global trade and usher in a new era of 1870s style protectionism. In the days since Donald Trump announced his tariffs, the president and his advisors have repeatedly changed their stories on all of these questions. Last Thursday, Donald Trump said, quote, "The tariffs give us great power to negotiate," just after Secretary Lutnick and a top economic advisor told reporters the tariffs were not up for negotiation. Then the stories changed again on Sunday when the Secretary of Agriculture and the top White House economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, both said Trump's tariffs were bringing foreign countries to the table, hoping to negotiate new deals to cut tariffs. At nearly the same time, the Treasury Secretary was on TV Sunday saying the tariffs would remain in place for, quote, days and weeks. Asked if the tariffs were up for negotiation, the Commerce Secretary said Sunday, "The tariffs are coming." He announced it, and he wasn't kidding. The tariffs are coming. And yesterday in the Oval Office, Donald Trump said there can be permanent tariffs and there can also be negotiations. So again, this morning, what we want to know is what is the plan? The stock market is up a bit this morning on yet another round of rumors that Donald Trump might not go through with his full barrage of tariffs. Yet this weekend, Donald Trump retweeted a post on Truth Social arguing that Trump is crashing our economy and markets on purpose as a strategy to lower interest rates. Is it possible that's the plan? Tank the economy so wealthy people can borrow money more cheaply? We know that billionaires like Howard Lutnick and semi-billionaires like Scott Bessent won't mind paying more for groceries or gas. It's a drop in the bucket for them. But for families, higher costs are going to get hurt. Higher costs are going to hurt. The nonpartisan Yale Budget Lab predicts the tariffs will cost families $3,800 in the first year alone. In Mr. Greer's confirmation hearing, he argued that economic security leads to strong national security. Our country is getting the opposite with these pointless tariffs. Destroying the foundations of our economy is not only disastrous for workers and families, it makes our people less safe. So you look at Stellantis, the auto company, laying off 900 workers in response to the tariffs. I talked to Pacific Northwest fruit growers who are being told no more American exports. And I hear from small businesses in Oregon that they'll have to pay more for the materials they use to make their products. And I worry that Americans will soon be poorer and face greater threats to our national security thanks to these Trump policies. Is that the plan? Colleagues, I'm going to close with this. The Trump aimless, chaotic tariff spree has proven beyond a doubt that Congress has given far too much of our constitutional power over international trade to the executive branch. It is time to take that power back. On a bipartisan vote, 51 senators sent that signal last week by stepping in and passing legislation to lift Trump's reckless tariffs on Canada. Well, now Donald Trump has slapped tariffs on about 180 countries, and this is a big unforced error that requires a big response. So let me close with this announcement. Today, I am proposing a new bipartisan privileged resolution to end the latest crop of global tariffs that are clobbering American families and small businesses. Members on both sides of the aisle ought to know that this is a call to action, and Congress must step in to rein this president on trade. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Wyden. And Ambassador Greer, you may now make your statement.
Thank you. Chairman Crapo, Ranking Member Wyden, and members of the committee, I appreciate you taking the time today for this hearing. Last Wednesday, President Trump declared a national emergency in response to the large and persistent trade deficit that has built up in recent years. This deficit is driven in part by non-reciprocal tariffs, trading barriers, and other economic policies pursued by our foreign trading partners. The situation is urgent. President Trump imposed tariffs to address this emergency, and these measures are aimed squarely at achieving reciprocity and reducing our massive trade deficit to reshore production in the United States. This national emergency declaration and tariff action is the most significant change in U.S. trade policy since we allowed China to join the World Trade Organization. The American working class, in particular, has suffered concentrated losses from the so-called China shock and other adverse effects of past trade policy and the conditions that give rise to this massive trade deficit. You've heard some of these numbers before. The United States has lost 5 million manufacturing jobs and 90,000 factories since 1994. President Biden left with a 1.2 trillion trade deficit in goods, the largest of any country in the history of the world. The United States' share of world manufacturing output declined from 2001 to last year. In the fourth quarter of 2024, U.S. manufacturing as a share of gross domestic product was the lowest it had been in 20 years. During COVID, we were unable to procure semiconductors to build our cars or materials for pharmaceuticals and personal protective equipment. During World War II, we built nearly 9,000 ships. Last year, the United States built only 3 ocean-going vessels. Our agricultural trade balance, which historically resulted in trade surpluses for our farmers, was in deficit the last 2 years of the Biden administration and likely will take some time to recover. These are all serious indicators of an economic and national security emergency, and we can't ignore it. One important driver of these negative trends has been unfair, unbalanced, and non-reciprocal trade. This includes the effect of higher tariffs imposed by other countries on the United States, the effect of non-tariff measures that promote other countries' exports and obstruct U.S. exports, and other foreign economic policies favoring overproduction and degrading America's manufacturing capacity. And the lack of reciprocity is an important driver of our global trade deficit and with particular countries. So it's common sense to focus on these indicators. For example, the European Union can sell us all the shellfish they want, but the EU bans shellfish from 48 states. The result is a trade deficit in shellfish with the EU. We only charge a 2.5% tariff on ethanol, but Brazil charges us an 18% tariff. The result, we have a large trade deficit in ethanol with Brazil. Our average tariff on agricultural goods is 5%, but India's average tariff is 39%. You understand the trend here. Our trade deficit, driven by these non-reciprocal conditions, is a manifestation of the loss of the nation's ability to make, to grow, to build. And the president recognizes the urgency of the moment. On the first day of his second term, President Trump issued a comprehensive memorandum setting out his trade policy directive. And over the past 10 weeks, he has executed on nearly all of these priorities. He has tightened tariffs on steel and aluminum. He's imposed new measures on auto and auto parts not made in the United States. And on April 2nd, the president declared the national emergency that we've discussed. And so the president has imposed a reciprocal tariff along with a global baseline tariff to achieve reciprocity with other countries and to drive the dangerous deficit down. And the president's strategy is already bearing fruit. Over the past few weeks, a planned layoff for an auto production shift in Tennessee has been suspended. Another automaker is hiring additional employees and expanding overtime to increase auto production in Indiana. Companies have announced $4 trillion in new investment in the United States. Nearly 50 countries have approached me personally to discuss the president's new policy and explore how to achieve reciprocity, and they've spoken with many members of the administration. Several of these countries, such as Argentina, Vietnam, India, and Israel, have suggested that they will reduce their tariffs and non-tariff barriers in line with the president's policy. And these obviously are welcome moves. Our large and persistent trade deficit has been over 30 years in the making, and it will not be resolved overnight, but all of this is in the right direction, particularly as we start to negotiate with these countries. We must move away from an economy that's based solely on government spending and a financial sector, and we must become an economy based on producing real goods and services that provide jobs for working class and middle class Americans in their communities. This adjustment may be challenging at times, and in a moment of drastic overdue change, I'm confident, I'm certain that the American people can rise to the challenges they've done before. I appreciate this committee's interest in President Trump's trade agenda. I'm glad we're talking about this. That's created debate. And we may not agree on everything, but I know that you want to do what's best for America. So does the president, and so do I, and we'll collaborate together on this. Thank you again for your time. I look forward to our conversation.
Thank you, Ambassador. Yesterday, Secretary Bessent stated that you and he both will lead trade negotiations with Japan. I am very pleased that President Trump has decided to press for market access in this case. I hope we'll see more negotiations that press for zero barriers, but could you explain a little bit what is the scope of these negotiations?
Certainly. Thank you, Chairman. So as you know, yesterday, the president directed Secretary Bessent and myself to interact with the Japanese. We've already been having several conversations with them over past weeks. So this is not a new development, but we are taking it to a new level. Obviously, we want to have more market access in Japan. For us, we feel like we could have more and better agricultural market access. There are also structural impediments to some of our industrial goods in terms of standards and regulations and that kind of thing. I also think that there are things we can do with our trading partners, things that aren't always purely in the trade sector with respect to economic security, whether it's export controls alignment or investment screening alignment or energy, making sure that our partners are tied up with us with respect to liquefied natural gas and other resources, as opposed to being dependent on other countries that may not be as friendly. And so I think all of these factors will go into these discussions with Japan in the coming weeks.
Well, thank you. And as you indicated in your testimony, you've been approached, the administration or you have been approached by about 50 other countries already. I assume that the objective in these approaches, and I assume that there will be discussions and negotiations with them, but first, could you verify that? Is the objective here to engage in market access negotiations with these countries?
Chairman, as these countries approach us, the idea is that we've had years and years of non-reciprocal access, and it's contributed to these trade deficits. As the countries come to approach us, what we've told them is, if you have a better idea to achieve reciprocity and to get our trade deficit down, we want to talk to you. We want to negotiate with you. And it goes both ways. Sometimes they have exports to us that are driven by subsidies and unfair trading practices. And then obviously they have non-reciprocal treatment on their end where they block our exports, sometimes through prohibitive tariffs, quotas that are not administered in the appropriate way, or other unfair trading practices. So these are the kinds of things that should be targeted. And I don't want to prejudge the negotiations, but if they're able to provide an alternative plan that can further these objectives, I think we're open to that.
Well, thank you. The America First Trade Policy Memorandum rightly tasked the USTR to review China's compliance with the Phase 1 agreement. Under the agreement, China is obligated to purchase more U.S. goods and change basic practices and laws, the so-called structural commitments. The prior administration refused to discuss whether China complied with its structural commitments. And by the way, these were commitments made in response to tariffs in President Trump's first presidency, correct?
That's right.
What is your analysis of China's compliance with the structural commitments that it made in phase one so far?
Our assessment, Chairman, is that in the initial stages of implementing the agreement, China made significant movement to make these structural changes, whether it was with respect to agricultural rules, financial services, or IP. We found during the Biden administration there was little enforcement and little communication, and that the Chinese did not comply with this agreement in large part. I've had a call with my counterpart. I've communicated to him our feeling on this, that they have not complied with the agreement. And I think we're disappointed by this. It's not surprising, but we are certainly disappointed by that.
And now you're engaged to, again, see if we can get compliance.
We will see, right? The Chinese obviously have agency in this. It's not just a matter of U.S. policy. We, of course, welcome and we hope that foreign countries will change their practices to make sure that they're fair. And we look forward to continue to monitor that situation.
Thank you. The administration has announced it's negotiating an agreement also with India, and it appears already to be yielding results, such as India dropping its digital services tax. Although India has high tariffs, its non-tariff barriers are just as significant, if not more so. Will you try to include commitments on matters such as intellectual property, technical barriers to trade, and science-based agricultural rules to take on those barriers?
Yes, and I have a standing call with my Indian counterpart to address these very issues.
All right, thank you. Senator Wyden.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I saw at page 4 of your testimony, Mr. Greer, you said the president's strategy is already bearing fruit. Well, I can tell you for a lot of Oregonians who have 401ks that are being drained out, that's pretty rotten stuff. And you ought to realize how serious this is for the country. Now, everybody in the administration practically has a different story about the Trump tax hike. So I'm interested in knowing what the story is today. Will higher tariffs go into effect tomorrow as announced?
Senator, yes, they're scheduled to go into effect. We are having negotiations with all kinds of countries at this time. The president's fixed in his purpose. The nature of the emergency that I discussed earlier is not something we can wait on anymore. So we will have the president's plan go into effect, and we're coupling that with immediate negotiations with our partners as they seek to.
So it's not a question of something being scheduled. You're committing this morning that they're going to go into effect.
This is what the president has said, Senator.
For how many countries? I understand it's over 50.
That are negotiating with
Yes.
us. We have about 50 that have come to speak with us, and I'm constantly talking to my counterparts. I have staff right now at USTR meeting with others, and we will have the tariffs in place. And if the other countries can come to an agreement on reciprocal trade, then that's something that the president can consider. I don't want to prejudge the negotiations or the president's decision, but that's what we're doing.
Now, you've said you've been negotiating deals. Foreign countries have already retaliated against our farmers and ranchers and small businesses. How can you commit that negotiations are not just going to stop bleeding, but are actually going to open up markets that the Trump tariffs have closed off?
So, Senator, we've already had many countries, many of our markets, explain that they are not going to retaliate against the United States. And in fact, Vietnam, for example, they've lowered their tariffs already on cherries. They've lowered them on almonds and apples, things I know are important to the Pacific Northwest. And this is exactly the right direction that we want to go in. I look forward to hearing from you what other kind of market access you want as we enter into these negotiations.
What's the status of China? As you know, that's a big market for us in the Pacific Northwest. What's the status of discussions there? I don't see much progress. What I see is it looks like it's going to escalate and escalate some more and hurt our consumers and our small businesses in our part of the world.
Well, Senator, unfortunately, China for many years seems to be choosing its own path on market access. Again, they have agency in this. They elected to announce retaliation. Other countries did not. Other countries signaled that they'd like to find a path forward on reciprocity. China has not said that, and we will see where that goes. I think we need to work with our closest friends to make sure that we have trading arrangements that work. And if the Chinese are open, we'll see what. But they haven't signaled that at all. So I don't think that's in the very near term with China.
I just am concerned that there's no strategy at all. I'm committed. We understand in the Pacific Northwest what the stakes are. To have a smart, tough strategy, I don't see any strategy at all. And you really haven't said much about what the strategy is this morning.
Senator, I appreciate your concern. I want to keep having a conversation with you about this, but I see a distinct difference between those countries who have come to us and they said, we understand your issues, we understand the deficit, we understand your desire for reciprocity, and we want to work with you on this. And the Chinese approach, which has been, we're going to retaliate. We're trying to remedy a situation. We're trying to remedy a situation that's persisted for many years. And it would be wonderful if the Chinese agreed with that and wanted to persist in, work with us on that. But that's not where they are. And the president has recognized this, and he wants to focus on other partners.
Let's talk before my time is up about services. The United States is a services powerhouse, from travel and technology to finance and media. Our services industry account for nearly 80% of the U.S. GDP and 8 out of 10 American jobs. Other countries are responding to Trump's global tariffs by retaliating against American services. Can you explain how your tariff actions aren't putting our services exports at risk like so much of your trade policy?
Senator and Chairman Crapo mentioned this. We had India already pull down a digital advertising tax that affected some of our most competitive tech companies. We're already in conversations with other countries that if they want to have reciprocal trade with us, that's something that we need to consider as well. And we expect them not to discriminate against our services companies. We have some of the most competitive in the world. I agree with you. And to me, that's part of this calculation.
I wrapped up with the services question because it seems to me it's classic Donald Trump. Really good at talking about problems, even saying that there is some reason to go forward, identifying a problem, but pretty damn bad at fixing them. And there's going to be a whole lot of collateral damage in the process if you all continue with these trade policies in services and in other areas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Cornyn.
Ambassador Greer, thank you for being here today. I know there's been a lot of discussion about tariffs, but would you just briefly discuss non-tariff barriers to trade? In other words, the barriers that countries put up to deny market access from U.S. exports into those countries that aren't tariffs per se.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I have here in my hand a book that's become very popular in recent days. This is the National Trade Estimate on Foreign Trade Barriers. And the Office of the United States Trade Representative puts this together with input from civil society, unions, industry, business, small business. And this is 400 pages of all the non-tariff barriers that you're talking about. Just a few examples. India, huge trading partner, they restrict imports of ethanol for fuel use by using restrictive import licenses. These are the types of border measures that don't sound very sexy to talk about, and they don't make for a great soundbite, but these are the things that actually block our exports, where they have licensing regimes or they have fake science that they use to block our imports.
Lynn, just one example that seems to me to make the point is that our friends in Australia basically have put up barriers to the export of beef from the United States. My state, Texas, happens to produce a lot of beef cattle, and Australia basically denies access to its huge market, but not as a result of tariffs so much as non-tariff barriers to trade. Could you speak to that?
Yes, Senator. And it's always surprising because we have a free trade agreement with Australia, and we would expect that we would have fair and reciprocal trade. Last year, I think we imported about $3 billion worth of Australian beef, and we exported $0 of American beef to Australia. And it's not just beef. Australia also blocks on specious, fake science grounds, the export of fresh and frozen U.S. pork. So it's incredible that they do this. We have zero exports of the fresh and frozen U.S. pork to Australia.
I find it interesting that people express surprise at President Trump's policies when he's been talking about these policies for, best I can tell, for decades, and how unfair trading arrangements are between various countries. And indeed, some of these unfair trading practices have resulted in the deindustrialization of America. We've exported manufacturing to Asia and particularly China and other countries that now appear to be willing to hold us hostage to those supply chains. A few years ago, we passed the CHIPS and Science Act. We worked with Secretary Pompeo, Secretary Ross during President Trump's first administration and later was signed by President Biden, but to bring advanced semiconductor manufacturing back on shore because we recognized that the vulnerability that existed if there was another pandemic, there's a natural disaster, or heaven forbid, a military conflict break out in Asia, we wouldn't have access to these advanced semiconductors that run everything from your cell phone to the avionics on an F-35 Joint Strike Fighter. But China has basically held us hostage and continues to use some of these vulnerabilities to our detriment. For example, critical mineral processing. Would you speak to the vulnerability that exists as a result of China basically processing 90% of the critical minerals in the world that are essential for our daily lives?
Yes, Senator, and that figure is always one that gives me great concern, the 90% of the processing. We do have critical minerals in the United States. We have lithium here. We have other critical minerals here. And a lot of it is that China has centralized the processing of minerals, right? We have in the Western Hemisphere, in Bolivia, in Chile, we have all kinds of critical minerals, and that's in our hemisphere. But they get sent to China, they're processed, and they come here. And then if China wants to exercise economic coercion or other practices, they do have a stranglehold on these kinds of things. That's a very dangerous situation to be in. I mean, this is part of the urgency of what we're talking about. And I think as the Trump administration certainly takes action on trade, but also takes action on the environmental side and permitting and regulation, that's an area where we can actually have more of that activity here in the United States, or we can work with our trading partners to try to incentivize production there as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Senator Bennett.
Chair, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, it's good to see you again. Could you talk a little bit about the relationship of the tariffs that you have put on and rising prices for the American people? What is it the American people should expect to be able to suffer as a result in terms of rising prices? I understand your position is that the long-term gain is worth the short-term pain, but what is that short-term pain going to look like?
So Senator, I think we can look at, I think we should look at history and data for this. It's hard to project what's going to happen with prices, but we know in the first Trump term, the president imposed historic tariffs on China on an enormous amount of goods coming from China. And during that time, inflation went down by 0.1%. During the Biden administration, the historic inflation was not on imported goods or related to tariffs that President Biden put in place. It was related to, frankly, services, healthcare, education, et cetera. So I think there's not really a one-to-one on tariffs and price effects, and so many things go into price. I know you think I'm probably like dodging and weaving on this, but I'm looking at data, sir,
yeah,
and the data shows it's not one-to-one.
I know you're smart enough to know that the likelihood is that prices are going to go up for the American people as a result of the tariffs that you put in place. Do you disagree with that?
Oh,
I mean, when you say that the American, in your testimony, that you expect the American people will bear the burden, or that, and I'm sure they will bear any burden on some level. But what do you think that burden is actually going to look like?
Well, I think the challenges, frankly, are going to be more for companies that are largely dependent on imports from China and Asia, where they have to adjust their supply chains in a quick set of time. Yeah. And the way the tariffs get allocated between the foreign producer and the importer, that's where the majority of
and we have a bunch of those companies in Colorado, and I know that Osprey Packs, for example, they probably don't want me to mention them, but I will. And in Southwest Colorado would be a very good example of that. I mean, they are very dependent on the supply chain from Vietnam, and they probably are really worried today about what's going to happen, which a lot of people are. I mean, I think one of the things about the situation we find ourselves in is the degree to which we've now created huge uncertainty in our economy, and I'm worried that that is going to result in a lack of investment, capital investment. You mentioned some new investments that have been made in our economy, but I think that anybody knows anything about the economy knows that uncertainty results in people freezing up, a paralysis, a lack of investment, which is going to make it hard for our economy and may actually provoke a recession. Could you comment on your concerns about that and how you're thinking about that? And I have one more question before I'm out of time.
So Senator, the best way to have certainty is to build in the United States, right? That's the best way to have certainty.
But that's going to take a long, long time. And what's going to happen in the meantime, do you think?
So, Senator, we have, I would say, dilly-dallied for years on this issue. We've done these, broad studies, which are interesting and helpful that we saw come out of the Biden administration.
Right.
But we have to act. I can't sit for 3 years and try to find.
I hear you. I hear you say that. But you could have made a different choice, which was to strategically target a geography, to strategically target Beijing, strategically target certain industries where, all industries in America weren't affected at the same time. You didn't make that choice. I mean, you're in the midst of having trade negotiations with 90 different countries at the same time by your own testimony, all of whom can make their assessment, I assume, these are sophisticated people, about where the pressure points are on you, where the pressure points are going to come for us to not necessarily get the best deal because we're spread all over the globe negotiating every one of these agreements at the same time, rather than a more strategic approach, which would have had the benefit of giving us, I think, a much greater degree of certainty about where we were headed. Obviously, you made a different choice, and I'm just curious about how you think about your responsibility. How you think about that.
So I would note, and I think it's thoughtful to think about things in this way. If you look at the results of the reciprocal tariff, the Western Hemisphere generally is at the lowest tariff rate. If you look at where we have our largest problems with non-reciprocity and deficit countries, it's mostly in Asia. And so you do actually see pretty strategic outcome with respect to promoting production in the Western Hemisphere, as opposed to where we have all this overproduction in Asia that's given rise to our current problems on trade.
I would just say in closing, Mr. Chairman, that's true. What the ambassador said is true, but it still doesn't, I still cannot fathom why we are treating Canada and Mexico, our largest trading partners, basically the same way we're treating Beijing. It doesn't make any sense to me. It makes no sense that we would do it all at the same time like that. And we're going to have to stay on it, which is why some of us have introduced legislation to make sure that Congress begins to take its appropriate role again in making these very important trade decisions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Lankford.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you for the work that you're doing. You've got a lot on your plate, and appreciate the focus right now on this. Let me come from a perspective of a lot of Oklahoma farmers and ranchers and manufacturing folks and retail folks, and quite frankly, folks that sell to retailers that are in Oklahoma. They've got several questions that they've actually sent to me pretty quickly, so I want to be able to bounce a few of those. The goal of this is to do more trade internationally, that the United States would be able to manufacture here or produce here and sell more internationally, and that we would have that opportunity to have increased market access. Is that correct?
So, Senator, I think that's accurate, because when we're trying to get down a deficit and have more production here, necessarily part of it is making sure we're not getting too many imports that are driven by unfair trade practices, but also promoting our exports overseas.
So then right now there's a lot of negotiations going on. There was a lot of questions for several days whether we're negotiating or not negotiating. I'm hearing from you pretty clearly today. We are open to negotiate. We're trying to be able to establish better trade agreements to be able to move forward. Do you have any timeline on certain countries or places that you have set internally to say we hope to have negotiations complete by this point? Obviously, negotiations can extend as long as they have to, but is there a timeline you're dealing with?
So the president has indicated that he's willing to negotiate with parties that want to pursue reciprocal trade with the United States. We don't have any particular timeline set on that because, as you pointed out, Senator, the outcome is more important than setting something artificially for us. What I can say is I'm moving as quickly as possible. And a lot of these countries are moving very quickly, and we're working on the weekends, we're working at night as folks want to engage on this. Now, I will say, I know you want to ask something. The trade deficit has been decades in the making, and it's not going to be solved overnight.
Right. Yeah. Everyone understands that well. And everyone that I talk to is grateful that we're actually attacking the trade deficit issue and try to be able to bring down barriers to trade. They also want to get a timeline. Let me give you, for instance, I've got an Oklahoma company that several years ago spent millions of dollars to be able to move out of China. They moved into Vietnam for production because literally there was what they're producing, the parts were not created in America. So they were looking for other places to go. They spent all the money, spent all the time, shifted out of China, got to Vietnam and established there. Now they're saying we've got giant costs in Vietnam at this point. So they're going to have to renegotiate with every single retailer that they sell to, which is going to take a lot of time to be able to do it. What they're trying to be able to figure out is, do we hold on those negotiations and try to renegotiate with Walmart and Target and Costco and everybody else they're going to have to renegotiate with? Or do they press on with those negotiations now? If things are going to get resolved soon, they can pause. If they're not going to get resolved, they're going to have to renegotiate every contract again to try to figure out which way to go. So the time piece does matter to them.
Senator, I understand completely. And Vietnam is one of those countries that understands that it is, frankly, one of the major targets of this action, because their trade surplus with us is so lopsided. I think it's every $15 they export to us, we send them, $1, and they remain closed to our exports where we can be in competitive agriculture, et cetera. But they've come to the table with an offer, right? We didn't go out and say, please come talk to us. They beat down our door and they want to talk about it.
I don't anticipate that we're ever going to have equal trade with Vietnam. We're a much larger economy than they are, but bringing down the trade barriers would be helpful so that they would accept American products to be sold there. I think that's beneficial, but most countries in the world are never going to buy as much as we're purchasing because we just purchase a lot more from there. Another issue has come up about garment manufacturing. Obviously, this is a challenge. We'll have different pieces that are bought from different countries. We don't have a lot of garment manufacturing here in the United States. For those garment manufacturers that are here and for others, some in Oklahoma, they're asking me about exclusions and exceptions and how this is going to be handled to say, we can't buy it in America. This is the only place that's actually manufacturing it. I know long-term, the hope is to be able to have a more diversified, but in the short term, they don't have another option. How do you plan to handle that?
Senator, the president has been clear with me and with others that he does not intend to have exclusions and exemptions, especially given the nature of the action. If you have Swiss cheese in the action, it can undermine the overall point, which is to get rid of the deficit, achieve reciprocity. To my point earlier to Mr. Bennett, the Western Hemisphere countries have a much lower tariff than many of the Asian countries, and I've heard from textile manufacturers for many years that they would love to have a situation where Western Hemisphere textile and garment manufacturing is more competitive, and maybe we're setting up the conditions for that.
So in the short term, there's no exemptions that are coming on it. So for companies that are currently buying from Asia at this point, whether it be for textiles, whatever it may be, the goal is to be able to push them out of Asia into the Western Hemisphere, or where do they need to go at this point?
Well, the president has been clear again that he's not doing exemptions or exceptions in the near term. My own sense is, given the tariff differentials between Asia and Western Hemisphere, I think people can start making decisions based on that.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks, Ambassador Greer, for being here. Just to sort of frame our conversation, tell me what a negative externality is.
This is something you and I like to talk about.
Yes, we do.
This is a situation where you have a foreign country where perhaps they have actions such as poor environmental regimes or lax labor laws, and they don't bear the cost of that. Instead, they send their goods that are the product of these processes where they have lax regulatory regimes. They send it here, and we end up bearing this. They externalize these negative externalities to us, and we have to bear it, and our workers have to bear it, and we don't compete on a level playing field.
So two things are wrong with this. One, the customary negative externality is pollution. And to the extent, for instance, on an issue I've done a lot of work on in bipartisan fashion, plastic in our oceans. Now it's in our drinking water, it's in breast milk. I mean, we've really gone down a very weird pathway with respect to plastics. If China, for instance, is responsible for dumping 60 or 70% of the plastics into the Pacific, then that's a harm to us, correct?
Yes, I agree.
Because it's a commons, the ocean, and we suffer from that. And then if the Chinese company is exporting their goods to the US, and that Chinese company has a lower cost for its product because it doesn't have proper pollution control with respect to plastic, and the US company does, then that's an unfair trade imbalance, correct?
Yes, I agree with that.
So two things are wrong when we get into the situation of foreign countries allowing pollution that our companies pay to prevent.
That's right.
And that's an appropriate place for tariffs to be deployed to offset that trade imbalance and help protect the commons from this particular tragedy, correct?
I think trade action can be appropriate. And when the president announced his reciprocal tariff regime last Wednesday, he specifically referred to pollution by other countries in his speech. You may not have listened to it, but you may want to go back and listen to that part because that's very true, and I agree with you.
Well, it might be the only place in which the administration shows the slightest interest in pollution, so good for that. The issue of plastics is, I think, a pretty significant one. Again, there's been a lot of bipartisan interest. I even went up to the Oval Office during Trump 1 to have one of my bills signed by the president, and he gave a very animated riff on Asian countries polluting our beautiful oceans and how it comes ashore very often in Alaska by the ton along their beaches. So I hope this is an area we can continue to work together. And in particular, I hope that you'll sit down with me and Senator Cassidy on legislation that we are working on. Will you give us that meeting?
Senator, I'll take any meeting with you that you would like to talk about this issue. And
Great.
I'd like to
Well,
also
we'll
let
sit
you
down with Senator Cassidy's team and have a conversation there. The other thing I wanted to flag for you is that you pretty well successfully deflected all of Senator Bennett's questions about what the immediate impact looks like in the short-term pain for the long-term gain. I just want to flag for you one issue that is very important to me. Rhode Island is a small business state, right? We don't have a whole lot of big mega corporations there who can balance things and move things around. Canada is our largest trading partner. We have companies who fill an important niche in the global supply chain, and particularly in American companies' supply chains, because they get something from Canada, or let's say China, could be, but Canada's our major trading partner, and they process that thing, and then they put it into the supply chain for the larger corporate entities. That's their business. That's all they've got. So if we're not looking out for these small businesses that are actually going to have to lock their doors and close the shutters and fire their employees and go out of business, I think you've missed a huge hole in the problem that these tariffs have created. If all you're listening to is the big mega corporations who can move things around the world and have the resources to dodge these effects, you're not getting the straight story. I think in every one of our states, there are going to be small businesses that occupy a niche in which trade is an important factor and that are going to go bust because of these tariffs. And I urge you to look out for those businesses because I don't think they're getting their voices heard at all.
So, Senator, I've talked to you about this. I've talked to Senator Hassan about this and others. One thing I asked my team to do last week was to convene a meeting of I have a trade advisory council for small business. I've asked them to convene that meeting. I've connected with the Small Business Administration. They have an international trade desk there. I have an office that also deals with small business because I do want to hear it. I think it's important that we hear it because they don't have the same voices in Washington. I will say right now, Canada and Mexico, things coming from Canada and Mexico that comply with the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement come in duty-free. They continue to do so if they follow the rules. If they don't follow the rules or are trying to put in Chinese stuff that's going to be tariffed. But if they follow the rules, they're going to be getting the duty-free treatment they're due.
Well, a small business that has gone broke is not very amenable to a meeting. They don't exist any longer.
Senator Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member. Good morning, Ambassador Greer. Thank you for being here. Before I start with a couple of additional questions about the impact of these tariffs, I want to associate myself with Senator Whitehouse's comments just now about the impact on our small businesses, particularly those who are critical parts of supply chains for some of our larger corporations in the country. As you know, Canada is our biggest trading partner too, and we are already seeing the impact of these tariffs with our small businesses, especially in our tourism industry, which is being decimated because Canadians are not coming down to New Hampshire the way they usually do. Let me ask you about a couple of other things. President Trump's tariffs have made almost everything that families buy more expensive. The president imposed a 10% national sales tax on all imports into our country and an even higher sales tax on imports from more than 50 countries, including our allies like Canada. This is the largest tax increase in over half a century, and it's going to cost the average American family $3,800 a year. Their morning cup of coffee will cost more, so will new shoes for their kids, and so will fresh fruit. So my question to you, Ambassador, is how much revenue from the president's national sales tax will be used to give tax breaks to billionaires?
So, Senator, as you know, any kind of tariff revenue that comes in to the United States government, it goes to the Treasury, and Congress will decide what happens to that money. Obviously, the president wants to have a very competitive tax policy that's good for everybody. That was part of why he had such a successful economy in the first term, is he married trade action with good tax policy to have $7,000 an increase in real wages over that time.
Well,
That's what we're looking for.
let's be really clear. The president, besides the contradictions in the way he talks about the purpose of his tariffs, the president's made very clear that he sees tariffs as a way of increasing revenue. At the same time, he's working with the majority in Congress to give additional tax breaks to the wealthiest people in the country at the expense of working people who are going to be paying more for everyday goods they absolutely have to pay, goods they were hoping were going to cost less, given the president's campaign promises. But of course, he isn't keeping to those campaign promises as prices continue to go up. Now, the president's national sales tax is increasing prices for families. It's also causing huge losses in Americans' retirement savings. Ambassador Greer, would the administration reverse course if the president's tariffs led to 10% inflation?
Senator, the president is fixed in his purpose. This trade deficit and the offshoring and loss of manufacturing jobs is something that's persisted for too long, and it's dangerous.
I understand your justification for the policy, even though there are some very contradictory justifications coming out of the administration. But my question is, what's the inflation rate where you guys would reverse course? 10% inflation that I just asked you about, that is higher inflation than we saw at the peak of the COVID economic crisis. But you aren't going to say here today that you would reverse course even if you created inflation as high as we had at the peak of the COVID economic crisis.
I think the most serious inflation we saw was during the Biden administration. When we did tariffs in the first term, inflation went down. I just don't, it's not going to be a one-to-one. Inflation about how much money you're putting into the supply.
Well, let's just be really clear that the Trump administration is here today to say that even if inflation hits Americans' pocketbooks at 10% because of these tariffs, then the Trump administration is still going to go charging ahead. So, Ambassador, would the administration reverse course if the president's tariffs caused a 50% stock market crash, which would hurt Americans' retirement savings even more than they've been hurt in the last 10 days or so?
Senator, the fundamentals of the economy are so strong. We had 228,000 jobs last month. We have 9,000 additional manufacturing jobs from
So
from the month
again,
before.
your answer is even if the stock market crashes 50%, which is how much the stock market crashed in the Great Recession, you're not going to say here today that you would reverse course even if you crash the stock market and harm retirement savings as drastically as happened during the Great Recession in 2007.
Senator, your hypotheticals are not consistent with the history we have seen with the use of
My
tariffs.
hypotheticals are based on the fact that a lot of Americans are looking at their 401ks today and wondering how much of a lifestyle change they are going to have, or whether they're going to be able to retire when they plan to, because of the recklessness and haphazard nature of the Trump administration's imposition of tariffs. Nothing was thought out about this. This has been a haphazard, incompetent effort, and it's showing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Cassidy.
Hey, Mr. Greer, thank you for being here. When I speak to my rice people and my shrimp people back home, they say that the tariff barriers and the subsidies by other countries for those products are so much that it is putting some of our shrimpers and some of our rice people either out of business or in incredible financial binds. And so the fact that the president is attempting to address these as well as the non-tariff trade barriers is incredibly important. Let me first say that. But I also hear from my producers that the mean tariff being selected to apply to a country may not account that for rice, for example, the tariff is much higher for that particular product, and that it is not adequate to address that which is taking place. Any thoughts on that, and how can we have something more particular for products which are really over tariffed?
Yes, thank you. And I appreciate that concern, and the tariff rate applied to many of these countries, again, was a countrywide rate. It wasn't product specific. My sense is if countries come to us and they expect to have some kind of a different plan, they will need to change these things, right? And they will have specific products, specific barriers that they would have to address, right? Or else, the president, again, he's fixed his purpose. He wants to see production back here. He wants to see our agriculture producers doing well. And these countries just have to have reciprocal trade with us. And that means taking care of the types of barriers and tariff rates you're talking about.
So it sounds like you, one of the things I think they want to know is that since shrimp might be a relatively small part of trades with some of these countries, that the interest of, for example, shrimp will not be sacrificed in part of a greater whole.
No, I think, and I saw a really interesting article today in the New York Times on shrimp. You may have seen that, where the tariffs have actually given a bit of a lifeline to these shrimpers. And I think that, if there's going to be any kind of change to any of this, and I'm not going to prejudge that, we have to make sure that our industries are protected adequately, so we don't go backwards with the deficit.
Let me ask, in the President's America First trading policy, there's several sections relating to free trade agreements and how they will be evaluated. Senator Bennett and I are working on an America's Act, which would be a hemispheric trade policy, which would have several purposes. One, to strengthen those ties. Secondly, to keep the Chinese from making the incursions that they are absolutely making throughout the hemisphere. Some are calling the Caribbean a Chinese lake. And so this would allow us to push back upon that. Can you share anything regarding the analyses of the free trade agreements we have within our hemisphere, and then specifically on countries like Argentina who would like an FTA with our country?
Certainly, I would say that we are first and foremost focused on addressing this emergency and the reciprocal tariff action and implementing it appropriately. With respect to relations in the hemisphere, any kind of trade arrangements with these trading partners, I think, need to be coupled with strong rules about third countries. What I don't want is a situation where these countries are using, their export platforms to incorporate content and goods from, China or other Asian countries, where we have a real issue with our deficit and offshoring of manufacturing. I would expect any kind of changes to these arrangements to be accompanied by changes in rules of origin to ensure that the United States and U.S. workers are really benefiting from these agreements.
So nothing from an FTA in general, but the specific of where it's being used to circumvent the intent of the FTA is the concern of the administration.
Yes, that's certainly a huge concern. And again, the president wants to see factories back here. The most certain way to not have a tariff is to build your factory in the United States. If people want to use other countries and insist on that, then we want to make sure that they're not using that to arbitrage for higher tariff jurisdictions to use them as an unfair export platform.
Let me ask you this. Louisiana has some of the largest ports in the nation by tonnage. And all the commodities going from the Midwest flow through my state, going out to the world. Earlier, USTR proposed imposing like $1 million for every vessel built in China. And I'm told that if the Koreans have a fleet of 50 and 5 of the ships are built in China, then the $1 million would apply to all 50, not just to the ships that are built in China. Now, that would clearly impact a ship coming to the United States to offload. If you will, impact my ports and the ability of our goods throughout the nation to move through the Mississippi. Is USTR going to hang by that or considering modifying that? Can you kind of give us any idea about that?
So to address the lack of shipbuilding in the United States, USTR's proposed actions are just those. They're proposed actions. They're a series of potential remedies that could be used to incentivize shipbuilding in the U.S. They're not all going to be implemented. They're not all going to be stacked. We've asked for a lot of input, and we've had hearing on that. We've collected comments. We've reviewed it. I've met personally with certain stakeholders during that time period. And I think the president will look very carefully to make sure that we have the right amount of time and the right incentives to create shipbuilding here without impacting our commodity exports.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Senator Cortez Masto.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador, as USTR's chief of staff in the first Trump administration, you oversaw the negotiation of the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, the USMCA, and the renegotiation of the Korea-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, the KORUS. President Trump signed both of these agreements. He called the USMCA a colossal victory, and KORUS a historic milestone. And yet, with President Trump's new blanket tariffs, he is ripping up these agreements with our allies that we negotiated with. Why would any country want to do business with us, much less negotiate a trade deal, if we don't even honor our ongoing agreements?
So, Senator, we are the consumer of last resort. These countries have to sell here. They have, many of them, especially in Asia, have built their entire economies around exporting to us. They're very dependent on it. And that's part of why we have this huge trade deficit. With USMCA, those parties continue to enjoy duty-free treatment for many of the products that continue to comply with the rules that were set out 5 years ago. There's a big concern, Senator, that we did not have adequate other protections to stop the flow, particularly of like autos into the United States.
But there was a process for you to renegotiate that agreement this year. We talked about that in my office. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And it wasn't to do these blanket tariffs, correct?
What we have to address is an emergency, Senator.
That's true. And you should be honest. At least as you sit here, as you were in my office, be intellectually honest. Now, let me just ask this, because this is also true. And I so appreciate my Senator Langford asking this. Time matters. How long did it take to negotiate that agreement, the USMCA, that you were part of?
We did it at breakneck speed. We did it in about 2 years.
2 years. And now you're telling us you have nearly 50 countries coming to you, approaching you to enter in a negotiation. And you think that you can do that overnight?
India.
Man, you're pretty superhuman here, if that's the case. So let's be realistic. That's all we're asking. Common sense and realism here, Ambassador, as you sit here before us. And let me talk about something else that is really important for my state. And I think this entire country, because this administration is forgetting that we have $1 billion economy when it comes to tourism into the United States. People know Las Vegas. My state is Nevada. We rely on tourism to our state, and now we're seeing an impact because of these tariffs, not just from Canada, but I am hearing from so many that are in the tourism and kind of leisure industry. We are seeing impacts because now this $1 billion industry of international tourism is having an impact on our economy. And this is a service industry. Let me just say this. I'm kind of offended by your testimony today that says we must accept self-inflicted economic pain, and I quote you by saying, to become an economy based on producing real goods and services. What does that mean? What does that mean to my service industry and every service industry across this country that relies on tourism and travel? That is the backbone, really, of part of our $1 billion economy. What do I tell them? That they just have to suck it up? That they're not really part of this real services? That you have another idea for the jobs that they should engage in? What do I tell them?
Oh, Senator, of course, those are real services. The whole,
So what are you
the
doing
whole
about the
sentence,
impact
the whole,
about, what are you doing about the impact of international tourism and now these blanket tariffs having a negative impact? What are you doing to address that?
the whole sentence, Senator, said that we need to get away from government spending as funding our economy and financialization, and we need to move to real goods and services, including the tourism you're talking about.
So
It's
what are you doing
incredibly
to impact the
important.
negative impact of tourism right now?
Well, one thing I'll say is we can't have the status quo, right? I keep hearing that we should have, essentially what I'm hearing is we should have the status quo. We should keep the $1.2 trillion trade deficit that Biden left us
I'm
with.
asking you,
And I don't think that's adequate.
what are you doing in this administration to address now the impact that you're having with these blanket tariffs, not targeted tariffs, blanket tariffs on international tourism? That is a big impact to our economy. What are you doing to address that?
Well, Senator, as we're talking to all of these countries, we are talking about services. We are talking about making sure that, we can export services to other countries. A lot of those that we export are, we have
Well, let
digital
me say I only have
services,
so
all
much
kinds of
time, and
trade.
apparently you're not. So here's what I would like, because you haven't thought about this, and the administration hasn't really thought about it, because I haven't heard anybody talking about tourism. So why don't you come talk to me in my office, and let's talk about and put a plan together, because these blanket tariffs are having an impact on tourism in my state and across the country.
Senator,
So
I'm happy to
instead
come
of
talk
just
to you.
defending it, why don't you just come sit down with some of us and try to address the concerns that we are seeing and feeling in our states that this administration has not taken into account?
I'm happy to come speak with you. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Grassley.
Ambassador Greer, thank you for being here. I've made very clear throughout my public service that I'm a free and fair trader. The Constitution gives Congress the authority to regulate interstate and foreign commerce. I believe that Congress delegated too much authority to the President in Trade Expansion Acts of 1962 and Trade Act of 1974. That said, I support President Trump's agenda to lower tariffs and non-tariff barriers other countries impose on American goods. I support President Trump's agenda to get a better deal from China and other countries for our farmers and manufacturers. In fact, even back in 2003, I sent a letter to the Chinese Minister of Commerce at that time, pointing out China's failure to live up to its WTO obligations. And then I went further in 2018 when I was on Senator Daines' Codell. I told top Chinese leaders I made a mistake supporting China in the WTO. That's why during the first Trump administration, I was supportive of President's agenda to get fair trade with China. At the time, I raised alarm bells when tariffs are used. We all know agriculture is usually the first place of retaliation. In response to Chinese retaliation to tariffs, the first Trump administration set up the Market Facilitation Program for farmers, which gave direct payments to farmers affected by the tariffs. This helped farmers weather the short-term impact of trade retaliation. But as you know, farmers still overwhelmingly want to get their money from the marketplace and not from a government check. So far in this administration, we've seen even more sweeping tariffs, with some countries already retaliating agriculture, including China. I have been very vocal in my wait and see approach to these tariffs because I believe President Trump and you, Mr. Ambassador, are using them to get fair trade for Americans with many countries. If that's not the case, level with me. So to help farmers in the meantime, instead of relying on payments from the government, I'm going to give a suggestion that you don't have much to do with, but the administration could move very quickly to increase RVOs on the renewable fuel standards so that farmers get more robust domestic markets for their crops. And one place to start would be where the Biden administration came up short with RVOs, only 3 1/10 billion over a 3-year period of time on biodiesel. to make that 5.3 as far as you can see into the future. That would very dramatically increase soybean prices. So my question to you is, in the medium to the long term, do you plan to turn these tariffs into trade deals to reduce tariffs and non-tariff barriers? I support that. On the other hand, if the purpose is to stall on negotiations in order to keep tariffs high for the sole purpose of feeding the U.S. Treasury, I oppose that. So is this administration for trade reciprocity or for Treasury replenishment?
Senator, thank you. And thank you for your years of service on the trade space. And you're one of the deans in this area. It's important to understand the sense of the emergency that we're facing and urgency with the need to reshore and do manufacturing here. It's incredibly important to the president. Yesterday, he stated very clearly that he is happy to engage in negotiations immediately with countries that believe that they can help us reduce our deficit and get rid of the non-tariff barriers and the tariffs that affect that. I think the answer, Senator, is it's going to be country by country. There are going to be some countries where they're not able to address their non-tariff barriers or their tariffs or the deficit fully, and there will be others who I think will be able to do that, and where the president will have the option of making a deal with them. So we're certainly seeking reciprocity. Now, if we have the tariff on a country, there's obviously going to be a revenue effect, but we need to reshore manufacturing. We need to get rid of our agricultural deficit, and we need to make sure that if countries are going to trade with us, it has to be on a reciprocal basis.
Senator Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Greer, good to see you. You and I have had many conversations about trade. I think my question this morning, though, starts with the consultation that Congress deserves on trade issues from the trade ambassador. And what did the Trump administration do to prepare us, to communicate with us, to tell us about findings as it relates to these emergency orders by the president?
Thank you, Senator. As you know, I find consultation requirements very important, and not just as a requirement, just a matter of good practice. Our staff, the USTR staff, in the past 2 months that we've been in office, have had over 200 formal engagements with staff on the Hill, obviously here in the Senate, also in the House. The day of the reciprocal trade announcement, we had our staff also up here briefing your staff. And we also had the president issue very publicly his America First trade policy memorandum, which specifically said that he was going to look into the trade deficit and the possibilities of tariffs.
So we've wreaked havoc on the economy by having one of the largest drops of the market. We have people's 401 in panic. We have retail organizations like the Retail Industry, National Retail Federation, American Apparel Industry, Outdoor Association, Consumer Technology, Computer Communications Industry, Main Street Alliance, Small Business Majority, all anxious, asking us to do something. And you're saying, well, some people passed some notes to staff. What the requirement is, and this is where I believe the president has misconstructed and actually exploited this authority, is not communicated to us, nor these interest groups that are now panicked over the effect of tariffs. So I would say that the skill set of a USTR office or even a Treasury Secretary could have opened these conversations with these countries without the tariffs and saved a lot of people a lot of pain and anguish. I worry that this trust issue, because I have a different worldview, that we should be building alliances as a way to counter China, that the alliance building process now will become harder. And people are going to wonder, well, is the United States going to pull another fast one again and just wreak havoc? When in reality, countering China with a tech NATO or something like that is a more powerful tool. Do you have a comment about that?
I do, and I think we do need to be thoughtful about this. I think what we can't do is wait. We have had many times in past decades when we have had real robust trade disputes with our partners. Japan in the 80s and early 90s over cars, semiconductors, and they ended reshoring a lot of those factories here. And it didn't make us less of a security partner to Japan. I think we can have these conversations like friends do. And that's what the president said yesterday. He said, listen, China's trying to retaliate. They're taking different path, but for others who want to have
I
meetings,
want to
we'll
reclaim my time
negotiate.
for a second because I only have 5 minutes and you have lots of time to answer lots of questions for members. But you can see all my colleagues, we are thoughtful people with specific issues about our constituencies. I just met with raspberry growers. They're concerned. They want to know if they're going to get some seat on a council so they can have their issues heard. I'm for trade. I represent trade. I represent a trade economy. I represent the success of what innovation and trade gets you. But you're coming here this morning with this not only tanking of the market and 401s, now you're coming here telling me that tariff is the tool. And I'm telling you innovation is the tool. You're telling us in your testimony you want a tariff on semiconductors. I'm saying that the last administration and this organization here passed the Chips and Science Act so we could reshore semiconductors here in the United States. So you're not going to win the innovation economy by tariffing semiconductors and reshoring that. I don't know what you think. I'm not trying to get the semiconductor. I want to lead on next generation semiconductor manufacturing because I'm pretty sure I'm sitting next to the Intel ranking member here who's going to tell me if we don't lead on semiconductor manufacturing and semiconductor next generation technology, then we're not going to be leading in defense or in AI or in anything. So I want to innovate my way to that future, and I want to use the alliance power of different countries to force China and other people to follow us instead of this berating of the American consumer who has to pay the price for this policy.
Senator,
Mr. Chairman.
TSMC has announced a new announcement where they're going to have more investment here in the United States so they can make those things here and have that innovation.
Thank you, the people who voted for the Chips and Science Act in the past administration. Thank you for that. We are going to lead on innovation despite this administration.
Senator Warner.
Well, Ambassador Greer, it's good to see you. And let me, first of all, completely agree with Senator Cantwell. I mean, I just don't get it. The fact on semiconductors, while you gave a small exemption, you didn't exempt GPUs, you didn't exempt lithography equipment, you put a huge hit on Taiwan, where we need collaboration with the TSMC. I'm baffled. I mean, you're gonna hear from me what I'm sure you're hearing from most of us. Incredulous about, I think, probably the worst economic policies that I've seen in my lifetime. And the data reflects that. A global tariff of 10 to 50%, on almost every worldwide country. Although I will note from my Republican colleagues, you'll be probably glad to know that Russia didn't get a tariff increase. I believe that when all these global tariffs go into effect, I think most of them as of midnight tonight, tariff rate will be approximately 23%, highest since 1909. I believe that'll translate into the largest tax increase since 1968. We've seen the numbers of about $4,000 per family cost. Since Inauguration Day, more than $11 trillion has vanished from the market. And I will acknowledge that we got a little blip today, but I just talked to one of the senior folks in Wall Street, and he described today's market as a good day in hospice. I wouldn't use his name because there are no good days in hospice, but that's kind of how I feel. And again, I know you guys are supposed to know more than all of Wall Street, but when every firm says, we're going to see increased chance of recession, and I've met you, Ambassador Greer. I think you're a smart guy, but I don't think just because this is the way Donald Trump wants the world to be for the last 40 years that he can simply will it into happening. In my state, the Port of Virginia accounts for $124 billion in trade. That amounts to about 500,000 jobs. Those are all up for grabs now. We got 800,000 small businesses in Virginia. These tariffs are going to wallop them. I had last week a guy in from a local brewery in Alexandria. The owner's name is Bill. He's got a triple whammy. He gets his Pilsner from Canada. He gets his bottle caps from Mexico. He gets his kegs from Germany. So already, even in advance of these all kicking in at midnight tonight, he's laid off 10% of his staff. Even if the president flips on all this, he's not bringing folks back. I mean, candidly, I had another guy in from who makes bourbon and sells a lot to Canada. He thinks it'll be a cold day in hell before the Canadians start buying American bourbon again, simply because our trust relationship has been broken. So I guess the first question I want to give, I'm trying to figure out what would be a question that maybe folks haven't asked. Let me ask you on this one. Australia is one of our strongest allies. We have the AUKUS relationship, which is key to their national security. It's key to our industrial base, so we can continue to build subs. Terribly important. Interesting thing with Australia is we have a free trade agreement with Australia. We don't have tariffs. We even have one of the few industrial countries, we have a trade surplus with Australia. So Ambassador Greer, can you explain to me how it helps America's national security or our trading balance when we have, and I loved your fancy Greek formula, which was basically bad math on steroids formula, how with the trade surplus, with this strong relationship, Australia got hit with a 10% tariff as well?
Senator, Australia has the lowest rate available under the new program. They ban imports of American beef.
Ambassador, excuse me. There is a trade. We already have a free trade agreement. We have a trade surplus. So getting the least bad, why did they get whacked in the first place?
We're addressing the $1.2 trillion deficit, the largest in human history that President Biden left us with. We should be running up the score in Australia.
Ambassador Greer, answer the question on Australia. We have a trade surplus with Australia. We have a free trade agreement. Why? They are an incredibly important national security partner. Why were they whacked with a tariff?
Senator, despite the agreement, they ban our beef, they ban our pork. They're getting ready to impose measures on our digital companies.
With your Greek letter formula, the fact that we have a trade surplus.
We have a global tariff on everyone. We're trying to address the $1.2 trillion deficit that Biden left us with.
I think that answer, sir, you're a much smarter person than that answer. The idea that we are going to whack friend and foe alike, and particularly friends, with this level is both, I think, insulting the Australians, undermines our national security, and frankly makes us not a good partner going forward. The lack of trust from friends and allies based upon this ridiculous policy that goes into full effect at midnight tonight is extraordinary. I go back to what the market believers believe today is happening. A good day in hospice. I'm afraid if we keep these tariffs in effect, we're looking like an economy that will be in hospice. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Daines.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Ambassador Greer, welcome to Capitol Hill. I share the President's determination to end these unfair trade practices, whether they are tariffs or non-tariff barriers. I hope we can avoid an all-out trade war. A trade war will mean higher prices for the American consumer, because I think we could do a little thought exercise at the moment. Who pays these high tariffs? In the short, medium term, it will be the consumer. It'll be the consumer. And so I'm worried about the inflationary effect. I'm worried if there is a trade war, that we're going to have markets shutting down for American farmers, ranchers, and manufacturers. I'll give you an example of that here in a moment. But I'm encouraged because the President's announcement has gotten the attention of a lot of countries. I was encouraged to see Kevin Hassett this morning talking about negotiation occurring, looking at President Trump's latest posts on Truth Social, the fact that we've got Koreans now coming to the United States, literally dispatched to engage with us to lower these barriers, tariff and non-tariff, the Japanese, and some 70 countries now that want to come and work and address the issues of the barriers for American companies, American producers doing businesses in their countries with 95% of the world's consumers outside the United States. Critically important. So this is very encouraging. I think that's in part why we're seeing the rebound today in the equity markets, because there's hope that these tariffs are a means and not solely an end. And if that's the case, I think we're on a really good path with this kind of tough position we're taking to actually solve some of these problems in barriers in trade that have been lingering for decades. And President Trump is taking bold leadership to address it. And I'm hoping for a good outcome. My hope is this is a sign of things to come, that these countries will offer major concessions and make historic trade deals with President Trump. Ambassador Greer, I encourage the administration, encourage you to use this opportunity to secure better terms with our partners, with our allies, to protect and grow American jobs, to grow access for our American farmers, our ranchers, our manufacturers, and American families. 3 weeks ago, I was in Hanoi and met with General Party Secretary Do Lam, the highest ranking official in Vietnam. And then I went to Beijing and met with high ranking Chinese officials, including the Premier Li Qiang. I carried President Trump's America First message directly to these leaders. I spoke with Premier Li Qiang and demanded that China stop the flow of the fentanyl precursors into Mexico, the United States, and Canada. I raised concerns about developments related to the expiration of registrations for beef processing plants here in the United States and some non-science-based barriers which has impacted Montana and U.S. beef exports. I want to remind you that in 2017, I went to China. I carried some steaks from a Montana rancher, Fred Wacker of Miles City, Montana. We met with the premier. In fact, I had one of your predecessors, Rob Portman, then the senator from Ohio and a former USTR with me. I had Senator Barrasso with me, Senator Kennedy with me. And as a result of that meeting, 30 days later, they lifted a 14-year ban on U.S. beef imports into China. Let me talk about what that has meant so far. This is the largest beef export market in the world is now China. For U.S. producers of beef, in 2021, we shipped $1.6 billion of beef. Keep in mind, the 2017 number was $31 million. It was $2.1 billion in 22, $1.6 billion in 23, $1.6 billion in 24. But here's the concern. That's been shut off now in the last 3 weeks. March exports of beef to China, U.S. beef, declined 92%. So the valve is shut right now for U.S. beef producers. My question is, what can we do to hold China's commitment to U.S. beef and other ag imports, which are so critical right now for U.S. producers?
Thank you, Senator, and you've always been a leader on this, and I appreciate that. China, of course, needs to take down their barriers. It's been a persistent challenge with them, and they like to use economic coercion, and they have their own method of doing things. But my hope would be is that they turn back on this course of action. I think President Trump is focused on making sure we have the right program in place, that we're dealing with partners who are going to be respectful and achieve reciprocity with us. And I think a lot of this is going to be up to the Chinese on how forward-leaning they want to be on having fair trade with us. I'm very sensitive to this issue in particular, and I want to make sure we open up beef markets other places too, so we don't have to be dependent on just one market.
Yeah. Well, Ambassador Greer, I'm encouraged by the negotiations that are going on as we speak with Japan, with Korea, with some 70 countries who want to now reduce their tariff and non-tariff barriers. This could be absolutely a monumental moment in trade for the United States, and Godspeed.
Thank my colleague. Next is Senator Young.
Good to have you here, Ambassador Greer. And let me just begin by commending you. You've been very accessible as we've tried to get some clarity on exactly trade policy and where we're headed and how we expect counterparties to move and all the rest, you return my phone call immediately, and your team's been in touch with mine. So just that speaks very well of you and the Trump administration, because this is creating some anxiety, this current tariff posture among some of my constituents. On balance, I would say most of my constituents are supportive, and they recognize that some turbulence might be required in order to end up in a better spot and reset trade relations. I think one of the things I'm hearing from constituents back home is that trade retaliation doesn't fall on everyone evenly. It has a different impact on a New York tech firm than it might have on a Hoosier soybean farmer. And I hope that's something that's being factored into your analysis as you think about how foreign countermeasures could impact the American economy generally, and then in terms of particular sectors and parts of the country. So unpacking those trade-offs for the American people, I think is going to be very important moving forward. In Indiana, rural communities and export-driven manufacturers oftentimes feel the consequences, and they feel the consequences first. So, Ambassador Greer, is USTR actively mapping out which sectors and regions are going to bear the brunt of certain retaliatory measures and thinking about contingency plans?
So, Senator, thank you for your concern. And I know this is something that we all watch. I watch it very closely. The president watches it. Whenever there's any kind of announcement of proposed retaliation, we look at it very closely. We look at the tariff lines. We look at what might get hit. The good news so far is that most countries have said they're not going to retaliate on this, and that they would like to seek to talk to us first, find out more about the program, what they can do to meet our goals, which, as you know, we're dealing with an emergency in terms of manufacturing and our trade deficit. And so that is what most countries have chosen to do. My sense is that if there are some countries that choose to retaliate regardless of our need to address this emergency, our hope and expectation is that countries will do what they've said, which is bring down their tariffs and non-tariff barriers to provide better markets and alternative locations.
Well, as I communicate some of the impacts in my state to your office, and as I know you and your team review this, I hope you will you'll keep those considerations in mind as you develop your negotiating priorities.
Yes, we certainly will, and look forward to continued collaboration with you.
You know, in other areas of federal policy, we have clear metrics or criteria to measure success. We do it in social policy. We do it with respect to education policy, test scores. We do it in defense policy. We try and measure readiness and through various metrics. But in trade policy, especially tariffs, we seem to lack a clear set of metrics and a feedback loop. Does USTR have a formal process to evaluate whether these tariffs are actually achieving their goals, whether that's reshoring or market access or reciprocity, some metrics associated with that? I'll let you speak to that, sir.
Senator, as we've stated, the underlying basis for this action is the national emergency arising from the trade deficit. President Biden left us with a historically high $1.2 trillion trade deficit, which we understand and know to be driven, at least in large part, by non-reciprocity. And so when we're looking at whether that emergency is abating or being affected, is we're looking at outcomes. Certainly, if other countries are bringing down their tariffs and their non-tariff barriers, that's a good indicator. That's the right direction. We also want to make sure that the trade deficit is going in the right direction. And that means two things. It means we have better access and we can export more to these other markets, but it also means that they're not using us as a dumping ground for their overproduction or their subsidized products. And so it goes both ways. And so it's a country by country analysis. We're looking at it case by case. They come in and talk to us on a country specific basis where we can articulate to them what their trade barriers are, right? I've got this big book with all the trade barriers, what their non-reciprocal tariff rates are, and what we expect in terms of fair trade.
Well, thank you. I'm already over time. It's amazing how quickly we go through this, which is why I really appreciate that direct line to you and your team. I should also mention that we heard from Secretary Bessent to discuss tariffs the other day as well. We'll be in touch. We want to work with you on critical minerals policy, on digital trade policy, and many other areas that I know are your priorities as well, and President Trump's priorities. And thank you for your ongoing efforts to bring more clarity to the markets and to our businesses and farmers so that we know exactly what lies ahead. Thank you.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. Mr. Ambassador, welcome. So you're hearing a fair amount of agreement from the Finance Committee here. First of all, I think there's agreement that we recognize that America's been very generous in opening up our markets. Our trading partners have taken advantage of us. We don't have fair trade. But I think you're also hearing that our constituents rely on trade, and they're going to be harmed by it. So I handed you 10 case studies. And by the way, for the 10 that were willing to go public, probably got another 50 that were concerned if they went public that they may not get the exclusions. Now, I'm somewhat disappointed to hear that the exclusions of some of these things are being ruled out at this point in time. They're very specific situations that I think you ought to consider exclusions for, because I don't often agree with the members on the other side of the aisle, but in many cases here today, particularly when they're expressing concern about small businesses in their states, I'm hoping you're and I hope you and the president are very sensitive about companies potentially going bankrupt by these actions. Again, we want fair trade, but I hope you recognize, tariffs are double-edged sword. I would argue a somewhat blunt instrument. A question I have for you: there's no doubt that we have offshored some very crucial products, pharmaceuticals, high-end semiconductors, rare earth minerals. Do you have a list of what those products are that we must, in some way, shape, or form, reshore?
Thank you, Senator, and I appreciate the communication we've had, and I've received your letters, and we'll take a close look at those to make sure we're incorporating feedback as we develop the policy. You'll note in the action we took last week, there were certain sectors that we excluded from the tariff action because we think they need their own investigation and consideration, whether it comes to tariffs or other actions. This includes semiconductors, it includes pharmaceuticals, like you're talking about, certain metals like copper, and also critical minerals. These are areas where we have to reshore. We need to be able to think about the best way to incentivize this. There are things we can do as the executive branch, and there are things that Congress can do, and especially with the tax bill coming up. I think these are the kinds of things where we need to create the right incentives.
You're not using tariffs with pharmaceuticals and semiconductors or rare earth minerals.
So right now they're not subject to a tariff.
Because you want them brought in here because they're crucial. There are other products that are also crucial that you are applying tariffs to.
So we are doing investigations right now, and we're considering with respect to pharmaceuticals and semiconductors. The president's been very clear about this. He said it several times, because tariffs are a tool that can be used to create incentives. What we can't have is the status quo. The status quo has not worked.
Do you believe a trade deficit is just per se always bad?
I think the situation, what we have, Senator, is a large and persistent trade deficit. In normal economic structures and normal markets, you would have a deficit one year that's, or a surplus one year. But what we have is a structural, persistent and growing deficit.
And as a result, offshore some crucial
Yes,
products.
that's a big part of it. Yes,
but
sir.
do you want to onshore, for example, very high labor content products when, by the way, we're pretty low unemployment rate? I mean, when I went to college, 5% was full employment. We're at 4.2. I've been in manufacturing since late 70s. You couldn't hire enough people in manufacturing back then. Situations even got worse. So I would argue that I'm far more concerned about our budget deficit of $2 trillion. And I realize the trade deficit, we have problems with that. But I think a bigger problem is we don't have enough workers. So are you factoring that into your calculation in terms of what you're actually trying to accomplish? I mean, all for bringing back these crucial products so that we don't have national security issues with the things that we can't manufacture. But again, I don't want to bring back high labor content. Now we want to diversify our supply chain. It's bad to have that all in China, as we saw certainly with PPE, but a diversified supply chain around the world, because I think trade is a win-win situation. It should be. What are your comments on that?
So I think when it comes to workers, so first of all, we have about 2 million discouraged workers, right? And these are folks who should come off the sidelines for sure. I think the factories that are being built and will be built in the United States will leverage both automation and workers, right? I don't think we're going to have lots of, it's not the kind of labor that's done in some of these other countries. I think our folks are innovative, and the newest factories use a lot of automation, but also workers and people who make the products that the industrial robots that contribute to that automation. But I mean, I think we need to be in a situation where we have production here, right? We need to think not just in terms of quarterly earnings, but in the next century, and how do we set up the American economy now? How do we deal with the emergency now to make sure we can produce far into the future?
Again, I would ask that these case studies be entered in the record. And I just really ask you and the President, focus on the products we actually need, as opposed to using this broad instrument. There's going to be an awful lot of collateral damage. People are already feeling that pain. So I hope you're sensitive to that.
Without objection. And Senator Tillis is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ambassador Greer, thank you for being here. Back in the 90s, I was in management consulting, and there was a new platform that came out that promised to transform the business industry, ERP. Some of the early attempts at implementing the system proposed an a la prima approach. Let's do it all at once. Let's change the plumbing out. Let's get it all in, get it done, rip the Band-Aid off. It proved to be hugely unsuccessful. There were a lot of very visible projects, and the industry decided there needed to be a methodical sort of prioritization of what parts of the business needed to perform better sooner, and how do you layer onto that a comprehensive strategy. It looks like we've got a novel approach here in terms of an a la prima approach. I'm not a trade expert, and I'm not going to question it at this point. I do have a question about, at the end of the day, the other thing in management consulting we like to focus on is this concept of one throat to choke. In other words, when you're finally taking a look at a strategy, someone has to own it, and you can't say that it's the president or the vice president. So my first question to you, in this scenario, the decision maker who decided the a la prima approach, who has obviously had to have spent time anticipating what we saw in the markets and some of the pushback, I'm assuming this all got gamed out because it's a novel approach. It needed to be thought out. Whose throat do I get to choke if this proves to be wrong?
Well, Senator, you can certainly always talk to me, but
are you at the tip of the spear?
Well, I'm at the tip of the spear for certainly.
Did you propose the a la prima approach?
So first of all, I would push back, Senator, just a little bit on this. For now, we've excluded pharmaceuticals and semiconductors to take a different kind of approach.
So let's make it.
And we've excluded USMCA.
Section 232 and 301. We know particularly Section 232 is still on aluminum. Section 301 is Chinese imports, where there's no other provider. I overheard you say that maybe, or I thought I heard you say in response to another question, that for the near term, there won't be any exclusions. Is that true of China, where they have said the U.S. is unilaterally bullying and completely groundless, and they're going to fight to the end? Are the 232 and 301 tariffs exclusions on the shelves until we get to a reasonable agreement with China? I'm just trying to answer a question that I have several people in North Carolina asking.
So the president, again, is the final decision maker on all of these things, and he has directed that there not be exclusions or
There will not be any exclusions on steel, aluminum, or any products that are only manufactured in China for the foreseeable future until China determines what the end is, because they said they're going to fight to the end. Again, I'm just trying to communicate questions that I've asked. So there will be no exclusions. Yes. I won't waste your time asking for them. That's the main reason I wanted to ask the question. So again, I'm just trying to get my head around the logic of an a la prima approach, and I'm waiting to be. I'm waiting to see it be successful. But it just seems like we've decided to begin a trade war on all fronts, and that's okay if the person who thought this through has an answer for why you go after partners that we have a very long storied relationship with. Maybe we give some developing countries a break because we're trying to actually get their economies functioning, make them look to the West versus to Chinese investment. So it just seems like I'm getting my head around the alla prima approach. I'm not condemning it because I'm not a trade expert, but I still, at some point, and I understand that you are the trade rep. So if you own this decision, then I'll look to you to figure out if we're going to be successful. If you don't own the decision, I'm just trying to figure out whose throat I get to choke if it's wrong, and who I put up on a platform and thank them for the novel approach that was successful if they're right. But here's what I'm really worried. I'm not going to ask any more questions. I'm just going to tell you, every time we talk about people having patience, we need to understand that the founding fathers made damn sure that that patience was never more than about 14 months, really. Everything that we need to do to know what the political environment is going to be about next year, it's going to be done by February of next year. So in your mind, do you believe that over the course of the next 14 months, we're going to have a level of certainty, and the people in the trailer park that I grew up in who are going to bear the brunt of some of these short-term cost increases, maybe some job displacement for a period of time, how are they going to be feeling Groundhog Day 2027 or 2026? Do we feel like the majority of this will be resolved and I'll be able to thank whoever thought that the alla prima approach was a good idea? Because that's about the timeline we've got to work with.
Well, Senator, these people who voted for the president is the same situation I grew up in. You know that.
I agree. But let me just finish here because I don't want to get in the way of my colleagues. Yes. I'll be 65 in August. Every day, 11,400 people celebrate their 65th birthday. That's 4 million a year. So there, let's say from 60 to 65, people look at their 401k statements. They did vote for President Trump. They voted for me. I hope that they will again in both cases. Well, maybe not the president, but I intend to run for re-election. I'm just trying to figure out if they're going to feel good about this, because a long-term play in American politics and long-term play in American policy, public policy formation, is about 12 months from the beginning of an administration. I wish you well, but I am skeptical. Thank you.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Senator Crapo, and welcome, Ambassador Greer. So seems to me that President Trump has started a big trade war, and the war is with everyone on multiple fronts, with allies as well as adversaries. I think this is a little bit of what Senator Tillis was getting at. It feels really indiscriminate and chaotic, and apparently we're still just in the early days of this. And I just need to tell you that Minnesotans are freaked out. Farmers who are experiencing, you and I have talked about this, one of the worst farm economies in the last 25 years are looking at lower prices and higher input costs. Minnesotans who work on the Iron Range, which is the source of 80% of the iron ore that goes into American-made steel, they want fair trade. They want us to stand up to illegal steel dumping, but like 500 of them have been laid off because demand for American cars has been slumping. I mean, I could go on in every sector. Consumers are freaked out. This looks like a giant sales tax to them. Retirement stock market plummeting, and it's very hard for people to understand what is going on here. So what I want to do is to get an understanding from you of what you see as the goals of this war that we're in, because at various times it's been described as goals to raise revenue, to stop fentanyl trafficking, close trade deficits. So is the goal here to raise revenue for the federal treasury?
Senator, this is not a trade war. We have, most countries have said they're not going to retaliate. We have an underlying emergency. The goal of this, of the trade deficit, where President Biden left us with a $1.2 trillion trade deficit, and the goal is to address that, and the offshoring that led to that, and the non-reciprocal treatment that led to that. That's the goal. Certainly there's a tariff revenue effect. If the countries do not do this, then they will be subject to the tariff, and we'll have tariff on foreign goods instead of American-made goods.
So, okay, so if the goal is to close trade deficits, then that would mean that the tariffs are a negotiating tool here. Is that right? Is that how you see it?
So the
or are you
tariff,
trying to use them to?
well, it can go both ways, Senator. So on the first, we've talked a lot about negotiations, because a lot of these countries, they have closed off markets to our exports in unfair ways. They've done it for decades, and nothing has persuaded them. Sitting down, talking nicely hasn't persuaded them.
But if you were trying to, so I'm all for fair trade. And I'm all for the idea that if somebody is not trading fairly with us, if they're not giving us fair markets, then we need to have a strategy to go after that. But yet this is a blanket approach. It's an across the board approach, which is going to contribute to raising costs. And that's why it just feels, I think, so chaotic to people.
Well, the trade deficit is a global issue. So you can't just, if you're trying to get the trade deficit, you can't just pick one or two countries and say, we're going to do this and become Swiss cheese. Like that would not be coherent. What's coherent has a global approach to what's a global issue, to take these countries, country by country, figure out how we can address our trade deficit with them and address trade market barriers with them. And that's the right approach. And that's what's happening. That's what the president's directed.
But I mean, as Senator Warner was pointing out, I guess it's a floor, you could call it, a 10% tariff, even with countries where we have a trade surplus. And by the way, this formula that the administration used to assign this so-called reciprocal tariff it just seems so arbitrary. I mean, where did that formula come from?
It's straightforward and it's common sense. It came from White House economists, and they proposed that looking at a country's trade deficit is a good approximation of the net effect of the unfairness of the higher tariff rates, the higher trade barriers, the unfair trade practices, the dumping, the subsidies, all of that. And that's how you can capture that.
Well, so would you adapt that because it's based on 1 year, and of course, trade surpluses, deficits can vary quite a bit from year to year. Would your plan be to change it if you get new yearly data? And then that would suggest, I guess, that the tariffs would be in place for a long time.
Well, we need to assess. Again, I think it becomes country by country. We have the baseline 10% to make sure there's no arbitraging of different jurisdictions. And all these countries that are subject to the highest rates, most of them have already come to talk to us about how to get it down. I mean, we have to take this step by step. We have to take it country by country to address these issues. The status quo just won't work anymore. And we can't do it piecemeal. I'm not arguing for the status quo,
Ambassador. I'm not arguing for the status quo, but I am questioning the rationality of this policy that it's so chaotic, and it seems so arbitrary. And it seems so internally inconsistent because, for example, if your goal is to onshore manufacturing, something that I think many of us on this side of the dais believe strongly that we need to be making things in this country again, but then that would suggest that these tariffs need to be in place for a very long time, because what capital wants is consistency and stability and predictability. Yet at the same time, the administration seems to be arguing that we would be, waiving some of these tariffs if we could somehow magically negotiate, 50 new trade agreements with 50 different countries. I know my time is up here. I wanted to ask you a question about trade adjustment assistance, which I will follow up as a question for the record. But again, I think that my constituents are freaking out here, and I understand why. Thank you.
Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for holding this hearing. Now, Mr. Greer, it's been less than a week since President Trump started this, what I'll describe as a reckless tariff war. It certainly feels that way. Families are seeing higher costs. Businesses across the country are hurting, and we've seen one of the worst drops in the stock market in over 35 years. Do you believe that there's currently higher costs a week after the president put these tariffs into place?
Senator, we haven't yet seen how those costs are going to be allocated between the foreign producers and their importers here. We haven't seen the data on that yet.
Do you believe businesses are hurting a week after President Trump put these tariffs into place?
I've heard from a lot of businesses. Some of them are excited about the prospects. Some are concerned because they're import dependent instead of U.S. product dependent. So I know there are varying views on this.
Let me ask this question, because this one's based completely on fact, on something I think you look at every day. You probably have some of these numbers in your phone that I'm guessing might be in your pocket. Have we seen one of the worst drops in the stock market in over 35 years?
We've certainly seen volatility.
Have we seen one of the worst drops in the stock market in over 35 years?
I think, and Senator Warner talked about
We'll move
this.
on. If you don't want.
Well, I know everyone's concerned about Wall Street, and I'm just concerned about Main Street and getting these jobs back.
Okay, let's talk about Main Street, Mr. Greer. Last time you were here, I asked if President Trump's trade war would hurt New Mexico businesses and families. You dodged my question. You told me, quote, I can't guarantee economic outcomes. When I pressed you, you told me that you want me to, quote, you asked me to, quote, hear from me on what the impacts of these tariffs are. Well, Mr. Greer, I'm here to tell you today, New Mexicans are hurting. I understand why you would not guarantee that New Mexicans wouldn't be hurt, because you probably knew what I thought then that we now see today, that this is hurting people back home. Now, I want to ask you the same question again. Yes or no, will President Trump's tariffs harm New Mexican businesses and families?
Senator, I just don't think they will. Right now, you have duty-free trade with with Canada and Mexico, where they comply with the rules, where they have U.S., Mexican, and American content. I mean, this is designed, and I would hope that being a border state, this is something that you find valuable, and that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to incentivize production in the United States. We want North America to be competitive, and this is. We can't have the status quo. We have to have a situation where we have manufacturing here, where we have foreign market access for our producers, and we want New Mexico families and companies and communities to prosper.
Mr. Greer, do you agree with President Trump that families are going to have to feel a little pain?
I'm not going to speak for the president.
I didn't ask for you to speak for him. I know none of you have the courage to stand up to him. What I'm asking you, Mr. Greer, is do you agree with what the president said about these tariffs, in that people are going to have to feel a little pain? That's my question.
If we have companies that feel pain because they're adjusting their supply chains, have more American product made by American workers, that's an adjustment we have to make to prepare for the future. We can't keep doing the same thing we always did. And if companies are having trouble adjusting their supply chains, which I'm very sensitive to, this is something that we have to deal with. We can't do nothing for 4 years like we saw under Biden, where there was just nothing going on trade.
Let me ask the question a little differently. Yes or no? Do you agree with President Trump when he said families are going to have to feel a little pain?
Of course, I agree with the president.
Thank you very much.
But I expect that the jobs we see for manufacturing is going to far
short on
outweigh
time,
anything.
sir. So look, economists are predicting that Trump's trade war is going to cost American families about $4,000 per year. I disagree with your assessment now, and agreeing with Donald Trump that families should feel pain. When I asked you about the economic impact of families back home, you said, no, they're going to do great. Things are going to be wonderful. New Mexico should be appreciative of all these things. I guess pain is the kind of relief that you believe that families should be going through. I mean, it is what it is. As I've been saying to my colleagues here, I understand the outcome of this last election. Donald Trump is now the president of the United States. He won the election. My Republican colleagues in the Senate won the election. They control the votes in this chamber. They control the votes in the House. That's why we're seeing these budget resolutions. All I'm saying is own up to what you want to do. You want to do it. Just be honest with the American people about what's going on. I appreciate the time today, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The same economists who are crying out now were the ones who said we were going to crash the economy, and Trump won. We put tariffs on China, and real median household income went up for Americans by $7,000. Inflation went down, unemployment went down. So we have history showing that we know how to use this.
Mr. Chairman, since Mr. Greer went on, I will just follow up again. Then help explain the pain that people are feeling today with your assessment of what Donald Trump said, that families should feel some pain. That's all okay with you all?
Senator, we're not going to be in a situation where we keep allowing Wall Street to run the economy. And as we're making that transition, companies
you know what, Mr. Greer,
will need to adjust.
Go spend a little time at the grocery store talking to some of my constituents back home. I'll take you around. We'll walk around. We're not going to give anyone a heads up. You just go do it. And let's see what the regular folks back home are doing, including the people that come and talk to me that say they voted for this president. This is not what they stand up for. Farmers and ranchers are getting the short end of the stick from USDA, where these grants are being cut, and they say, oh, no, it's because we don't want to give people food. Baloney. You're cutting the lifeline for these farmers and ranchers as well, in addition to what's happening with these inputs with tariffs. Look, you all are a lot smarter than I. I'm just a regular person back home. I'm one of them.
Senator Warnock.
That's the difference between you and I, sir.
Senator Warnock.
Thank you very much, Brother Chair. Since President Trump announced his tariffs last week, the stock market has dropped more than 10%. We've talked about that. I'm more concerned about the impact on ordinary people. This for me is a regressive tax. It's a tax on families who are already dealing with increasing costs and are trying to figure out how to make their lives work. I heard you say, Mr. Greer, that you don't think this is that we're in a trade war. And I respect your expertise on trade, but tomorrow the Trump administration will implement its reciprocal tariffs, which means businesses and families have had less than 1 week to plan for the largest tax increase in more than 50 years. So we are escalating. And so we can go back and forth about whether we think it's a trade war. I'm focused on how this is impacting families. Normally when tariffs are being discussed, businesses and industries have time to plan. And the government often provides an orderly and clear process for American companies to apply for exclusions from tariffs when it's not possible for them to sell a product without importing parts or all of it because no one manufactures it here. We all know uncertainty is the worst thing for business. I'm hearing this from farmers. I'm hearing it from folks in the manufacturing sector. So I hope we can provide some certainty. What should a multinational retailer do about their products made only overseas or that contain parts only made overseas? We're seeing this in our automotive sector in Georgia. Should they just raise their prices on families to account for the new tax? Or is there a process for that company to reach out to the White House for an exclusion?
So Senator Warnock, the Section 232 on autos is a Commerce Department action. One thing they've done is they have said that they would be willing to give some kind of a credit for U.S. content in parts and components, and they can approach the Commerce Department about this. It's not a decision I'm making, but I know that this is one alternative. I'm mindful, when I hear this, obviously we're sensitive to these dynamics, but it just reminds me that we lost 5 million manufacturing jobs over the last 20 years. And that's part of the reason why we're in this situation now. And we just have to bring those back. So it's important to bring them back now before the situation gets worse.
But the question is, what do they do? Do they pass that price on to consumers?
Well, what we've seen is Ford and GM, for example, have announced actually that they're giving discounts. That was the big news last week. Last Thursday, they'd be giving discounts going forward. These companies often are going to figure out how they allocate costs among themselves, and it rarely gets down to the consumer in one-for-one
So the
basis.
company might figure it out, I think,
Well, they can approach the Commerce Department to talk about the credits.
Let me
they
go
can get.
smaller. Last week, my office met with Angela Hawkins. She's the founder of Bamboo, a small business in Atlanta that sells bamboo-based sleepwear and sheets, particularly for people with severe and sensitive skin allergies like her husband. Angela's products are made overseas because you can't really find bamboo fabric made in the United States. What should Angela do? Pay the new tax, raise her prices, and risk losing customers? Or is there a process for her to apply for an exclusion from the Trump White House?
So, Senator, the president has said that in connection with this action, he's not going to have exclusions or exemptions beyond what's in the program already for certain products.
So she'll just have to figure it out.
She'll have to work with her business partners and find about sourcing, and
she'll have to either raise prices and risk customers. Basically, is the answer, right? Because she can't get bamboo here.
It will depend on the tariff rate. Every country has a different rate, and some are much lower than others, and so they're
she might even go out of business. Let's go even smaller. Early estimates show that President Trump's tariffs will increase the cost of goods by $3,800 for an average American household. Many critical baby goods like cribs and baby gates are produced abroad or made or have foreign-made components. I went through this not long ago as a parent of young children. For an expecting family in Augusta, Georgia, who may now see a 50% price increase for that stroller or car seat, what is the process for that family to apply for a White House exclusion? I guess if the business owner can't get one, they can't get one either, correct?
So there's not an exclusion process. That's right.
So they would just bear the cost.
Well, I think the studies you're talking about, the economists, they got it wrong in Trump 1. They said there was going to be inflation because of tariffs, and it went down. So when I hear them now saying the same thing, I just don't trust what they're saying. And that's, the fact of history shows that it's not a one-to-one. The highest inflation we ever saw was under Biden for housing and education and healthcare and all of these things. And it was, and I don't know where everybody was then when that was skyrocketing by 20%.
What if their child is potassium deficient? And now bananas are more expensive. Last I checked, we don't have the climate to grow bananas in the United States. Who should that family reach out to the White House for an exclusion for that price hike on those bananas?
Well, again, as we've discussed, there's not an exclusion process. I think we've waited too long with the status quo. I know people want the status quo. They want the trading system that Wall Street likes, but we can't have it anymore.
So here you and I agree. Nobody wants the status quo. This economy is not working for working families, for ordinary people. And I would submit that what the President did last week in such a reckless and sudden way is adding even more pressure on these families. Thank you so much.
Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Donald Trump is single-handedly driving this economy off a cliff. With no evidence to back him up, he's claimed emergency authorities to slap new tariffs on nearly every product we import from nearly every country. But Congress has the power to reverse these tariffs, and we should do so immediately. Tariffs can be a tool to help build things in America, but Trump has slapped tariffs on, then off again with no rhyme or reason. And the uncertainty about the long-term rules makes companies far less likely to invest in manufacturing or jobs here in the United States. If Congress doesn't stand up to Trump, economists predict a recession before the end of the year. And Fed Chair Jerome Powell says we're in a real danger of, quote, both higher unemployment and higher inflation. Translation, Trump's tariffs will push millions of workers out of jobs and push prices up at the same time. So, Ambassador Greer, we've heard a lot of conflicting statements about whether these tariffs are here to stay, how many more rounds of on-off we're going to do. So let me ask the question from a different perspective. Ambassador Greer, we lost 700,000 jobs each month in the last recession. If 700,000 Americans lose their jobs, will the Trump administration suspend these tariffs?
Senator, I think the economists who are making these projections, who often are in favor of fully unfettered free trade, are the same ones who said in the first Trump term that putting tariffs
Greer,
is something that's going to happen.
Let me just
Senator.
stop you there. I'm not asking about projections. I'm asking if the numbers show that 700,000 people have lost their jobs because of these new tariffs that Trump has slapped on. Will the administration reverse course
Senator,
and lift those tariffs?
Senator, that's not going to happen. We've lost 5 million manufacturing jobs over the years, which is the number I'm most worried about, and we have to get those jobs
So
back.
I take that as a no. Let me try another one. Moody's says that if the Trump tariffs remain in place, we will definitely plunge into a recession, which will ultimately cost 3.5 million Americans their jobs. So, Ambassador Greer, if Trump's tariffs push 3.5 million people out of work, will the Trump administration reverse course and lift those tariffs?
Senator, the Wall Street analysts are wrong. They never want to have any kind of
I'm not
change to the
asking if
status
they're
quo.
right or
But that's
wrong.
who you're quoting to me,
I'm giving
Senator.
you a number. If the number is 3.5 million, if it never comes to pass, you don't have to worry about your answer. But if 3.5 million people lose their jobs because of these tariffs, is the Trump administration prepared to lift them?
Right now, this minute, we're working on negotiations with countries who believe they can achieve reciprocity with us and get their trade deficit down. And that's the emergency we're focused on. There's not going to be a situation where years from now we've lost millions of
Let me try one
jobs.
more time. If Trump tariffs push workers out of their jobs and raise prices, as Fed Chair Powell has predicted, will you reverse course then?
I think also with respect to Chairman Powell, who I don't know personally, but I know the president makes decisions on trade and he rarely takes advice from Chairman Powell on this. We found in Trump 1 that you could put tariffs on China and you could make it work and have lower income, lower unemployment, lower in inflation, and increase real median household income over time as we reshore. And that's what we have to do, Senator.
What I'm hearing you say is that no one can hear a rhyme or reason to why the tariffs are off again, on again, off again, on again. But what you're telling us is the fact that hundreds of thousands, even millions of people could lose their jobs and that prices could go up will not be a factor for you or for Donald Trump for rolling those tariffs back. Look, if Republicans are serious about protecting American jobs and fighting inflation, then they can join Democrats right now to pass a resolution to fix Trump's reckless tariffs. This economy is teetering on the edge of collapse. We have the power right here in the Senate and over in the House of Representatives to take this authority away from Donald Trump. We can get this voted on. Senator Wyden and I have already are about to introduce the bill to do that. And if Republicans are serious about not playing the red light, green light with tariffs, but instead about protecting our economy, our families, our jobs, and keeping prices low, then Republicans should join us on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Welch.
Thank you. You know, there's a place for tariffs on China. Targeted tariffs make some sense. What is being rolled out and the way this is being done is so destructive and so reckless and so irresponsible that it's creating nothing but economic chaos, uncertainty, and suffering for a lot of people. These are really disastrous for Vermont. I just want to go through this question of how do these roll out? You did not set, as our trade representative, the tariff rates on all of these countries that were on display when the president announced them, right?
Senator, the president made a decision on how he wanted to have the tariff set. And the economic cabinet advised him on that.
Right, but you did not set like the 50% rate on Lesotho.
I personally didn't, no.
Yeah, can you explain how that makes any sense?
So the way that the methodology works is the emergency we're talking about is premised on the trade deficit, which we think is well, I'm trying to explain the methodology, Senator, if you want to hear it.
This has got to get concrete because this has real impacts on everyday people. So the rhetoric about what the goals are when the rollout is so in conflict with achieving anything other than economic downturn, how did the 50% rate on Lesotho be decided?
So when you have White House economists who assess the trade deficit.
But you had no role in it?
Well, I certainly had a role in it. Everyone was advising the president on how to do this.
Tell me why I came up with 50% for Lesotho.
Well, I'd like to tell you, Senator. So when you look at a country's trade deficit, we believe that captures some of the unfairnesses, and you have to have a uniform methodology. You can't be arbitrary or capricious.
I'm going to keep going because Lesotho does diamonds in, you know.
I'm happy to talk more to you about the methodology.
There is, I mean, my sense is there is no methodology. I asked ChatGPT, and basically they came up with some formula.
Well, that's not true.
Well, here's how it looks. Donald Trump just got fed up and said, what the heck, we'll just go with this formula that makes no sense. Number two, the issue of these tariffs. Now, the phone is ringing off the hook at the White House from countries wanting to get a break, right?
They want to talk about how to have reciprocal trade with us and how to get that deficit down.
That's right. So here's the structural issue that is really alarming to me, and I hope to all of us. We are using these tariffs, or the president is using these tariffs from going from an economy that's based on competition to one that's based on access. You know, in a competitive economy, your product, your service determines the outcome and how well you do. In an access economy, it's who's got Donald Trump's number, who's got your number, who's got Lutnick's number, and you call up and you get a break. That's an access economy. Is this going to be the arbitrary authority of the president to decide, yes, we'll cut the Vietnam tariff, and no, we'll sustain the tariff on Lesotho?
The way this works, Senator, is we have longstanding relationships with trade officials in these foreign countries, and they work with our staff, our career staff, and they develop, if someone comes to us with an offer, we review it, we analyze it, and we present it to the president.
They're calling the president. I mean, you've got Donald Trump as president, basically picking and choosing winners and losers, and who knows on what basis. That's not a trade regime that anybody can count on. That's something they can game if they know you, they know Lutnick, they know Donald Trump. You know, that I think was what Senator Warnock was asking about. We've got farmers on the border with Canada. They get their grain. It's going to be 25% hit. We've got consumers whose electricity bills are going up because of retaliation from Canada. Can they make a call to you, to Howard Lutnick, to the president and ask for relief?
Well, we certainly talk to all kinds of constituents. We talk to labor unions, we talk to civil society, we talk to business. I would say with Canada and Mexico, they receive duty-free treatment for things that follow the rules of USMCA. If they bring in Chinese content and send it down, they won't get a break.
Let me tell you the frustration I have. there is a place for targeted tariffs to help us and also to push back on unfair trade practices. I support that. That's not what this is. This is utter chaos, arbitrary and willful on the part of the president that is setting up a dynamic where he picks winners and losers rather than companies compete to do the best they can and have the benefit of good work and a good product. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Senator Barrasso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, appreciate you being here to answer questions. Look, I'm concerned from Wyoming and for workers across the country. I'm worried that foreign competitors continue to use unfair trade practices against the United States, against our workers, against our producers. These practices threaten our economic security, our prosperity. We want a safe and prosperous nation. Workers in my home state and across the country are paying the price. So can you just talk a little bit about how you determine if foreign trade and economic practices constitute an emergency for our country? And I just heard our previous speaker talk about asking Chat GPT. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to ask you, how is it that we determine if foreign trade and economic practices constitute an emergency for our country?
Thank you, Senator. In the first instance, when the president declares an emergency, he has to consider where there is, the conditions that may impact national and economic security. And so for him, he took a look at our trade deficit, which was the largest in human history under President Biden, 1.2 trillion. And we looked at what the effect of that was. And it includes loss of 5 million manufacturing jobs, loss of 90,000 factories, loss of competitiveness with China in advanced technology. And then we looked at what are some of the causes of the trade deficit. And certainly there's currency manipulation, there's other currency factors, but also non-reciprocity in trade, barriers overseas, whether tariffs or non-tariff barriers that keep us out, unfair trading practices like dumping and other things that push things into our market, or subsidies or state-directed economies. And so those are the things we look at. And then when you move to the countries, obviously it's common sense to have a baseline to make sure there's no cheating and that we can get at the deficit broadly based, and then to have a higher rate for those who have who pose the biggest challenges in terms of the trade deficit and unfair practices.
Thanks. Could I ask you about nuclear fuel? And, for decades, America led the world in uranium production. Today, there's virtually no commercial enrichment capacity. We're dangerously dependent on imports from other countries. Congress took a strong stand by banning Russian uranium imports. We're now seeing a troubling shift with increased uranium imports coming from China. And we think it's the uranium from Russia going to China, which they then sell to the United States. So we've simply replaced one adversary with another. This poses to me a serious threat to our national security, to our energy independence. Wyoming has the resources and the workforce to revive American uranium production. But what we know is that subsidized foreign uranium from China and from Russia threatens to undermine our domestic industry. Well, you're going to support efforts to end uranium imports from China as we continue to try to build our U.S. nuclear supply.
Senator, I'm happy to talk to you about that and the best way to implement that kind of action.
Great. Market access for Wyoming beef. Our ranchers are seeing what you recently did, what the president has recently done, and say it's about time. I know you heard a lot about market access today. Just specifically discuss market access for American beef. It's our number one cash crop in Wyoming. Our ranchers produce some of the highest quality beef in the world, yet our beef faces significant barriers in key foreign markets. So I do appreciate your office's efforts to document the numerous barriers that unfairly block American beef exports. For example, Thailand imposes a 50% tariff on American beef. The European Union's numerous, quote, Green Deal restrictions limit market opportunities for our ranchers. Australia's barriers prevent the sale of a safe, high-quality American beef. They've sold $29 billion into our country. We can't sell a hamburger there. So Wyoming beef producers have felt the direct impact of these unfair trade practices, and I say it's our number one cash crop. What steps do you see being taken now to open new markets and ensure fair access for our beef around the world where we've been blocked?
So, Senator, as everyone knows, we have a lot of countries coming to talk to us right now who want to have more reciprocal trade, get their trade deficit down. And obviously part of that is making sure we have access for products like beef, making sure we're exporting products like beef. I've talked to the Australians about this issue. It's always surprising because they're a great partner for us globally. This is a big issue with them. Southeast Asia as well. These are things that are on our list when people come to talk to us. It's something we've recorded for years. And we expect countries to change this.
Great.
Thank you. In terms of critical minerals, we sit on vast deposits of critical minerals in Wyoming, essential for our national security. Our state has significant reserves of rare earth elements. You know, what, are there some trade initiatives that you're taking right now that are going to pursue to counter China's dominance in the critical minerals world, both in terms of production as well as refinement?
Yes, well, I know, for example, this is at the Commerce Department, but I know they're considering whether they need to take some kind of an action and looking into potential Section 232 investigation of critical minerals to know, how we can get that here, how we can get processing here in our near abroad, how to make sure we're not dependent on China for those things.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today. I know you have had a busy week, and we appreciate that and appreciate what the president is trying to do for the broader economy. And of course, it is encouraging to hear that we have 70 countries that are coming in to negotiate tariffs and some of those non-tariff barriers that have existed. So we're grateful for all that work. I do want to ask you about some of the foreign governments using bogus environmental regulations to really sideline American businesses. And the EU's new deforestation regulation is a great example of this, imposing excessive reporting requirements that would shut out Tennessee pulp and paper producers from foreign markets. And also, we're seeing some of these foreign governments actually seize U.S. assets under false pretenses. And last year we had a company, Vulcan Materials, which declined to sell its Mexican port to the government. So armed forces came in and took control of that, citing environmental licensing requirements. And this is a pattern of regulatory abuse, and it keeps our companies out of the global market. So how are you working to protect these U.S. businesses and to deal with these foreign governments who are weaponizing their bogus regulations to restrict the market access?
Well, Senator, I always find it troubling when countries use these kind of measures as a protectionist measure. Our companies, whether they're making here and exporting or going elsewhere to produce in other countries, are always the cleanest and most responsible, always. And we should always have the best treatment under those kinds of regimes. So with respect to the two examples you noted on the Vulcan issue, I've raised this personally with Mexican trade officials. And with respect to the EU forestry regulation, my understanding is right now it's a little bit on pause while they themselves look at it and take a second look. And I talk to my counterparts in Europe frequently, and this is something where I want to make sure that they're treating us appropriately under this law, not discriminating against us.
That's wonderful. If I could get in writing from you an update on the Vulcan port issue, that would be helpful also.
We're happy to do that, Senator.
Thank
Yes.
you. I want to talk about digital trade because President Trump really has shown great leadership when it comes to digital trade. And that was a part of the negotiations on the USMCA. And it really gave us a very robust and ambitious digital trade chapter. And the provisions, including cross-border data flows and data localization, are critical to facilitating strategic U.S. initiatives across a broad range of industries. And we have an opportunity now to build on this digital chapter. So, and I think that could really pave a way to add other provisions on critical issues such as AI, such as quantum computing that we are dealing with. So how could you use this digital trade chapter that we have in the USMCA to expand that globally as we look at negotiating new trade agreements?
Well, I think it's important to understand that our companies, our digital trade companies, are the most competitive in the world. They're the most effective in the world. And what we don't want is a situation where they are retaliated against or they're discriminated against such that their Chinese competitors actually take up market share. I mean, that would be a disastrous situation. And so as countries come to us and want to talk about how to have more reciprocal trade or better trade actions, I would expect that we want to make sure that they're not discriminating against our technology companies. And we want to make sure we have a level playing field so we can have the appropriate market access that we want, and whether we do that in formal trade agreements or just in commitments from these other countries.
Well, and as you know, digital trade is important to Tennessee.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're looking forward to that. Non-tariff barriers are something that get mentioned quite a bit as we're talking to companies. I know Vietnam has several non-tariff barriers, and we've seen this in the USTR's National Trade Estimate report. And we had a record high deficit with Vietnam in 2024. And in part, that's because Chinese companies are using Vietnam to transship. So will you work to ensure that any possible deal with Vietnam, because I know they've been first to the table to try to negotiate for a zero tariff, but we want to make certain that whatever is done includes provisions that will not allow China to reap the benefits of working with and shipping through Vietnam.
I agree with you 100%, Senator, whether it's Vietnam or others. If they think they're going to have some kind of different rate, it can't be one that gives preference to a third country like China, where they can just take advantage of it or use it to circumvent what we're trying to do. I agree with you 100% on this point.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Greer, thanks for being here, and I enjoyed our conversation in the office last month. Let me begin by saying, as I suspect you know, that I am not a great fan of unfettered free trade. I helped lead the effort when I was in the House against NAFTA and against permanent normal trade relations with China. I will never forget a visit that I made to the Macadillo area in Mexico, where I saw brand new factories and literally Mexican workers living in cardboard boxes. And the result, of course, was the loss of hundreds of thousands of jobs, good paying jobs in this country, transferring them to Mexico where people work for horrendous wages. That is the type of trade policy which I detest. But I want to move to an area to talk about the legal basis of what President Trump has done. President Trump said, Mr. Greer, that he had no choice in terms of Canada. And I live 50 miles away from the Canadian border. He had no choice but to bypass Congress and to impose an emergency 25% tariff on Canada to stop, quote, the massive, end quote, amount of fentanyl and, quote, the millions and millions of undocumented immigrants coming from the northern border. Unfortunately, that's a lie. The truth is that the U.S. Customs and Border Protection reported just 43 pounds of fentanyl was seized at the Canadian border last year, representing just 0.2% of the total. Now, we could agree that 1 pound of fentanyl is too much. But if 0.2% constitutes an emergency, my guess is illegal drugs are coming in from every country in the world. And that gives the President of the United States incredible power to determine tariffs. Further, he said he talked about millions and millions of undocumented immigrants coming from Canada. In fact, last year there were 24,000 people, not millions and millions. First question, really, we can argue about tariffs, but why does the president have to lie all of the time in order to make his point?
So, Senator, I would just refute that when the president is talking about the nature of the emergency we have. I mean,
could you talk a little bit closer into the mic, please?
Certainly. Senator, I would just say, I think you need to look at what the president issued in terms of the order for the legal basis for what we're doing, right? I mean, the president very rightly hit on this issue of fentanyl migration coming from northern southern borders, and it's a real emergency.
All drugs are a real emergency. 0.2%. You can then argue illegal drugs come from every country in the world. If you declare that as an emergency, you're giving the President of the United States unbelievable power. Let me go on that point. Let me mention to you what you probably know. 7 Republicans have joined a number of Democrats on legislation reasserting Congress's ability to play an active role in trade and tariffs. That on the Republican side was led by Senator Grassley. And he said, and I quote, "For too long, Congress has delegated its clear authority to regulate interstate and foreign commerce to the executive branch, et cetera, et cetera." He wants to reassert Congress's constitutional role and ensure Congress has a voice in trade policy, end of quote. In the last 2 weeks, all we have seen is reports in the newspaper. Congress has not had 1 ounce of authority in determining tariff policy. Do you think Congress should be completely left out of the process? Or does the president have emergency power to do anything he wants with regard to tariffs?
Senator, my staff has had over 200 meetings with congressional offices in the past 2 months to consult. The president's been very transparent about what he wants to do on tariffs. Congress delegated a law to him to take this action.
Mr. Greer, you can have all the meetings you want. You and I had a nice meeting. But at the end of the day, the president did exactly what he wanted to do without any discussion, formal discussion with members of Congress. He could make recommendations to Congress, that's for sure. Do you really think that he has the power under an emergency degree to reorder the trade world, global trade policy, without any input from the United States Congress?
Sir, Congress gave him this law where if he determines a national emergency, he can take appropriate action to regulate imports. That's what he's done.
And you think it's a national emergency that 0.2% of fentanyl coming from Canada constitutes a national emergency?
Sir,
do you?
The president has determined that
do you?
Canada,
I'm asking you.
You're asking me about drug policy. So I agree with the president. If you have China and Canada and Mexico putting drugs into this country at different levels, then that's an emergency. We have to deal with it.
Look, we're not going to
can't sit
argue
around
about the
anymore,
danger
sir.
of drugs. 43 pounds of fentanyl. On that basis, the president can declare an emergency with any country on earth and take unlimited power. That's called authoritarianism. Okay? That's not what a democracy does. Do you have any concerns about all of that power going into the hands of the president?
Sir, Congress delegated this power to the president. He has to renew the emergency every year. He has to give reports to Congress. The Congress told him what he has to do to use this authority, and he's doing those things.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have, you've been going now 2 hours and almost 40 minutes, but we have one more question. Senator Wyden has one more question, and then we'll
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Greer, we've been at this a long time, and you've offered a lot of word salad about international trade, reciprocity, and metrics, and the list goes on and on. But inside this verbiage, you've ducked a very big question. And that is, how can you negotiate with scores of countries before Americans see their 401ks go up in smoke? And so what I'd like to do is just ask you one simple question to wrap this up, because at home in Oregon, people want to know what we're doing to help the people who are hurting today, not months and months or elections and all kinds of dates far in the future. So here's my question to wrap up. When will those hurting now see real relief?
Senator, the country decisively voted for this president and his trade policy. He knows how to use tariffs appropriately to negotiate deals where necessary and to drive investment and manufacturing back to the U.S. And that's what we're doing. He was successful in his first term in using it. Real wages went up, and that's what we're doing now. And we're working around the clock to make sure we can do that.
Mr. Greer, I gave you a chance to respond to the question, and what you said wasn't accurate. Nobody disputes that the president won the election up here on the dais. But nobody was told in the election campaign that we would have all of these people hurting now because of a flawed trade policy. Once in a while, it said, well, maybe take a little time. But there wasn't any mention of people from one end of the country to another feeling they've been wiped out financially. Nobody heard about that. That was never discussed. Hope you'll have an answer for me, because that's what Americans want to know who are hurting now. They've listened to all of this trade lingo tossed around, and then they scratch their head and say, who's going to stand up for me now? Well, I'll tell you, we're going to fight for those people. That's why I'm proposing a bipartisan resolution that would overturn what's going on with 180 countries. We'll keep the record open for a few days, but what I'd like to know is what the timetable is for helping people who are hurting right now, because I haven't heard anything on that point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Wyden. And we are now at the conclusion of the questions. Ambassador Greer, thank you for the time you've given us. As I indicated, you've gone almost 2 hours and 45 minutes. And I think you have been very clear about what the president's intentions are and how you expect this to roll out. The questions for the record deadline is Tuesday, April 15th for members of the Senate. And with that, this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
I hear every day about the products you all wish MyPillow carried. Well, guess what? We probably do. Slippers, bathrobes, pet beds, blankets, mattresses, sleepwear, loungewear, duvets, comforters, pot holders, aprons, oven mitts, and so much more. And they're all on sale. For example, get our best-selling standard MyPillows for only $14.98. Body pillows, $29.98. 6-piece bath towels or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase, $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bedsheet sets. Any size, any color, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And I've never done this before. When you spend $100 or more, you're going to get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
River announces Bitcoin interest on cash. Now, US dollars in your River account will earn you high-yield interest rate that can be paid in Bitcoin. With the price of groceries, mortgage, and tuition on a steep rise, people are now looking at a retirement age of 80 instead of 60. And that's all because dollars are losing value at a record pace. The challenge is finding a way to hold on to your dollar while still getting ahead. That's where River Bitcoin comes in. River Bitcoin's interest on cash protects your dollars with FDIC insurance while offering you the option to recap the potential gains of Bitcoin. Over the past 2 years, you would have earned 2 times the rate of most high-yield savings accounts and 16 times the rate of national average savings account with Bitcoin interest on cash. Get started at badlandsmedia.tv/river. Move your cash to River today and start earning real interest rate with Bitcoin. That's badlandsmedia.tv/river.
We ask you 2 questions.
Pitch at the podium.
Each.
Podium, please, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Sure. Hey, before you guys get started, tomorrow Cash Patel and I will be in South Florida. I don't know if you're tracking that, but it's something that you should want to track.
Can you give us
What's
a sense of the
happening
topic
there?
and more specific?
Off camera. Yeah, it's something you would want to.
So I wanted to ask, true registration attorneys Garcia was mistakenly deported to El Salvador. I know the Supreme Court just issued that stay, deciding whether he should be sent back to the United States. Why does the Justice Department believe that he should?
Well, first of all, it was an administrative error as to why he was deported. And he is a known gang member. ICE testified he was a gang member, and we believe he should stay where he is. You know, the defense had argued that he was a journeyman, that he was training to be an electrician. Well, the last gang member we arrested, who was a violent murderer, was also hanging wallpaper in a place called the Villages in Florida, one of the biggest retirement places in our country. So these people are living among us. One of the big cases we had, I think you're very aware of, half an hour from where we're standing, was another violent gang member living right among us in a very, very nice residential neighborhood. Wreaths on the door next door to him, children's bicycles. So that's what these gangs do. They infiltrate our country and they live among us. So to say that he was training to be an electrician does not legitimize him from being a violent gang member. And we will continue to fight for the safety of Americans and get these people out of our country to make America safe. Every victim of crime deserves to be safe. And these families who have lost loved ones to these, they are foreign adversaries, they are terrorists,
and they are living among us no longer. And especially after that ruling yesterday, they better start self-reporting because we're coming after them.
Two quick questions, if we can. I'll just ask you about the ruling yesterday from the Supreme Court. Obviously, it allows you to move forward with using the Alien Enemies Act to deport these alleged gang members and others here. It says they're entitled to due process, though, as well. Your take on the ruling and what does it mean for your ability to deport?
Yeah, sure, Peter. What the ruling says is, as from yesterday forward, what we can do is we can still deport, but they are entitled to habeas in the court of confinement, which means all of these cases will go through Texas. There will be no more class actions. It will be two questions asked. Do you qualify under Alien Enemies, and are you a violent gang member? Are you a member of TDA? That's what will be asked.
Let me ask you about the DHS. The administration broadly has revoked the legal status of those individuals who came in from south of the border through the CBP app that was produced by the former administration. So should those individuals who follow the rules as they existed at the time be forced to leave the country now?
Well, Peter, the rules at the time weren't fair. The rules were dangerous to Americans. I went to the border in September. I was in Yuma, Arizona, and I saw piles and piles of driver's license, IDs, passports from every country you can imagine thrown at the gate. They were handed cell phones, the CBP app, what you were discussing. They could come in, get on a phone, enter the country. If they didn't have ID, then they could identify that they were from any country they chose to be from. A Border Patrol agent told me Venezuelan men were coming in saying they were from China. Chinese people were coming in saying they were from any country, Ireland, any country they wanted to identify that they were from, and they were walking right into our country. So we have to look at all those cases because that's the safety and concern for our citizens. One other thing at the border is if you were a family, it made it much easier to come into the country. I learned a new term while I was at that border, and that was called a disposable child. Border Patrol agents were seeing children, the same child, coming in time and time again, a little boy they recognized over and over coming into our country, and they couldn't figure out why. That child had been trafficked, and he was posing as a family member. They had kidnapped a child, and when they recognized him multiple times, they realized he wasn't part of that family. So what was happening at that border was dangerous. I went to a rape crisis center. Nothing at that border was humane, and nothing protected American citizens, nor many of the people coming through it, because I firmly believe many of those women and children were trafficked.
Attorney General, 60 Minutes found that 75% of the immigrants who were sent to El Salvador do not have public criminal records. Is that true?
Do you mean in our country?
The Venezuelan migrants who were sent to...
Okay, well, they're not Venezuelan migrants. They're illegal aliens from Venezuela who should not have been in our country, who are committing the most violent crimes. So if you committed a murder in our country, we're going to keep you here, and we're going to seek the death penalty, and we're going to keep you in prison because our victims' families deserve that. But we don't have to charge them with every crime. We can deport them and get them out of our country and save room in our prisons because they should have never been in our country to begin with.
So you confirm they didn't commit a crime,
Thank
right? Is that what you're confirming?
Thanks, guys. Appreciate the time. Thanks, General Bondi.
And Attorney General, how many cases of fraud are you investigating? Those facts, how many cases of fraud they claim, how many are you investigating?
It is undeniable that the next generation yearns to feel genuinely included.
I believe we maintain a common thread woven together by three harmonious values: belonging, empathy, and collaboration. I had an honor of visiting this firsthand recently while participating in the Take It Down Act's roundtable with Congress and hearing your spouse's words. I saw the compassion in our leaders' hearts. The Take It Down Act has generated cross-party support to protect our children and grandchildren. Our community flourishes when we unite to uplift our children and equip them to turn dreams into reality.
Here we are with Marco and Brian today. They're letting me roll with them. We're going to go out and pick up somebody who I think is got charges of human trafficking. We earlier had an op that swept up somebody who was wanted for murder. So appreciate the good work that they do every day, and we appreciate them working to make America safe. Here we are.
You guys ready? Great. Good afternoon, everybody. How are we? Good to see you all. I have a few announcements off the top today. On April 14th, President Trump will welcome President Bukele of El Salvador for an official working visit here at the White House. They will discuss El Salvador's partnership on using their Supermax prison for Tren de Aragua and MS-13 gang members, and how El Salvador's cooperation with the United States has become a model for others to work with this administration. On April 17th, President Trump will welcome Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni of Italy for an official working visit at the White House as well. The president's thoughts also remain with the families and communities experiencing devastating loss from the severe storms and flooding affected several states across the central U.S. President Trump approved emergency declarations for Arkansas, Kentucky, and Tennessee, allowing FEMA to provide federal assistance like equipment and resources to support state and local emergency response officials who are leading this response on the ground. Last night, the Supreme Court delivered a massive legal victory to the Trump administration and allowed us to continue removing foreign terrorist invaders under the Alien Enemies Act. This was a smackdown to a rogue left-wing, low-level district court judge who have relentlessly tried to stop President Trump from using his core constitutional powers as head of the executive branch and as commander-in-chief. The highest court in the land made it clear that the President of the United States has the power to protect our homeland and forcibly remove foreign terrorists who pose a grave threat to families and communities. Thank you to the Supreme Court for upholding the rule of law and protecting the Constitution. Our message to the monster Tren de Aragua and MS-13 terrorists still hiding illegally inside our country is clear. Deport yourself now, or you will be locked up and sent back to your home country. On another matter, the historic Liberation Day announcement last week by President Trump made it very clear that the era of American economic surrender is over. President Trump is no longer going to allow American workers and companies to be ripped off at the hands of foolish trade practices that shipped away millions of high-paying jobs and hollowed out communities across the country. It's America first, all the way. And despite fear-mongering by the media, the world is clearly responding to President Trump's approach. Just yesterday, President Trump held a bilateral meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu here at the White House. The Prime Minister pledged to immediately eliminate America's trade deficit with Israel and remove their trade barriers. Israel's proactive approach should serve as a model for the rest of the world. Also yesterday, the president spoke with Japan's prime minister, who wants to negotiate as well. The president also spoke to the acting president of South Korea this morning. He has tasked Secretary Besant and U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer to lead these talks. In total, since the Liberation Day announcement, nearly 70 countries have already reached out to the president to begin a negotiation. Countries are falling over themselves to reform their unfair trade practices and free open their markets to our country. Why? Because these countries greatly respect President Trump in the sheer power of the American market. These countries realize they've gotten filthy rich over the past few decades by imposing substantial tariffs on American-made products and ridiculous non-monetary barriers to block out American industry. The jig is up. Past American presidents sat by and let this happen, but President Trump stood up for our country, and he is saying no more. The president's message has been simple and consistent from the beginning. To countries around the world, bring us your best offers, and he will listen. Deals will only be made if they benefit American workers and address our nation's crippling trade deficits. America does not need other countries as much as other countries need us, and President Trump knows this. He's going to use the leverage of our markets and our country to the advantage of the people he was sworn in to represent. On the other hand, countries like China, who have chosen to retaliate and try to double down on their mistreatment of American workers, are making a mistake. President Trump has a spine of steel, and he will not break, and America will not break under his leadership. He is guided by a firm belief that America must be able to produce essential goods for our own people and export them to the rest of the world. A strong America cannot be solely dependent on foreign countries for our food, medicines, and critical minerals. And America must always maintain a robust defense supply chain. Reprioritizing and strengthening our manufacturing industry are essential national and economic security issues of the utmost importance to President Trump. By focusing on supercharging the onshoring of American manufacturing, the president is already delivering on his promise to usher in an economic golden age for our country. Just look at Friday's jobs report, which smashed expectations for the second straight month. The American economy added 228,000 jobs, nearly 100,000 more jobs than economists predicted, and the fourth highest month for construction and warehousing employment. And in just 11 weeks, President Trump has secured more than $1.5 trillion in private sector investment. This is $500 billion more than Joe Biden secured in his entire term. This record-breaking private sector investment will create roughly 350,000 American jobs and counting. If you add up all of the investment pledges from foreign governments, President Trump has secured an incredible $5 trillion in total investments already. In the months ahead, President Trump's pro-growth economic agenda will be fully realized. The largest deregulatory effort in American history is underway. Unnecessary, burdensome, costly red tape is being eliminated by this entire federal government every day, driving down costs and massively boosting small businesses. So far, President Trump's deregulation effort has already saved Americans more than $180 billion, equivalent to $2,100 per family of four. The president's drill baby drill energy agenda, which he will discuss later this evening in the East Room, is capitalizing on the abundance of natural resources under our feet to generate more affordable electricity, cheap gas, and quality new jobs. All of this will combine to end the Biden-imposed cost of living crisis that's absolutely crushed American families. Under President Trump, the American energy industry will lead the globe over the next century, delivering lower prices and significantly strengthening our country's economic position. At the president's direction, Republicans in Congress are working quickly to pass one big, beautiful bill, which will also include the largest tax cut in American history. As President Trump has said, the House must pass this budget resolution quickly. Here in our new media seat today, we have Jasmine Wright, the White House reporter for Notice. Notice is a nonprofit and nonpartisan news site which launched in early 2024. They've gained millions of readers across the country since. Newsroom's goal is both to inform readers and train the next generation of politics and policy journalists. They also partner with state newsrooms and to give local communities more knowledge of what their representatives are doing in Washington, D.C. With that, please kick us off, Jasmine.
Thanks so much, Caroline. A couple questions for you. The first one being, can you explain the White House's evolution from this is not a negotiation on tariffs to countries should pitch us and start negotiations on tariffs?
As the president said yesterday, Jasmine, both things can be true at the same time. And it is a non-negotiable position that the United States has faced a national security and economic crisis because of the unfair trade practices by countries around the world. As for the president, I have maintained this position. The entire administration has always said that President Trump is willing to pick up the phone and talk. And the president met with his trade team this morning, and he directed them to have tailor-made trade deals with each and every country that calls up this administration to strike a deal and listen. And each and every one of these trade deals should be tailored and unique based on that country's markets, based on that country's exports, the imports here in the United States of America. What makes the most sense for the American worker and for our industry? The president is focused on putting America first.
So was the evolution not factored in or determined by kind of the tumult in the stock market? Was that not a part of the consideration to start making these negotiations and deals?
Again, I would reject that there was an evolution. On day one, we had said that the president will always pick up the phone for other nations and other companies that call this administration. The president always has a listening ear. And it's a non-negotiable fact that America has faced a national security and economic crisis for many decades, and President Trump is just the first to address this.
And then my last question, how will negotiations change how much revenue the White House is planning to make from the tariffs?
Well, that has yet to be seen, but as the president said, the reciprocal tariffs, which will continue to go in effect as these deals are negotiated and ongoing, will generate trillions of dollars in revenue to the United States. And this is twofold. The president wants to onshore jobs here to the United States of America. He wants to boost our manufacturing industry. He also wants to tackle these crippling deficits with almost every single country around the world. Jackie.
Thanks, Caroline. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, warned that some of these negotiations might take up to months, that we could be doing this through April, May, and into June. And then you had Kevin Hassett say it's going to take a lot for the president to put his signature on the line, so he wants to make sure there's a good deal for America. Is the president operating on any sort of a timeline or deadline where he wants this completed by?
Well, we always move at Trump speed here at the White House, which is incredibly fast. I know you all know that from covering this White House day to day. The president likes to get things done, but he's very much focused on ensuring that these deals are good for the American worker. They are good for American manufacturing. And again, that they tackle these crippling deficits with these countries. All options are on the table for each country. But again, these are going to be tailor-made deals. They are not going to be off-the-rack deals, as the president has called it. And he has directed his entire trade team to be part of this effort. So that includes Secretary Bessent and our National Economic Director, Kevin Hassett. It also includes Secretary Lutnick, Peter Navarro, the entire trade team, Jamieson, Greer, who was on the Hill today. Everybody who was involved in this incredible, fair, reciprocal trade agenda will continue to be involved in negotiating these deals.
And then yesterday, Goldman Sachs put out a research note. It put the odds of a recession at 45% within the next 12 months, up from 35%. But Peter Navarro guaranteed last night no recession. Does the president agree with him on that? I know the president in the past has been leery of making definitive statements on that.
I can speak for the president, and I can speak for the optimism that he sees in our economy every day. Again, when you talk about the massive deregulatory efforts that are happening across the board, when you talk about how oil prices are down, gas prices are down, egg prices are down. We're cutting costs for the American worker, for the American consumer. We also see trillions of dollars of investments pouring into this country every day, and we're working hard now on the tariff side of the president's economic agenda. But don't forget, the next side of this is tax cuts, and we're counting on Capitol Hill to get those done, the largest tax cuts in history.
Does that mean that without those tax cuts coming through, that the likelihood of a recession is greater?
Nope, that's not what I said. I'm just saying be mindful of the whole of government economic approach that this administration is taking every day. Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. You just said that one of the reasons these tariffs are going into effect is that some countries have been ripping off the United States, but some of the tariffs target countries like Madagascar, Bangladesh, with very high levels of poverty. So can you explain how the president wants to correct the deficit with those countries? Is there a plan, for example, to onshore the textile industry that these countries are known because, and, just like, can you be specific about those like low income?
Sure. Well, first of all, the reciprocal tariff rates that were implemented by country were focused on the monetary tariff that those countries have imposed on the United States, but also the non-monetary tariff barriers and the regulations, if you will, that have been put into effect over the years, making it harder for America to export to these countries. These were very carefully crafted numbers. There was also a 10% baseline tariff across the board, as well, as you know. Moving forward, the president will talk to any country that picks up the phone to call, and I can tell you the phones have been ringing off the hook, wanting to talk to this administration, this president, and his trade team to try to strike a deal. And it's because the world knows that they need the United States of America. They need our markets. They need our consumer. The president has a lot of leverage on his side because he has the best economy and the best country in the world that he leads, and he knows that. And it's about dang time we finally have a president who uses that economic leverage to benefit American workers. And that's what the president is trying to do. Maggie.
Caroline, thanks. Does the president endorse something that Howard Lutnick said on television this weekend, which was that the army of millions and millions of human beings screwing in little screws to make iPhones, that kind of thing is going to be moving to the U.S.? Is that how the president envisions manufacturing shifting? And if so, how long would that take roughly?
The president wants to increase manufacturing jobs here in the United States of America, but he's also looking at advanced technologies. He's also looking at AI and emerging fields that are growing around the world that the United States needs to be a leader in as well. So there's an array of diverse jobs, more traditional manufacturing jobs, as you discussed, but also jobs in advanced technologies. The president is looking at all of those. He wants them to come back home.
iPhones specifically, is that something that he thinks is the kind of technology that can move to the U.S.?
Absolutely. He believes we have the labor, we have the workforce, we have the resources to do it. And as you know, Apple has invested $500 billion here in the United States. So if Apple didn't think the United States could do it, they probably wouldn't have put up that big chunk of change. Elena.
Hi, Caroline. It's clear the president has gotten the world's attention with these tariffs. Is he considering at all potentially holding off on imposing some of them before the deadline, or maybe later, reversing them because he's having these negotiations and having these good talks with other leaders?
The president was asked and answered this yesterday. He said he's not considering an extension or a delay. I spoke to him before this briefing. That was not his mindset. He expects that these tariffs are going to go into effect. And you said something very important, Elena, in your question. You said the president has captivated the attention of the world. Absolutely, he has. And it's about time we have a president in the Oval Office who is putting the world on notice and is putting the American people first. And again, is using the leverage of the United States to negotiate good trade deals.
Just a quick follow-up. Sure. There's been some public sparring between Elon Musk and the president's trade advisor, Peter Navarro, on some of these tariffs. Musk actually referred to Navarro today as being, quote, dumber than a sack of bricks. Are you at all, or is the administration, the president, all concerned that this is maybe impacting the public's understanding of these tariffs? It might be messing with the message on it?
No, look, these are obviously two individuals who have very different views on trade and on tariffs. Boys will be boys, and we will let their public sparring continue. And you guys should all be very grateful that we have the most transparent administration in history. And I think it also speaks to the president's willingness to hear from all sides, that he has people at the highest levels of this government in this White House who have very diverse opinions on very diverse issues, but the president takes all opinions in mind, and then he makes the best decision based on the best interests of the American public. Deanna.
Thanks, Caroline. On Truth Social today, Trump was talking about one-stop shopping talks with foreign leaders, bringing leaders to the U.S., to Washington, and talking to them about tariffs, but also other topics. So is that part of his strategy to bring the leaders to Washington and trying to get deals, outside of tariffs on foreign policy issues as well?
I think the president, again, is going to have a custom tailor-made approach to each and every country. And if that means discussions of foreign aid, of our military presence in these countries, how those troops are paid for, come to the table, that could be part of the negotiation in these economic negotiations. But it's the president's economic team who will be leading these. These are tariff and trade negotiations. And yes, they will be one-stop shopping for each and every country. They will be, as the president said again, tailor-made, not off the rack to each and every country based on America's needs.
Can you
Caroline,
confirm? How are you? Thank you. Good. Tara from Lynn's LTV. So President Trump has designated Tren de Aragua as a foreign terrorist organization and deported its members while also moving to restrict Venezuela's oil exports. Is the administration preparing additional military or economic actions against Venezuela and the Maduro regime? And my second question is about Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett. Is the administration have a comment on her decision to go with the liberals and go actually with the Tren de Araguas? This is the same justice that actually sided against January 6th hostages last year. So is the administration have a comment? Are they disappointed in Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett?
To your first question, I don't have any actions to read out in terms of Venezuela. The president has imposed secondary tariffs on the Maduro regime and on Venezuela in the form of oil, which is obviously going to have a crippling effect on the Maduro regime, and that's the intended effect of this administration. As for the justice you mentioned, as for the Supreme Court, we've made our feelings very clear. We believe this was a massive victory. Certainly, we wish this was a 9-0 decision because we firmly believe that the president was well within his constitutional authority. And the Supreme Court made that very clear last night, and they put Judge Boasberg in his place. We called on the Supreme Court to rein in these judges who are acting as judicial activists, not real arbiters of the truth and the law. And that's exactly what we saw the Supreme Court do yesterday. Christian.
Thanks, Caroline. Now that the president's reciprocal tariffs are here, going into effect tomorrow, what's the status of the ERS? When will they actually start collecting revenue? And will that be nested under CBP or somewhere else entirely?
It's something Secretary Lutnick has taken up, so I defer you to the Department of Commerce, but it's something that he and the president believe quite strongly in, and it's a promise that they intend to keep to the American people.
Real quickly, can you explain why the president opted to send Secretary Hegseth to the dignified transfer last week instead of attending himself?
Sure. The Secretary Hegseth was there to represent the administration. The president has expressed his condolences to these families, as have I from this podium. Shelby.
Thank you. The president's trade representative this morning told senators that the president does not intend on carving out exemptions for products and companies when it comes to tariffs. But would the administration consider changing that stance should bankruptcies begin among U.S. companies who are dependent on China trade?
I won't get ahead of the president on any exemptions or his decision on that. I will leave that to him. But again, we're looking at this country by country and based on the needs of the American people and the American workforce.
One more, can you walk us through how this specific tariff plan was decided on and which advisor came up with it?
The reciprocal tariff plan. It was a plan that was discussed by the president's entire trade team over the course of many, many meetings, and the president ultimately decided on which way to go. A few proposals were given to the president. There was debate and discussion, and the president made his decision. And as you've seen very publicly, the entire trade team is on board with this plan and the negotiations that will ensue because of it. Sure.
Caroline, on Iran, and given what's going to be happening on Saturday, what exactly is the current administration doing to stop Iran's funding of terrorist aggression worldwide that the previous administration wasn't doing?
Well, first of all, when it comes to Saturday, I won't get ahead of the president. He has said there will be direct talks with Iran on Saturday. I won't further any details from this podium for obvious reasons, security reasons, and we'll, provide an update as we always have. However, when it comes to Iran, the president has reimposed crippling sanctions on the Iranian regime, and he's made it very clear to Iran they have a choice to make. You can strike a deal with the president, you can negotiate, or there will be hell to pay. And as the president said yesterday, if they don't choose to move forward with diplomacy and a deal, which is the direction we do see them headed in, there will be grave consequences to pay. The back row.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Caroline. On the president's threat yesterday on social media to increase tariffs against China by an additional 50% in response to their retaliation, has he signed anything in terms of an executive order, any documentation around that? Will that additional 50% go into effect tomorrow?
They will be going into effect at 12:01 a.m. tonight, so effectively tomorrow. Yes.
Work on that today?
Of course, as always. To the gentleman in front of you, because that's who I originally called on. Go ahead.
Over the weekend, President Trump said that he would be willing to have U.S. citizens deported to El Salvador with the cooperation of President Bukele. How would that work legally, and how many people would potentially be available for that operation?
So the president has discussed this idea quite a few times publicly. He's also discussed it privately. You're referring to the president's idea for American citizens to potentially be deported. These would be heinous, violent criminals who have broken our nation's laws repeatedly. And these are violent repeat offenders in American streets. The president has said, if it's legal, right? If there is a legal pathway to do that, he's not sure. We are not sure if there is. It's an idea that he has simply floated and has discussed very publicly as in the effort of transparency. Reagan.
Thank you, Caroline. There's been more reporting coming out now about President Biden's decline while in the White House. Is the White House considering releasing the audio of Biden's interview with Special Counsel Robert Hur to the public, which the former president had previously blocked?
I don't have an update on that, but I can certainly check. I think the American people would be quite interested to hear that tape, but I'll double check on the release of it. Thank you. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. On Saturday, during meetings with Iran, President Trump says high-level officials will be meeting directly with Iranian officials. We're hearing some pushback from Iran now saying those talks will be indirect. Can you clarify?
They will be direct talks on Saturday, and I won't get ahead of the president on any further details. Jennifer.
Yeah, two things. On the Israel tariffs, can you give us an update on the discussion on relaxing those tariffs? And then I had another question about the DOGE team after that.
That discussion is ongoing. I don't have any definitive details to iron out for you here.
And then the president on Thursday told us that there was an incredible discovery that the DOGE team had made. He called it horrible and incredible. Can you reveal that yet? Give us details on what it was about?
There has been a discovery. I hate to leave you hanging on a cliff, but I don't want to get ahead of the president on that. But I can confirm there has been a discovery. It's just not quite yet ready for release. Sure. Go ahead.
Caroline, thank you.
I was calling on the young lady behind you, but I'll come to you after, Ed. All right. Not discriminating here.
The president is meeting today with House Republicans. Can you say who is in that meeting and his message to Republicans that are skeptical of the Senate passed budget framework?
Sure. The president will be meeting with Republican lawmakers today here at the White House to talk to them about the framework that the Senate passed. The president was very quick to put out a statement about his support for the reconciliation package that the Senate passed, and he is counting on House Republicans to pass it. The Republicans received an overwhelming mandate from the American public to govern. We have an extraordinary opportunity. There are key promises that the president made to the American people in this bill: tax cuts, securing the border, deregulation, unleashing the might of American energy. These are good things for the American people. The president wants to see this get done, and that's why he's engaging with lawmakers today.
Just a quick follow-up on tariffs. Kevin Hassett said today that the administration is prioritizing talks with Japan and South Korea, other trading partners. Are there other countries on that list that you guys can name publicly that you're having serious discussions with?
Sure. As you have heard from various administration officials, myself included, there have been nearly 70 countries that have reached out to the administration last time I checked. But again, I hear the phones are ringing off the hook. There are foreign leaders who want to fly to Washington tonight and get on a plane to negotiate with this country, which shows you the leverage that the president is using. It shows you the rest of the world needs the United States of America to do business with. Israel, obviously, yesterday, you heard a public statement from Prime Minister Netanyahu. The president has detailed his calls with the leaders of Japan and South Korea. We are going to prioritize our allies and our partners around the world first when it comes to these negotiations, and the trade team will be divvying them up again to make tailor-made trade deals around the world. Ed, go ahead. As promised.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned the 70 countries or so. I'm curious, though, under what conditions at this point would President Trump talk to President Xi about tariffs?
Look, I just spoke to the president about this, and he believes that China wants to make a deal with the United States. He believes China has to make a deal with the United States. It was a mistake for China to retaliate. The president, when America is punched, he punches back harder. That's why there will be 104% tariffs going into effect on China tonight at midnight. But the president believes that Xi and China want to make a deal. They just don't know how to get that started. And the president also wanted me to tell all of you that if China reaches out to make a deal, he'll be incredibly gracious, but he's going to do what's best for the American people.
So China has to call first?
The Chinese want to make a deal. They just don't know how to do it. But the president will be implementing these 104% tariffs on China tonight.
Under what conditions might he consider lowering tariffs on China at this point?
It would be imprudent of me to tell you those conditions here from the podium. Sure, Gabe.
Thanks, Caroline. With regards to the Supreme Court ruling on the Alien Enemies Act, you're right. It was a win for the administration, but the justices also said that deportees are entitled to due process. Does the administration agree with that?
That's not quite true, Gabe. They said that they are entitled to a habeas petition, and we are going to continue to comply with the law. And we are wholly confident that every single person that has been deported under the Alien Enemies Act, every person that will continue to be deported under the Alien Enemies Act qualifies for that deportation.
NBC News is reporting that the administration is considering drone strikes on drug cartels in Mexico. We're citing several officials. This morning, Mexico's president was asked about that, and she said that we reject any of those actions. Your response?
I saw that reporting. I don't want to confirm it from this podium. I don't want to comment on it because I'm not sure, but I would defer you to the National Security Council.
So you haven't confirmed the report, but with Mexico's president saying that she rejects any of that, what would your response be? How is the relationship then between Mexico's president and the White House right now over targeting drug cartels?
Well, first of all, the relationship between President Sheinbaum and President Trump is quite good. And I think both world leaders would tell you that. The president has been engaged directly with President Sheinbaum on a number of different topics, particularly when it comes to clamping down on the Mexican drug cartels, on clamping down on illegal immigration, human trafficking, drug trafficking through our southern border. She's taken significant steps towards doing that. But as for that specific report, again, I'm not going to comment.
Caroline, two questions on trade. First, as a part of these negotiations, is it possible for countries to lower their tariffs below that 10% a bare minimum that's been set?
Again, I'll leave that to the president to make those determinations, but I can tell you that 10% universal baseline will go into effect as these negotiations are ongoing.
Got it. And then what is your thinking just as far as low labor cost countries? Like if you've got a country like Vietnam that wants to negotiate, but obviously they have some advantages in terms of trade, in terms of the people there are not paid as much as American citizens. What is kind of the thinking? Can they still achieve a good kind of trade outcome with the United United States.
Well, again, you're right to point out that different countries have different labor markets. They have different skills, if you will, different resources, and the president is going to take all of that into account. His team will take all of that into account when they're negotiating these deals. I do just want to point out one thing, that the president, everybody in Washington, whether they want to admit it or not, knows that this president is right when it comes to tariffs and when it comes to trade. In fact, Democrats have long said that the United States of America has been ripped off by the countries around the world. They just don't want to admit it now because it's President Trump who is saying that. In June of 1996, Nancy Pelosi spoke on the House floor. She urged her colleagues at the time to fight against the status quo trade policies that had contributed to America's trade deficit with China. In fact, Nancy Pelosi said, how far does China have to go? How much more repression? How big a trade deficit? How many jobs have to be lost for the American workers? How much dangerous proliferation has to exist before members of this House of Representatives will say, I will not endorse the status quo? Those are the words of Nancy Pelosi in 1996. Well, President Trump is finally answering her call 27 years later. Nancy Pelosi can thank President Trump today for the 104% retaliatory tariff that will be going into effect on China. In 2007, Chuck Schumer spoke of our nation's crippling trade deficit, saying these are the kinds of records the American people don't want us to be breaking. The administration needs to move beyond words, take action now to reverse a trend that threatens our prospects for future economic growth. And Chuck Schumer said that in 2007. Finally, in 2025, President Trump is taking action. Recently defeated Democrat Sherrod Brown said on deficits in 2012 that our deficit then at China had reached an all-time high, and it was on pace to recede last year's record. The trade deficit had cost American workers millions of jobs at the time. These are the words of Democrats years ago. It is about time America finally has a president who is taking action to restore those millions of jobs back to the United States of America, to boost our manufacturing industry. He's doing what's right for the American people. It will take a lot of labor. It will take a lot of effort. That's exactly what the American people elected this president to do. He will be talking about our energy agenda at 3 o'clock today over in the East Room. As you all know, he will be signing a bill to unleash the might of our beautiful, clean coal industry in this country, which is a reliable energy source also for AI. There's a great story in Bloomberg today, actually, about the executive order that will be signed later. So we'll see you all there. I'll let the president speak more. We'll see you later. Thanks, guys.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media, but I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet: the end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup, the sequel to the best-selling War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
COVID-19 pandemic ended. By the way, truck drivers, first responders, so many people worked during the pandemic, but federal workers could stay home and these federal buildings sat empty. Here in DC, GAO found in 2023 that the vast majority of federal agency headquarter buildings were less than 25% occupied, some much less. Meanwhile, from 2022 to 2024, the backlog of deferred maintenance on the aging buildings the government owns grew from $216 billion to $370 billion. That's more than 1/3 of $1 trillion it will cost to restore them if we don't sell them. What's worse, aside from paying for useless leases and allowing federal buildings to decay, the Biden administration spent billions on high-end furniture for empty buildings during the pandemic. No one was sitting in those chairs or at those desks. Our witness from Open the Books will testify to that. It is only now, under the Trump administration, that we see a light at the end of the tunnel. This administration is taking historic action on reducing the size of the government, and with it, a significant reduction in the useless office space that is claimed to be essential for the government to operate. GSA has established a goal to reduce the size of the federally owned real estate footprint by 50%. This is a massive real estate auction. The president issued an executive order instructing agencies to update their property inventory and to determine which of their government leased or government-owned spaces they don't need. In just the few months since Inauguration Day, DOGE and the General Services Administration have sold off several federal properties and worked with agencies to eliminate hundreds of unneeded taxpayer-funded office leases. More specifically, they've canceled nearly 700 federal leases of 7.9 million square feet of space, saving taxpayers around $400 million. One of the canceled leases was a nearly $250 million 15-year lease at a luxury office building on Pennsylvania Avenue to house Voice of America and the United States Agency for Global Media. The Biden administration signed the lease late last year, sticking taxpayers with the tab. It's one of the fanciest office buildings in the city. You can see of the building on this poster board. Incredible. Furthermore, this beautiful building had zero broadcasting capabilities, a capability one would think would be essential for a broadcasting media agency. The cost to taxpayers to build out the building with broadcasting capabilities, $130 million. The Biden team wanted to move USAGM and Voice of America from this building that we are sitting in today into that luxury space. Instead, the president is shutting down the whole state-run media operation, and taxpayers will be spared a $250 million lease and millions more for renovations and security measures. This is just one example of countless egregious abuses of leases and contracts being paid out across the federal government. Another egregious abuse of taxpayer dollars regarding federal property was the $200 million the FBI received last year for a new headquarters in Maryland. While the FBI was going after the American people, parents at school board meetings, and many others, our federal government gave them hundreds of millions of dollars of American tax dollars for a brand new, beautiful headquarters. Federal agencies shouldn't be maintaining empires at taxpayer expense. That's why GSA, the federal landlord agency driving this reform process, plans to lead by example. Imagine that. It intends to vacate its current headquarters building in downtown DC and co-locate with another agency. Then it will sell the GSA headquarters. Before I close, I'll note that Congress also acted on this front in January. We passed a law requiring federal building occupancy to be tracked and for low occupancy buildings to be sold. but it will take a willing partner in the White House to implement that law and to take other steps to shrink the federal real estate empire. We now have that partner, and I look forward to working with the Trump administration and DOGE to finally right-size the federal real estate footprint. And with that, I yield to Ranking Member Stansbury for her opening statement.
All right. Well, good morning. I always enjoy a field hearing, and it's nice to be out in the field here in Washington, D.C. I'd like to thank the chairwoman for holding this hearing focused on properties that the federal government manages. The General Services Administration, or GSA, manages roughly 9,000 federally owned properties and private sector leases in all 50 states and territories. Federal real estate is what makes it possible for the civil service to serve the American people. This is programs like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, education, care for our veterans, and all of the programs and services that are so vital to our communities, but unfortunately, as we know, are currently under attack. For more than 2 decades across both Republican and Democratic administrations, the Government Accountability Office identified federal property management as a significant challenge, including problems of excess and underutilized space and poor building conditions. All of that is to say that this is a long-standing issue that many administrations have worked on, and it certainly isn't something new. My colleagues and I have consistently worked to improve stewardship of federal real estate so it can better serve the American people, and that is why I would love to make this a bipartisan hearing about how we address the needs of this country and best serve the people of this nation. The last administration disposed of properties saving nearly $2 billion for American taxpayers. And recently, Congress worked together to pass bills for additional tools to reform and consolidate the federal property inventory. These efforts also directed the sale of 4 federal buildings, including the one we are here in today. The Inflation Reduction Act also helped to facilitate property consolidation, including reducing the Department of Homeland Security footprint by over 1 million square feet and saving taxpayers over $1 billion over 30 years. But instead of building on these successes and continuing to do what could be characterized as the tedious analytical work on behalf of Americans, the Trump administration is currently taking a fire sale approach of looting the federal government and stripping it for parts to pay for tax cuts that we know will come up in their reconciliation deal. Let's be clear. Republicans are trying to pass legislation right now that would give billionaires permanent tax breaks on the order of $37 trillion over the next 3 decades. And in order to pay for that, they are looting the federal government and taking a page out of the playbook of private equity. Take public assets, privatize them, sell them for profit, lease them back, help your buddies make money. And that is exactly what we're seeing here today. And unfortunately, we've seen this across the federal government since the Trump administration took office. In fact, we have been deeply concerned that the entire DOGE effort has been a front to help support billionaires who are trying to privatize public services. And just this week, we have seen as Elon Musk is on his exit out of the federal government, he has secured billions of dollars in new contracts across the federal government. Conflict of interest? Yes, absolutely. It appears that he has recently secured contracts and promises for contracts at the Department of Defense, NASA. He has installed Starlink at the White House and is asking to install it at other federal agencies. And we understand that there is the potential to potentially deploy his AI technology across the federal agencies to replace the tens of thousands of federal employees that have recently been illegally fired. That is why we are deeply concerned about the non-data driven fire sale that the Trump administration is proposing for federal properties, such as the one we're in today. So I am deeply distraught and dismayed that we do not have an administration witness with us here today, that GSA is not here to answer questions, that yet again, Elon Musk is not in front of this committee. And unfortunately, we have yet to see a single Trump political appointee in front of this committee or the Oversight Committee. So We will continue to do our jobs to elucidate what is happening inside the federal government. I look forward to hearing from the witnesses today, and I look forward to talking about how we can actually manage federal properties and the federal workforce to continue to provide the vital services that are needed for the American people. Finally, I just want to say that it is quite rich to talk about the abuse of federal properties after Donald Trump used the historic Postal Service building just down the street during his administration to make millions and millions of dollars from foreign governments while they came and visited him in the Oval Office. So let's make sure that we are doing right by the American people and doing things in a way that is transparent and also in the interest of the public. And with that, I yield back.
Without objection, Rep. Brown from Ohio is waived on to the subcommittee for the purpose of questioning the witnesses at today's hearing. I'm pleased now to introduce today's witnesses. Mr. David Maroney is a director in GOA's physical infrastructure team. He oversees work on federal real property management and the U.S. Postal Service. Mr. Maroney joined GAO in 2004. Mr. John Hart is CEO of Open the Books. Mr. Hart is a veteran of Capitol Hill, having served in the late U.S. Representative and Senator Tom Coburn's longtime communications director and co-author. Mr. Hart helped enact landmark transparency legislation to put federal spending online. Mr. Ron Kendall is the executive chairman emeritus at the National Federal Development Association. He previously served in senior roles in the federal government, including within GSA's Public Buildings Service. Again, I want to thank you all for being here to testify today. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You may take a seat. We appreciate you being here today, and I look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your written statements, and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statement to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on the microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin speaking, well, this one may be different. Is it the same? The light will blink. It will? Okay. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we would ask that you please try to wrap it up. I now recognize Mr. Maroney for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Green, Ranking Member Stansbury, and members of the subcommittee. I'm happy to be here today to discuss GAO's perspectives on how to make federal real property work better for the American taxpayer. For more than 20 years, we've identified the management of federal real property as a high-risk area in need of substantial transformation. The federal government has held on to too much space and has been too slow in shedding underused properties. Federal buildings are often in poor condition and not well configured for the modern workplace, and the data needed to make good real property decisions has often been unreliable and in some cases non-existent. The pandemic shined a spotlight on these long-standing problems and created a unique opportunity to right-size the federal government's property holdings. While there have been important actions in recent years to take advantage of this opportunity, progress has been slow. Agencies were in a wait-and-see mode for too long. Since January, there has been a notable shift in momentum. GSA is now rapidly moving forward with plans to terminate leases and dispose of large amounts of federal property. This has disrupted the long-standing inertia that has slowed previous efforts to reshape the federal government's real property holdings. There is a risk of moving too fast. Most buildings have active tenants, and relocating them could be costly. As a result, as GSA and other agencies move forward, it's important that they balance the goal of speedy reductions with the need for deliberate planning. This will best ensure the most efficient and effective result for the American taxpayer. There are a lot of moving parts right now that will shape federal property for years to come. First, the Trump administration's return to office policy and its reductions in force are still relatively early in their implementation. Second, agencies will be measuring building utilization across all their owned and leased space for the very first time starting this summer. Third, it's going to take time and money to move out of properties and consolidate into others, so agencies will need to prioritize. The administration will have better information on each of these data points by this summer to help inform its efforts. GSA and other agencies should use that new information to sequence real property reductions in a way that makes the most sense. GSA's recent decision to take an incremental approach to property disposals by starting with owned buildings that are clearly not needed is a positive step in this direction. Taking a deliberate and strategic approach to real property reductions could generate substantial savings for the taxpayer and mitigate the risk of costly mistakes and unexpected mission impacts. In conclusion, right-sizing the federal government's real property holdings is long overdue. As the administration moves forward with reductions, they should do so deliberately in a way that balances speed with planning. Doing so will best position the federal government to achieve the most efficient and effective result for the American taxpayer, while ensuring agencies have the right space to successfully carry out their missions. Madam Chairwoman, that concludes my opening statement. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Hart for his opening statement.
Madam Chair Green, Ranking Member Stansberry, and distinguished members, thank you for having me today at this hearing. As we gather in this cavernous auditorium, we have an opportunity to reflect on not just the costly problem that Chairman Green described in her opening statement, but its root causes. Today's expansive, excessive, and sometimes opulent federal real estate portfolio is both a monument to the administrative state and a mausoleum of lost dreams, opportunity, and freedom for American taxpayers. In the early 20th century, progressives like Herbert Crowley dreamed of managing a complex new world with a managerial class. Crowley believed in quote unquote, increasing control over property in the public interest. He would no doubt be pleased to see this auditorium and the administrative state's impressive portfolio of office space. So this hearing is an opportunity for Congress to turn away from this failed policy of the past and reestablish our founders' timeless vision of limited constitutional government and transparency. At Open the Books, we view transparency as a first principle in a free society. Our work was in part enabled by landmark bipartisan transparency legislation, the Federal Funding, Accountability, and Transparency Act of 2006, or the Coburn-Obama bill, that I helped craft when I was working for then Senator Tom Coburn. And that bill created usaspending.gov and put all federal spending online for the first time. Our founders wisely prioritized transparency and wrote it into the Constitution. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 7 says that a regular statement and account of receipts and expenditures of all public money shall be published from time to time. Note that these words precede the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment, and our right to free speech itself. In the public square, transparency is like oxygen. We can't speak if we can't breathe. So when we had opened the books, looked at the federal real estate portfolio, we discovered the high cost of decorating and redecorating the administrative state. And to taxpayers, today's hearing is quite literally a kitchen table issue. Every family can relate to the cost of furniture. And that's why taxpayers are so incensed when they learn that federal agencies are freely spending billions of dollars every year on high-end pieces. Since fiscal year 2021, executive agencies have spent more than $4.6 billion on furniture alone. That amount could buy 9.2 million American families a modest $500 kitchen table. And of course, workplaces need desks, chairs, and meeting tables. And it's true that beautiful spaces can make us more productive. But beauty at what cost and on whose dime? Do federal employees need 7 figures worth of abstract modern art to make government run? The State Department spent $1.4 million on artwork for various embassies, including $200,000 to procure a pair of custom paintings from a contemporary abstract artist. Do they need high-end leather recliners worth thousands of dollars each? Our embassy in Islamabad is a place where you can put your feet up, thanks to 40 Ethan Allen chairs, which cost taxpayers $120,000. During the peak years of the COVID emergency, From 2020 to 2022, agencies spent $3.3 billion on furniture, even as work migrated to Zoom. The SEC managed to spend $700,000 furnishing a single conference room in New York. And social distancing guidelines failed to keep even the Centers for Disease Control from buying solar-powered picnic tables with charging ports that by their own rules should have sat unoccupied. And an added burden for taxpayers is that many spaces are in long-term disrepair, as we mentioned before. Federal buildings need $370 billion in fixes. All in all, we have an incomprehensible amount of physical space and furnishings, too much of it inefficiently procured, leased, and maintained. At Open the Books, we believe taxpayers are demanding transparency and accountability. Instead of expanding federal agencies, they want Congress to expand their agency and their right to pursue happiness on their terms with their own resources. Thomas Jefferson wisely said, "The natural progress of things is for liberty to yield and government to gain ground." Every dollar saved in Washington is a dream realized somewhere in America. The administrative state's well-decorated real estate portfolio is a worthy place to start. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. I now recognize Mr. Kendall for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Green, Ranking Member Stansberry, other members of Congress, staff, guests. A brisk good morning to all. My name is Ron Kendall. I am the Executive Chairman Emeritus of the National Federal Development Association. That is a trade association comprised of owners and developers of real estate that is leased to the federal government, along with various service providers, financiers, attorneys, brokers, and so forth. My relevance to this committee's inquiry today is twofold. First, 24 years ago, when I served as the Chief Asset Officer of the Public Building Service, I wrote a paper called the Portfolio Restructuring Strategy. It bears very closely to what the administration is doing today in terms of disposal of federal buildings. I want to explain that a bit. It's based upon three key findings. Number one, that the PBS owned portfolio had significant accrued depreciation in terms of physical needs for the properties, billions of dollars, just as it is so today. Two is the recognition that GSA was never going to receive appropriations sufficient to be able to cure that depreciation, that all the repairs and replacements that the buildings needed. The third is a critical point. What we did when my analysts worked to look at the portfolio's performance, we noticed something very interesting. 15% of the buildings, in terms of building number, 250 roughly out of 1,750 buildings, produced 95% of the financial, what's called FFO, funds from operations, a term borrowed from the REIT industry. The profitability of the Federal Buildings Fund depended upon 250 buildings. That's a small number, less than 15%, but it constituted 55% of the square footage. So the portfolio strategy was very simple. Take and direct the scarce capital resources that GSA would receive by appropriation to those buildings, because those are the ones that are keeping you going. And sell off the balance, but only when you need to, not when the buildings when the buildings fall into decrepit states or when fire life safety issues are pressing and you need to vacate. There's no need to get out before then. Now, some may construe this strategy as being.
We had our trip and we agreed that Monday maybe might not be the best idea. But also, of course, the White House is very busy yesterday. very busy day in the world. Andrea Mitchell, nice to see you again here. Matt Lees, not so much, but there you go. No, what can I say? No, you haven't. And many of you, the benefit of being in the bullpen is that you got a very brief visit from the Secretary of State, because Matt Lee encountered him somewhere in the hallway. And you invited him into the bullpen, and of course, yes, that's right, male privilege right there. Invited him into, because he knows the bullpen from the airplane. The Secretary of State likes talking with you, which is very apparent. Sometimes 30 minutes on the record, it makes a person like me very nervous. But so he sees this, and he thinks, oh, this must be my friend, and so he follows him into the room with the bullpen. But I hope you enjoyed that. We're going to do more, hopefully more of that. And welcome everybody very much for being here. So I do have a couple announcements for you today. Since my last briefing, Secretary Rubio traveled to Brussels to attend the NATO Foreign Ministers Conference. During the conference, he had important conversations with our NATO allies about increasing defense spending. Indeed, President Trump deserves credit for the conversation on NATO defense, and we have a secretary who knows how to have that conversation. Since the November election, 4 NATO allies have publicly announced that they support President Trump's call for allies to increase their defense spending to 5% of GDP. This is Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland. And that's additional increases to their defense spending since President Trump took office in January. In the words of Secretary Rubio, we want NATO to be stronger. We want NATO to be more viable. And the only way NATO can get stronger and more viable is if our partners, the nation states that comprise this important alliance, have more capability. While in Brussels, Secretary Rubio also met with our Indo-Pacific partners about the threats the Chinese Communist Party poses to our security and prosperity. The region needs to be free from China's coercive and unfair trade policies. Our security depends on it. Now, here's an update from our response to the March 28th earthquake in Burma and Thailand. The United States has made $9 million available to support the people of Burma through our humanitarian partners. Our team of experts is in Burma surveying conditions on the ground. They arrived on April 1st and deployed to the disaster zone on April 3rd. Our humanitarian response team helps ensure that support is directed to the most affected communities with the greatest needs. We are working with partner countries as well as international and local partner organizations to maximize efficiency and effectiveness. As the response shifts from residential, the United States has support in place to help with emergency shelter, food, medical support, health access to clean water, and sanitation. And now, here at home, President Trump met with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday, demonstrating that the United States is a great friend. President Trump is the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House. Among other topics, the two leaders discussed Gaza and the need for Hamas to release all the hostages. In this effort, we are guided by two principles. We stand with Israel and we stand for peace. Also, Netanyahu, President Trump reaffirmed that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. As the president announced, we are engaging in diplomacy right now to solve this matter. In the words of President Trump yesterday, doing a deal would be preferable to doing the obvious. And that is my announcements.
Thank you.
And it's great to see all of you here. We will begin, I don't know if it'll ever change, it may someday, to Matt Lee.
All right. Thank you, Tammy. I got a couple that are extremely brief. One, can you confirm that the 3 Americans who were convicted in Congo in this coup have been able to say they're back, and just wanting to know if you are able to say that they are back here?
I can tell you something about that.
Okay.
We have, of course, as you know, as I like to remind people, though, watching all around the world, that the Department of Priority and Security of U.S. citizens overseas. And we are aware, the United States government is, of the government of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, transferring into U.S. custody the U.S. citizens who were detained in connection with the events of May 19th, 2024. for, and who previously faced the penalty before their sentences were commuted to life imprisonment. Now, of course, we refer you to the U.S. Department of Justice in this regard for further information. They are, of course, they've been transferred, they're in our custody, and we also strongly condemn the armed attacks of the authorities in holding those responsible appropriately accountable. At the same time, we seek consistent, compassionate, humane treatment and a fair legal process on behalf of those U.S. citizens.
Okay. Secondly, can you, the Russians are saying that there are going to be talks, kind of embassy personnel and logistics talks in Istanbul on Thursday. Are you able to tell us anything about that? And I got one more, but it will also be brief.
I thought you said two.
Well, three.
Oh,
Sorry.
three. So
but it'll be very brief.
Yes, for Matt, two
And then
equals
I'll
three.
keep my mouth shut.
All right. Well, sure. On April 10th, U.S. and Russian delegations will meet for a second time in Istanbul to try to make progress on further stabilizing the operations of our bilateral missions. So that is happening in Istanbul. There are no political or security issues on the agenda, and it is not, absolutely not on the agenda. These talks are solely focused on our embassy operations, not on normalizing a bilateral relationship overall, which can only happen, as we've noted, once there's peace between Russia and Ukraine.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then last one.
He seems like, so he said, what's he doing? I'm answering his question. Yes, sir.
Can you give us any clarity on the cuts, the latest cuts, not including the Burma stuff, but the cuts to USAID and funding to the World Food Program that happened essentially over the weekend? Because I understand there may have been some changes to those cuts.
Well, yes. So let me get to those details because that is important. We have one thing we can say, because this is a large conversation and various different countries are involved. First of all, 80% of previously existing USAID programs with the World Food Program worldwide remain active and ongoing. So that's 85% when we're talking about the effort that the country has made and continues to make. So it is inaccurate, as some have intimated, the World Food Program. That is not true. Or that we've broadly backed away from our commitments to providing life-saving food aid. We've said from the beginning that our commitment to foreign aid remains. It may look different than it has in the past, but in this case, 85% of those aid programs with the World Food Program worldwide remain active. We have terminated a limited number of World Food Program programs based on specific country or program level priorities. But what is the story here is that the largest group of food program awards terminated were in Yemen and Afghanistan through an executive order that was issued based on concern that the funding was benefiting terrorist groups, including the Houthis and the Taliban. These concerns with UN funding have been documented and discussed for years, which is why USAID paused offers in Yemen through WFP specifically to mitigate any interference by the Houthis and has intermittently suspended food assistance across Afghanistan to mitigate Taliban interference. Other awards were terminated because they provided cash-based assistance, which is away from given concerns about misuse and lack of appropriate accountability for American taxpayers here at home, of course, and the accountability they deserve. There were a few programs that were cut in other countries that were not meant to be cut, that have been so when and if that happens, that's recognized, and that has also been the case with something as complicated as this framework. We do what is necessary to maintain the commitments that fit within the framework of keeping America safe, secure, as well as making sure that they make sure of our values as well.
Can you say what country those were?
I can get back to you on that, but it's just a few, with, again, the majority of which are Yemen and Afghanistan, with certainly with the Saigar report regarding Afghanistan and the Taliban, at least 11 million million being siphoned or enriching the Taliban in the process of that food aid. All right, any questions? Andrea Mitchell, yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. You mentioned the Iran conversations between the president and the prime minister yesterday. Can you confirm what the Iranian said, which is that Steve Witkoff, the special envoy, will lead those talks, and that they will be indirect, not direct, as President Trump said? Or is there some clarification you can give us as to how the State Department sees these talks?
I can't confirm anything an Iranian authority is going to say. What I can tell you is what the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has said, is that Mr. Witkoff, Special Envoy Witkoff, will be there. So he'll be present. And when it comes to the description of the event, I would refer you back to the President's remarks. That's who I rely on.
Can you define what is meant by direct talks? Because
the
Iranians are insisting at the foreign minister level that they are indirect.
That's nice for the Iranians. I would refer back to the President of the United States, President Donald John Trump.
I have one more subject.
Yes. Of course, I have more questions. Absolutely.
The other thing I wanted to ask you about, colleges, universities around the country are saying that with little or no notice, to them or their students, there have been massive cancellations of student visas without explanations. In some cases, some students that were reckless driving citations. These are not students who were involved in protests. Not that that would necessarily justify it, but just can you clarify the way these are being canceled? Is there a process to determine? Is there a threshold for determining why a student visa would be canceled, and what are the criteria?
Well, we've never gone into the details of the visa process. We don't discuss individual visas because of the privacy issues involved. We don't go into statistics or numbers. We don't go into the rationale for what happens. What we can tell you is that the department revokes visas every day in order to secure our borders and to keep our communities safe, and will continue to do so. The criteria, as it is applied appropriately. And that's the extent that it's what we've been doing. We've never been, and we're not inclined to answer those specifics, but I think the American people know, as we're seeing, that we take the border seriously, we take the visa process seriously, and the number of revocations, I can say, is dynamic, which is why we don't give those numbers out. And we're going to give statistics only because of always the continuing fluidity of the situation when it comes to visas and the reasons they are revoked, which is personal and private.
And just the last question on this.
You're beating Matt Lee when it comes to 2 being 4 now.
But the announcement that came out the other day about the cancellation of passports holders from South Sudan, when South Sudan is in some considerable conflict right now between their leaders. There's a great deal of turmoil and violence in that country. Some more broadly, not individual reasons, for canceling visas to passport holders from South Sudan when there is so much danger for anybody going back.
I have a few things for you on that. So enforcing our immigration laws is critically important to the national security and public safety of the country. Every country must accept the return of its citizens in a timely manner when another country, including the United States, seeks to remove them. As South Sudan's transitional government has failed to fully respect this principle by not permitting the entry of an individual that they had documented as a citizen, the United States Department of State has taken actions to revoke visas held by South Sudanese passport holders and restrict further issuance of visas to prevent entry into the United States by South Sudanese passport holders. We will be prepared to review these actions when South Sudan is in full cooperation. And Secretary Rubio has said it is the responsibility of each nation to take back their citizens who are illegally present in the United States in a serious and expeditious manner. We are unwavering in our commitment to end illegal immigration and border security. So this is the, we understand also that the South Sudan has made a statement that they've agreed finally to accept the individual in question. And we are aware of that remark. And this is, they committed on to grant the individual permission to enter their country. And we look forward to the government of South Sudan following through on that remark. And we will then be prepared to review once again these actions when South Sudan is in full cooperation. All right.
Thank you. You mentioned that some of the programs that were cut, the WFP programs, were not meant to be cut. Was that, just to clarify, from the programs that were cut over the weekends?
I'm sorry, it's like
you mentioned that
there were some that were rolled back, that were cut that shouldn't have been. Yes.
Where have we missed that from before?
I don't have that detail for you, but I'm sure we can get it because I had many details, but that's one that I don't have, but I'll get it for you.
Thank you.
Sure.
And then the Saudi foreign minister is visiting the United States. Will Secretary Rubio meet with him? And if so, what does he hope to achieve?
Yes, in fact, he'll be meeting with him.
And what does he hope to achieve from that meeting?
I'm not going to get ahead of the Secretary of State, but we look forward to seeing him tomorrow. All right. Yes. Hi.
Getting back to Iran, part of the reason that the administration cited in 2018, the first Trump administration, drawing from the Iran nuclear deal, is that it wasn't comprehensive enough. It didn't cover militias. It didn't cover the missile program and a bunch of other of Iran's activities. Is the expectation that this new agreement would have to cover that?
Well, this is a meeting. It's happening, right? On Saturday, there's a meeting. There's no negotiations, right? This is a dynamic where the president has made very clear, and certainly the secretary has made very clear, that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, and it's just that I think is a picture of what's happened, and Iran's current situation. I think the president's remarks yesterday speak for themselves. That. And he's committed to diplomacy. He's spoken about wanting to have a deal with Iran to get this done. And now it's up to Iran. And if they don't want to, so those are the two, I think, clear options here.
This is an initial sort of feel out as to whether to progress.
I think it's touching base. Yes, indeed. But again, it's not a negotiation. It's a meeting. And that's what the commitment is.
And finally, you mentioned that Steve Woodcock is going. Is he?
I speak to that, but he will be there. Yes, sir.
Thanks. Can I just follow up from Rich? We're saying it's a meeting rather than a negotiation.
Correct.
The Iranian government has said that it's a matter of they want sanctions relief. Is that something that the United States is prepared to discuss either at this meeting or?
Well, again, I'm not going to get ahead of any kind of conversation or process, diplomatic considerations. Certainly, I can't get ahead of a negotiation because this isn't one. So that's not something I can speak to.
In terms of the goal, I know that you said that not prohibiting Iran from having a nuclear weapon, but in terms of how that's achieved, I mean, there's been some talk in the administration. Is this complete dismantlement of the nuclear program, or is this verification that's going to go for nuclear for military ends? Is there an end goal that the administration has when it comes to whether it's complete dismantlement?
I can't speak to their considerations, the contemplations they have, the discussions they have. We do know that there is something very, very clear that is on the table that needs to be accomplished. And they're certainly, see now, because I have so many opinions. And you're waiting, Sean is waiting for me to kind of, we all have opinions, but what I can tell you is that the very specific thing that needs to be accomplished, which would make the world make sure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon, that there is no room around that fact. And that is something worthy of focusing on at this moment. Yes, Nadia.
Thank you, Tammy. I have two questions.
Yes, ma'am.
On the Iran...
No, you have seven. I'm sorry.
No. Two.
All right.
Only two, I promise. On the Iran talks, is this meeting primarily focusing on preventing Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons, or are we going to discuss Iran's support for proxies in the region, considering there were reports that Iran stopped supporting the Houthis, or alleged not supporting the Houthis? That's my first question.
Right. This is not a negotiation. There aren't things being negotiated in that regard. This has been described to me as something that is a matter of determining what's possible in the conversations. It's a touchback, and that's the extent of what will be happening. Yeah. Oh, the second, that's right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Second question on Gaza, actually. The situation is horrific. There is no water, there is no electricity, there is no food for almost 1 month. This is a gross violation of international humanitarian law, as you know. What is the United States is doing to alleviate the suffering of civilians in Gaza? And second, you talked about the meeting between Netanyahu and the secretary. Any prospect of a ceasefire that was discussed yesterday?
Our efforts to bring back the ceasefire that we were happy to have Hamas turned its back on the ceasefire is something that the administration, that the president and Secretary Rubio said we would want back. There's nothing that is cut off in the sense of where we go from here. It is clear. And the effort, as we are asked every briefing, which is appropriate because of the nature of the issue, is none of us, we're engaging in this to stop the suffering. When there is a resumption of a conflict, and the nature of this conflict, with so many hostages also still being held, it of course disrupts the humanitarian aid. And that concerns all of us and that we seek to change. There is one group that has broken ceasefires that continues for generations to move the suffering, and that is Hamas. It's a remarkable dynamic where you have multiple players working and constantly making an effort to stop the carnage and the suffering, and to stop the conflict on the ground so that humanitarian aid can flow. And Hamas seems to want nothing to do with that. They continue to go back to creating a framework of victims constantly. So I would say that obviously our effort is to get a ceasefire on the ground again, specifically so we can get aid into the area, specifically so that we can discuss what the region understands, which is the need for a new way to move us out of this horrible cycle. And this is what we've been dealing with for generations. President Trump is determined to end it once and for all, as is Secretary Rubio. They have one term, and this is why things have to move quickly. It never stops. Their efforts in the Middle East and now Gaza never stop. That's what we hope for. It was hopefully, obviously, is for peace on the ground, for humanitarian aid, and for Gazans and everyone in the region to have a future to look forward to that they can trust. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Tammy. Two more questions here on Ukraine.
Yes, sir.
Can you please also confirm that there will be U.S.-Ukraine dialogue negotiation this week in Washington? Any colleagues are involved? Will they be in this building as well?
I can't speak to any conversation or discussion about Russia-Ukraine here.
Right. Thank you. On Chinese involvement in Ukraine-Russia war, President Zelensky today posted a video suggesting that they captured 2 items fighting in Ukraine on behalf of Russia. Does the Secretary have any comment on that? And does it change your view, your position on how to help Ukraine, beef up Ukraine's hands?
Yeah.
Now that we know they're fighting against not one.
It's disturbing. It's disturbing with North Korea. It's disturbing with the Chinese soldiers having been captured. We're aware of those reports that Ukraine captured 2 Chinese citizens fighting on behalf of Russia in Ukraine. China is a major enabler of Russia in the war in Ukraine. China buys 30% of the dual-use items Russia needs to sustain the war. 80% comes from China. As President Trump has said, continued cooperation between these 2 nuclear powers will only further contribute to global instability and make the United States less secure and less prosperous. I think that's an understatement.
Secretary spoke to us during the travel. He said that he will give some time to Russia to clear up its position in terms of whether or not they are serious about peace talks.
Yes.
The events of this, them taking his hometown and other attacks, did those events contribute, to the Secretary's position on that?
Well, I know he loves talking to you guys on the trips. We were at NATO together, and he appreciates that. And he had a press conference at the end of NATO where he did go through it and was asked about the timeline, is that we would know within a matter of weeks if Russia was serious about peace. He said not months, not a year, but a matter of weeks, he said, we would know. And I think that this goes to the argument that they've made, even at some of the summits with Russia. And the first summit was, as the Secretary had noted, was to determine if they were serious. And so this, as I've mentioned, right, these are active men with a term in which to get this done, and then plus the lives affected. We don't have time. Every day, every week that goes by affects the quality of people's lives, and some people who are alive now will not be alive tomorrow. So it is held with urgency. It will be a matter of weeks. And you, of course, you mentioned the attack on, which is I guess the hometown of President Zelensky. It was a Russian Federation ballistic missile strike in a residential neighborhood of that town. It is further underscores President Trump's urgent calls, and he's affected by this. It's long time to stop the death and the destruction and end this war. Just as we know, President Trump has been committed to finding and demanding the return of the missing or stolen Ukrainian children from Russia. So this is the top of the mind for President Trump. Secretary Rubio. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Tammy. Continuing on the two-question trend. First of all, an American teenager was shot and killed, and 2 others were shot in the West Bank. Has the U.S. called on the Israeli government to investigate their killings?
We are certainly aware of that dynamic, where we send condolences to the family. There is an investigation that is going on. We are aware of the reports from the IDF that this was a counterterrorism act. We need to learn more about the nature of what happened on the ground, but we're aware of that, yes.
And then on the contract terminations this weekend, who signed off on those?
The foreign aid, yes.
Is the Secretary himself still canceling those contracts, or has that been delegated elsewhere?
We know, of course, of his full involvement in the beginning. We know that the review had officially ended. We also know his schedule, obviously from his office as well, to get me that information, because you and some others have also been asking now about the nature of how this is transpiring. My goal is to get a fuller view now that review has ended, and that we have purity regarding foreign aid, et cetera. And I think that we have, I think it's time now for a fuller understanding of that, and that's part of that. And so we'll get that back to you. But my goal is to have a more comprehensive answer regarding now the process now on the ground for us. All right.
Follow up on that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. When Shireen Abu was killed by the Israelis a couple of years ago, the American security coordinator was involved in investigating, and they drew a conclusion. My question to you is twofold on this issue regarding the boy. First of all, the security for the West Bank, is he involved in this thing? Is he going to follow up? And my second question, has there been any calls to the family from this building or from the U.S. ambassadors and so on to learn the circumstances?
Well, again, there's things on the ground. We don't have the complete picture of what was going on the ground. I know that we're aware of the reports. We certainly always are engaged in the nature of what's happening with American citizens, and that's the case here, and that's the extent of what I'm going to say. Yes, sir. Right there. No, yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. 2 questions. I'll ask them back to back. Number one, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres announced earlier today the UN would not participate in the resumption of IDF humanitarian aid delivery into Gaza because he felt the parameters were not sufficient, not appropriate. Would the State Department consider, or planning even, to step in to aid the IDF humanitarian aid and importance that the State Department is placing on that particular area. And the second question is, what does the State Department view as a positive role for Turkey in Syria?
Well, first of all, the reason there's aid issues and movement issues in Gaza is because of the resumption of conflict. So I know we work through our partners on the ground. The fact is that if it was safe to move aid through Gaza, it would move. And at this point, that's clearly an assessment that it hasn't been safe. So I'm not going to speak about or presume to talk about what State Department are decisions of the Secretary and of the President, of the highest levels of this government about how to move through that framework. So that's not something that I'll speculate on. And your second question was?
What does the State Department view as a positive role for Turkey in Syria, given the President's
well,
affirmation of his?
Yes, I know a great deal, I think, as we all do, about Secretary Marco Rubio, but I'm not going to presume that I know how to speak for him when it comes to the notion of diplomatic decisions or maneuverings when it comes to the nature of what's going to be best for a region like that, an ally and a friend, but that is a conversation that belongs between leaders. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Benjamin Netanyahu offered a video statement in which he outlined the terms that that Israel would accept for an agreement with Iran. So it had to be a Libya agreement where we'd go in, quote, blow up the facilities, dismantle the equipment under American supervision and American execution. Is that a position that Secretary Rubio agrees with? Is it a precondition by Israel that the U.S. is willing to accept?
I can't discuss because I wasn't in that room. I certainly don't speak for Israel or for the Prime Minister and his remarks about what's important to him. So I would leave that to the nature of conversations at that level. Certainly not something for me to comment on here.
When the President says that he would rather resolve this through an alternative,
sure.
Can you just spell out what is the alternative? Is it a U.S. military strike on Iran?
Well, I guess that's something that everyone's supposed to consider, right? The president has made himself very clear about what he prefers, and that's diplomacy and making deals. And he's been very successful at that. The world, though, as we've seen, of course, seems to devolve into something that he clearly has. Ending that violence and changing that trajectory is something that President Trump has made a hallmark of his this last term of his, and it is a remarkable commitment. So I think that speculating or hypothesizing in a world where it's dangerous when it comes to real life and what's happening is not certainly something that any of us should do. But it's I think an important reminder that President Trump not only talks about diplomacy and what he prefers, but he acts on it as well. All right. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tony. Going back to Iran, you said that this is not a negotiation, but it's time. What are you going to talk about with Iran? Are you going to set up a stage, or are you going to set up a timeline, or
well,
are you going to negotiate with Iran?
The Omanis are hosting. Special Envoy Witkoff will be there. I do not know about the environment and how it will be arranged. I don't see and how the participants decide and how to frame that meeting is completely up to them.
Question on Syria. There is a lot of concerns about the Syrian government approach towards the Kurdish Jews and other minority rights. Do you have any sorts of pressure on the Syrian government to behave international law and to take care about the minority groups?
I know that, and we've spoken about this here before, is that we expect the Syrian government to abide by human rights law, to abide by the common laws of what is a decent government, the nature of the chosen. So that's not unusual. And they've had a recent government formation or advisory formation, which seemed to involve additional groups in Syria. But there's much more that have to be done that has not been done. And we're waiting to see more action. So obviously there's expectations that have yet to be met. So we're waiting to see what they're doing. When it comes to pressure, the pressure really is about whether or not a nation wants to be within and accepted within other nation states and within the world. I think that's certainly an indication here that's possible or not possible. Yes, sir.
Thank you. You have been involved in helping start Kurdistan oil exports, and that is much appreciated. But now there is a new problem. The oil exporting companies, including U.S. companies, say that they are unilaterally and exports can't resume until this is resolved. Are you concerned about this problem? Are you involved in trying to fix it?
That we'll have to take back when it comes to the details. All right. So that's Iraq and the oil. Right? Yes, go ahead.
Just circling back to those latest cuts in foreign aid. You noted concerns about interference in Afghanistan and Yemen, but it was funding that the department initially allowed to continue because it was deemed to be life-saving. And there are other places, of course, where interference is still a concern that are still benefiting from use. So is this a amendment or a change to the State Department's initial promise to continue life-saving aid, or should we expect other cuts where interference is a concern?
Well, yeah, waivers were issued. We know that, of course, but this was in the process of a review that was expected to take 90 days. It took less time. With this review, some things you want to have continue as you're reviewing them, as you're making a determination about whether or not it's where the money is going, if it does meet your criteria to continue. And that's what happened. There are some entities that got waivers that then the worked because we went through the review and found that they should be cut. So this is also something that had to happen because there had been, who knows, I don't know, years, decades of no one auditing, no one checking, no one really knowing. And it just grew and grew and grew. So this process of auditing and knowing your money is being spent, most of us do this personally, right? We keep an eye on the bank account. We make a note of what's coming up and what the checks are that are coming in. And we spend accordingly. So we are in a constant regular audit. That will always be the case now. So if you've got a dynamic where someone is seeing aid and is meeting their obligations, that's great. It doesn't mean we're going to look back in 25 years to see if they're still okay. This has to be a regular process with this kind of work that has been, yes, disruptive and difficult, but it has been important so that we can continue to do that work. I hope that the aid that is going on now has received waivers. Some of it over time, it may be increased, it may be cut. It depends on the goals of the United States, our foreign policy goals, and the nature of how our money is being spent on the ground. All the way in the back, sir, white shirt with a little blue tie.
It has been at the center of diplomatic tension with the United States. At the beginning of this administration, we saw President Petro saying that he wasn't going to accept these deportation flights. And then he changed his mind, as President Trump said, in 13 minutes. Now, Secretary Noem said that President Petro told her he was a friend of the cartels and that members of the trendy Aragua need a lot of love. Now, President Petro says that is not true. What is the current state of that relationship between U.S. and Colombia after those two episodes?
Well, I would refer you to the nature of a relationship. But other than that, I think we're gonna bring that back when it comes to if there's been any actual response to those kinds of statements. But we'll get back to you. But that's what I have there. Yes, sir. On the end here, sir.
As you're aware, President Trump and South Korea's acting President Han had a first phone call, and then they discussed South Korea's payment for hosting U.S. forces Korea. And so do you see any possibility that the State Department somehow engaged in a renegotiation of the co-sharing deal? That was my first question.
Well, let me answer that because it'll be a short answer. So I can't answer that, right? So I won't be discussing the nature of diplomatic conversations or anything of that nature, or what choices we might make, either as certainly as a government, but certainly not as the State Department. Second question.
Second question is, South Korea, as you're aware, still facing a period of leadership vacuum after President Yoon's removed from office. So do you think that that period of a leadership vacuum will have some negative impact on the alliance between South Korea and the United States?
I know that relationship with South Korea is strong. And I know that as an ally that we are expecting them to follow certain rules and norms. And we, of course, enjoy their allyship and we enjoy that relationship. So, all right. Are we going to bring it up? All right. All right. Young lady in the back, maroon, yes, go ahead. Let me just say, I've been told I tend to favor my right, which is true politically. I can't deny that. So my goal, I've been trying to think, and I'm left-handed, funny enough, trying to move to this degree. But then also, I know you're in the back, but you're in this room, and straight down here, I got you earlier, and yes.
Thank you so much. Can you confirm that, as President said, these talks, Iran talks, are direct? Because we heard from Iranian side immediately after that they're direct. Do you find it concerning?
You're copying Andrew Mitchell. Well, I will again refer you simply back to the president's remarks, and that is my North Stars, President Donald Trump, not Iranian officials. All right, and that's going to be it today. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you on Thursday this week. Thank you very much.
Third is a critical point. When my analysts worked to look at the portfolio's performance, we noticed something very interesting. 15% of the buildings, in terms of building number, 250 roughly out of 1,750 buildings, produced 95% of the financial funds from operations, a term borrowed from the REIT industry. The profitability of the Federal Buildings Fund depended upon 250 buildings. That's a small number, less than 15%, but it constituted 55% of the square footage. So the portfolio was very simple. Take and direct the scarce capital resources that GSA would receive by appropriation to those buildings, because those are the ones that are keeping you going. And sell off the balance, but only when you need to, not when the buildings fall into decrepit states or when fire life safety issues are pressing and you need to vacate. There's no need to get out before then. Now, some may construe this strategy as being it is really good government. GSA's core portfolio, that's how we defined it back then, 24 years ago, is a portfolio of well-occupied, high rent buildings in metropolitan areas. And so by having those buildings in the inventory, you avoid paying high lease costs to the private sector. So it is really benefiting the American taxpayer. Now, my concern today is that the DOGE-led the non-core buildings that were posted briefly and taken down after a day, 440 some buildings, consisted of buildings that shouldn't be on that list. Buildings that are brand new, like the Volpe Center in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Brand new. It won't need repair for 15 or 20 years. The Main Justice Building was on that. That is a core property. So my concern is that this is not being done judiciously. The list of core properties is pretty easy to figure out and needs to be protected. So the total is not the enemy. It's how it is done, and it must be done carefully with deliberate study. I'm about out of time. I simply want to talk quickly about leases. It looks to me that there's a list of leases that are being terminated purely because they're soft term. Agencies still have needs for that space. So my concern is that we are not looking at agency mission when terminating soft terms. It's very important to maintain the viability of agencies to execute their mission. I'm out of time. I look forward to questions.
I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions, and I thank the witnesses for their testimony. Mr. Maroney, the type of reducing the government's holdings could generate substantial savings, and I agree with that. And thanks to the Trump administration, we're finally seeing some savings, $400 million on leases, according to the administration. Do you think the government's excess properties exist in part because federal agencies and the Bureau have no incentive to move or to give up their space? Just why won't these agencies co-locate and downsize?
So there's a number of reasons, but certainly cultural reticence to sharing space is something we've identified in the past. Also inertia, for lack of a better word. It's a space you've already had, and it costs money to move out of space at times, and agencies haven't always put that up front. There's a number of other reasons possibly too, but certainly those are both valid reasons that they've brought up before. Those are reasons that have been brought up before.
Right, except their actions are different. They certainly were ready to jump out of this building and leased a very expensive building on Pennsylvania Avenue. President couldn't overcome that bureaucratic inertia. Yet President Trump and DOGE ended almost 700 leases in just a few months. That's unbelievable. Has any other administration acted so quickly to reduce the federal footprint that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, that much needed though. Mr. Maroney, your testimony states that a GAO covert operation last year was successful about half the time in sneaking prohibited items past the guards and into federal buildings. I'm really interested in that. What sort of items did you get? What dangers does this vulnerability pose?
Right. So we snuck in 3 different items: a multi-purpose tool with a knife, a baton, like a baton you could use to attack someone with, and pepper spray. All those are prohibited items. All those are things you could cause real harm if you wanted to. And like you said, about half the time we were able to do those. We only did 27 tests and got through in half the time. That suggests other items could be getting through at a greater level.
But you got through half the time in 27 tests.
Correct. And that also comports with FPS's, the Federal Protective Service's own covert testing program.
Wow, that's definitely terrible. Thank you for that. I have a lot of death threats, and several people have been convicted and served time in prison for planning to murder me. So I always appreciate the efforts on every single aspect of security to make sure that people that work within the federal government and the Capitol and visitors. So thank you. Mr. Hart, I appreciate the work your organization has done in making the American people aware how the government spends Americans' hard-earned money, including this chart behind me here. Shows a disgusting amount of federal spending on furniture, which is what you talked about. The Biden administration spent about $1 billion per year on furniture, while federal buildings sat empty during COVID and federal workers work from home.
Yeah, what we do, Chairman, is we have access to all federal spending through USA spending.gov passed back in 2006. So we're able to do keyword searches and look at furniture, look for vendors even, and identify and keyword search things like recliners to identify and understand how much the federal government is spending on furniture. And it's really a scope of government problem issues. I know when we decide to have a large scope, there is going to be a big cost of furniture. So it's a very useful way to think about and assess whether we ought to have this number of federal buildings.
Yeah, Mr. Hart, we appreciate those efforts. In 2021, the CDC spent almost $250,000 on packages. The CDC at the time was telling people to socially distance with masks and basically forcing a vaccine that many Americans didn't want. So what use would its employees have for this new picnic table that has quite the price tag?
Yeah, the social distancing guidelines suggested they shouldn't be seated at that table while they were spending $237,000.
Look at those seats. Look at those seats. That's not social distancing.
No, they're quite close. There's a close proximity of those seats to the other person.
Yeah, real quick, I've just got a short amount of time yet. I'd like to ask, just basically, just for the general audience, is 238,000 spent on solar-powered picnic tables at the CDC appropriate? I think the American people thinks that's disgusting. Is 700,000 spent by the SEC for their New York regional office conference room appropriate of taxpayer dollars? I don't know. What about 6.5 million spent on high-end furniture to redecorate the EPE office? No. And then 284,000 in Herman Miller furniture for FEMA's headquarters conference center, and appropriate use of taxpayer dollars. I would argue no. So thank you, gentlemen. I now yield to the ranking member, Stansbury, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Maroney, I'm grateful that you're here. I know in the report that GAO has published that real estate of the federal government has been on the high-risk list since 2003. And part of that is that we're not disposing of it and taking care of it in as quickly a process is needed. So I think this is an issue that we have bipartisan agreement on. Certainly, if you're overinvested in assets, it's something that you need to deal with as a business. But I'm a former OMB employee. I was a federal official, and I worked on the Department of Interior's portfolio. And one of the things that the American public may not realize is that when the federal government is trying to figure out how to reconfigure its federal property footprint, there's a whole plan begins. So you first work with the federal agencies, you identify, are they going to change the configuration of how they're using space based on sharing of desk space, if there's laboratories needed, do they need to be physically located in certain spaces? This is what any company does, right? They try to figure out where they're legally. Then there's a planning process with the actual real estate itself, because in many cases you can't dispose of your leases without investing in construction and improvements because of the terms of a lease, if it's a lease, or if you're trying to dispose of the property and get fair market value. So what I want to highlight here is that we need an expedited process, but any private company or public entity would have to go through an extensive planning process to do it in a way that would get a fair shake for the taxpayers. Would you agree with that?
There's generally planning steps you want to take.
Absolutely. So the idea of just putting out a list, hundreds of federal properties, including some of the most valuable real estate in Washington, D.C. on the federal mall, including the headquarters of every major federal agency, is not a planning process. That is a fire sale of some of the most valuable real estate properties in Washington, D.C. Now, we all know that Trump's a real estate developer. Let's not lose sight of that. And certainly he understands the significance of the disposal of properties in the most valuable real estate in our nation's capital. So I think it's important that we keep that in mind as we're thinking about, is the intentions of what DOGE is doing actually in the public interest. And Mr. Maroney, I want to also go back to kind of the bigger economic context, because I think it actually relates to the issues that we're dealing with this week in the House. In fact, Donald Trump has put into place tariffs last week that are causing the markets to tank. Right now, the economy is in complete free fall, and House Republicans are whipping votes to try to get this new package across the finish line that would give permanent tax breaks to billionaires, and the markets are completely shook by it. And I know this is outside your purview, but the issue here is that anyone that really knows that this is not a good time to sell real estate. Would you agree with that?
It is a challenging time, particularly in commercial office.
Absolutely. So that's the point I want to make. If we're talking about actually getting value for the taxpayers, then doing a fire sale of federal properties and then putting into place expenses, the federal government would spend federal taxpayer dollars to lease back from private entities at this moment as the market is in free fall and the real estate market is in complete tanking at the moment, is not a good use of taxpayer dollars. Like, this is a terrible idea at this moment, and it needs to be done through a sane process. Now, Mr. Hart, I was interested in your testimony, and I actually just want to follow up. You used in your testimony a bunch of times this concept of dismantling the administrative state. And so I'm just curious, do you view the disposal of federal really is in the administrative state.
No, I view it as empowering taxpayers and transferring wealth from Washington to individual Americans. So I think it's probably one of the best economic stimulus programs you could have.
May I
is to
ask,
shift
Mr.
tax
Hart,
dollars
is your
from the
agenda to dismantle the administrative
No,
state?
my agenda is transparency. And to
I'm
give,
sorry,
and to
Mr.
give, and
Hart,
to
I
give-
understand. I just listened to your 5 minutes of testimony. I think it's very clear that part of the agenda here is really about dismantling the administrative state and using real assets of the federal government to do that. I mean no disrespect, but I wanted to reclaim my time. So the point here is that it's not always as they appear in Washington, D.C., and I think it's very clear that this is not about the federal taxpayers and the American people. This is about disposing of federal property and a fire sale to make the wealthy more wealthy. Thanks. I yield back.
I got 1,400 points. With that, I now recognize Mr. Fallon for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You got to love the hyperbolic accusations in class warfare all in one sentence. We have 1,500 federal buildings. We have 7,500 leases of other locations, 511 million square feet of office space. It comes down to need and want. There might be some people that want all of that space, but do we really need it? And clearly, when you read government reports, even pre-COVID, we didn't need the space that we had. We had too much. Then COVID exacerbated and the surplus exploded. Now, in 2022, Joe Biden's State of the Union address, and quote, the vast majority of federal workers will once again work in person. Mr. Kendall, do you believe Mr. Biden achieved his goal?
Mr. Fallon, I believe that he made a directive which was tempered by Ashe. There was a
So,
lot.
Mr. Temple, Mr. Kendall, I'm sorry, I have 5 minutes. So, do you believe he achieved that goal? Yes or no? We can talk about why.
To some degree, he did.
To some degree, okay. 2023 GOA report found that 17 of the 24 largest federal agencies used only 25% of their headquarters capacity. And all 21 of them reached over 50%. And we're talking big ones: defense, state, commerce, justice, treasury, et al. This much space, when you're talking about operation and maintenance bills, are going to be in the billions. Leases, $7 billion just on leases. And then there's a backlog deferred maintenance, which is now estimated in these numbers from government agencies is $370 billion. So 17 out of 24, 71% are under 25%, and all of them are under 49. We clearly have to take some of this off the book, so we can be accused of nefarious intent. The point of the fact of the matter is we are looking out for the American, very expensive real estate in Washington, D.C., New York City, San Francisco. And to alleviate some of our friends' concerns on the other side of the aisle, there is something called strategic sequencing to prevent the flooding of the market. And I would trust somebody that has real estate experience. The Biden administration, we're talking 500 buildings, 7,500 leases, 511 million square feet of office space. What did they do? Did they take action? Fact of the matter is they did not. And it is time, and it's high time, 20 years in the making, to take some action. The U.S. Center of Disease Control, as that Madam Chair pointed out, spent $2 billion on cables. Is that a good use of government funds, Mr. Kendall, you think?
I just wanted to respond to something you just said. When I did this portfolio restructuring strategy, it was 197 million. It's now 180. It's 183. So
The witness is not recognized.
Mr. Kendall, you're a witness. You are here of your own volition. Could you answer my question? Do you think that 230 grand for solar picnic tables at the Center of Disease Control is a good use of taxpayer money?
I have no opinion. I don't know.
Okay. How about State Department high-end furniture, 120 grand of furniture in Islamabad, Pakistan? Do you think that's a good use of taxpayer money?
I would like to examine.
So no opinion again. How about the Pension Benefit Guarantee Corporation spent $14.4 million, about $14,400 per employee on brand new furniture? Is that a good use of taxpayer money?
Did it include IT, computers and so forth?
So again, yes or no? No.
I don't have sufficient information to make an informed decision.
Thank you. The Biden administration essentially did nothing. And what we've had with new leadership with DOGE is terminating 700 federal leases already, 10%. That is any building that has national security implications is going to be unaffected. And now they're moving on to sell, and we're going to do it again with strategic sequencing as well. I think it should be noted that Democratic Witness works for a trade association that represents real estate owners who lease space through the federal. Is that a fair assessment, Mr. Kendall?
That is true.
Okay, thank you. Then we've got something in the research that we were doing, the McKinney-Vento Act in 1987. I was shocked to find, Madam Chair, that homeless assistance providers have right of first refusal on any sale of any federal building. I think the American people should be drafted, and our office will be doing so, to repeal that, to give the federal government more flexibility to properly sell and unload these buildings to save the taxpayers, not the super rich evil people, the taxpayers of this country some money. Madam Chair, you'll.
Thank you, Mr. Fallon. I now recognize Ms. Norton from the District of Columbia for 5 minutes.
Good luck, man. I strongly oppose OMB and OPM's recent directive to federal agencies to, quote, propose relocations of agency, bureaus, and offices from Washington, D.C. and the National Capital Region to less costly parts of the country, end quote. I also have been introduced this Congress to relocate the headquarters for federal agencies in the National Capital Region to outside the National Capital Region. These relocations, as we saw during the first Trump administration, operations of these agencies and waste taxpayer dollars. They would also harm the economy of the National Capital Region and upend the lives of federal workers, many with kids who love their homes and schools. Last month, I introduced a bill to prohibit such relocations. However, there are specific federal buildings in D.C. that GSA should dispose of in an orderly manner and move the employees from those buildings into other buildings in D.C. These disposals would save money and could generate tax revenue for D.C., increase housing supply, and create new mixed-use neighborhoods in the District of Columbia. There is precedent for orderly disposals of federal properties. Congress has passed many of my bipartisan bills to transfer unused or underutilized federal buildings and land in D.C. to the D.C. government or the private sector, including the Webster School, the Wharf, and the Yards, and most recently the RFK Stadium campus. Mr. Kendall, I believe that there needs to be an orderly process for disposing of federal buildings in D.C. as opposed to putting many federal buildings up at the same time. How would putting many federal buildings in D.C. up for sale at the same time affect the price the federal government could get for the buildings and the value of commercial real estate generally?
Congresswoman Norton, selling into a down market is not a sagacious plan. As Ranking Member Stansberry said, that's a kind of fire sale approach. Vacancy in the office market in Washington, D.C., and I've been here for 47 years, it's the highest rate of vacancy in 4.5 decades. You don't sell into a down market. That is, it's folly. You're going to get the lowest price the assets at all. I mean, there is, of course, McKinney-Vento, as the congressman just made some could go the homeless way, and others might be public benefit discount conveyances, and you get nothing. But the point is, it is not, you're loading up already under distress. So it's cataclysmic.
Well, 3 months ago, Congress passed the Bipartisan Water Resources Development Act, which established a clear federal standard requiring GSA to identify buildings for potential consolidation or disposal, specifically any with an occupancy rate below 60%. However, I'm concerned that GSA is trying to dispose of federal buildings without looking at data to judge whether the buildings are needed or not. Mr. Maroney, established in the recent law, when do you expect the GSA would have the information needed to make more informed decisions about property disposal?
Agencies are supposed to start collecting that data in July, and then they're supposed to.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields, and I now recognize Mr. Cloud from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you, Chairwoman, for holding this hearing on this topic. It's certainly one that we've talked about before, seen very little action on. One of the reasons and discussion points surrounding those who were proponents of teleworking were that we would save all this money on not needing these federal buildings. And yet what we've seen was, in the business world, what you would do is you lose a little bit, but you would gain that from, less cost and overhead of maintaining buildings and facilities. But of course, in the nature of the federal government, we sent people home, we got less productivity, and we continue to grow our assets and property portfolios, and now we're making buildings to the tunes of millions and millions and millions and billions of dollars even. Biden had, as Mr. Fallon mentioned, committed to getting the workforce back to work in person in offices, and of course we know that didn't happen. This has really been a bipartisan issue. In 2011, in the campaign to cut waste, laid out what you could almost describe as the goals of DOGE, but we saw very little progress over that. And so our friends in the left right now are kind of complaining about how this is being done, but one would have to ask them. They had all the House, the Senate go. Why didn't they do anything about it then? And so now we continue to, I'm sorry, you're right, a couple years ago, but nonetheless, you had it a couple years ago and didn't do anything with it. And so now we find ourselves to the point where the President administration is finally doing something about this, and this is good for the American people. We must find savings for it. As Mr. Fallon mentioned, the vast majority, I think 17 of 24 agencies were almost vacant, it seems, using 25% less, and then we have a backlog, $370 billion in maintenance costs backlogs. And so we have to do something about this. And I think it's worthy to note, you keep mentioning selling properties in a down market. Who would benefit from that? Well, that would be the American people who are buying it. These businesses who could buy it up and turn it into a property that would bring tax flow to Washington, D.C., for example, income, as opposed to a vacant building sitting there being a burden on the American people. So there's a lot of reasons to continue to move forward on this. Of course, we want to make sure this is done the right way. Mr. Maroney, could you speak to kind of the dynamics that you, first of all, thank you for being willing to take up this fight that so many administrations have been willing to talk about and bring little action to. But could you talk about kind of your decision-making process and apparatus as we continue to look forward, and how you will evaluate what properties are valid and which ones are not for sale or
for owned properties, GSA and the administration in general should take a look at first, sequencing makes sense. Take a look at the properties. There are already a number of properties that have been previously identified as properties that should be gotten rid of. Oftentimes, these are buildings that are underused, have been for a long time, and have large deferred maintenance liabilities. So it makes sense. Start out the door as quickly as you can and get those savings. And then as the new data that we're going to have on utilization, which is going to start rolling in July, comes in, you can use that to further assess where are there additional properties that are underused. We'll have that data for the first time for many buildings, and assess what makes this next sentence, sell, and consolidate. This all is going to take money. It does take money to move out of spaces, to build out consolidations, to reconfigure spaces. But at the end of the day, you save, not only do you potentially get proceeds from the sales, but you also save the operation and maintenance costs, which have a very long tail and save a lot of money over time that are just costly to maintain now.
Now, more than half of GSA's leases, I think it's 4,108 out of 7,685 are set to expire between, 2023, but in 2027. How much of the federal government can save leases to expire that are not needed,
right,
using properties that we already own?
Right. Well, from a pure financial basis, we spend about $6 billion on leases each year. So if you're reducing whatever the math is, I can't do the public math, but it's a substantial amount you can get from lease savings. You just want to make sure you know what your end state is going to be. How much are you going to make sure you're sequencing things in a way that makes sense.
I only have 8 seconds left, so I will yield back to the chairwoman. Thank you.
The gentleman yields, and I now recognize Mr. Lynch from Massachusetts for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the outset, I would just suggest that if this committee were truly concerned with delivering on government efficiency, we might examine the devastating impact of President Trump's recent trade tariffs on the financial security of the American people. In just the 2 days of the president's tariff, U.S. stocks have lost more than $6.6 trillion in value. The market turmoil has already placed the retirement savings of millions of Americans at risk, with more than $44 trillion of U.S. retirement assets tied to the stock market via 401k plans and retirement accounts. I know that President Trump has recently stated, "I haven't checked my 401k," close quote. Well, Americans, retirees, and workers that are approaching retirement have certainly been checking theirs. And I can tell you they're alarmed. They're alarmed by the extent to which the president's trade war is harming their retirement investments. So for the average American who's approaching retirement, who has about $500,000 in a 401k, that American worker lost $35,000 in their 401k in the days of Trump's tariffs. So, you know, I've heard from one of our witnesses that if every dollar saved is a dream realized, then this is really a nightmare for the American worker, especially for those who are approaching retirement. And while the great promise is in reducing the costs of groceries, food, housing during his campaign, I really would like him to get around to that if he could at some point. So, Mr. Kendall, the suggestion here is that we're supposed to move away from the buildings. Instead, we're going to move to the private equity model where we sell the building that is home to a federal agency, and then we're going to pay rent to a private equity firm. In Massachusetts, we just had a situation like this with one of our hospitals, actually 8 of our hospitals. So those hospitals were receiving a lot of money from Medicare and Medicaid. Okay, they sold the building to a private equity firm. Drove up the prices. The CEO of the private equity firm bought 2 yachts. He's got one of them off the coast of Ecuador. But at the end of the day, the federal taxpayer money, the money that was going to that hospital through Medicaid, was now going in the pocket of a private individual who could spend it on whatever they want. They introduced the profit motive into the ownership of those buildings. So how does that work for these government buildings that are now going to go to Elon Musk's pals, and I have to get profit in addition to just covering their bills?
Well, Congressman, while my trade association always feels that there will be adequate leasing, the truth is leasing does cost more than a federally owned space. and I make it clear, the cost to the federal government to borrow long-term is about 2%, 2 to 3%. There's a 500 basis point premium to have space that's leased. That's what the market charges. So to bring it home to everybody, would you rather have a 2% mortgage on your house or 7% mortgage? Obviously, 2% is a lot cheaper. So it behooves the government, when it can afford to own space, to own it. And you only lease in the alternative. It's a stark world. You have to lease because you have to own enough buildings. But it is a mistake if you have a choice to lease and to sell off buildings and now pay for them, to pay private sector lessors. It's going to be more expensive.
If you have a agency that is designed to provide veteran benefits or some other public service, it makes it tougher for the government to move, right?
That is correct.
Okay. I yield back, Madam Chair. If I could, I'd ask unanimous consent, a press release from GSA dated.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. And a press release from the Biden-Harris White House titled, President Biden announces new actions to ease the burden of housing costs.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
I now recognize Mr. Timmons from South Carolina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're here because this country faces $36 trillion in debt, a $1.8 trillion annual deficit, and we're trying to find common sense solutions to address unused space and how we can be more efficient with taxpayer dollars in that regard. And this is really a whole of government approach. We have to write our ship to have a country long term. So I guess this is just one small part of that endeavor. And it really is just common sense. And I'm going to tell you a story about my time in office. I got elected 7 years ago, and my predecessor had 2 offices. They were spread out in my district, and they were in some of the highest costing office space in my district. And we only had 3 employees, and we had 2 offices, and they were, one was in Greenville, one was in Spartanburg. And I just said, well, that doesn't really make sense. So I went to a wonderful municipality that is up and coming, and I got this fantastic office space. It's actually more square feet than I had between the 2, but it is drastically nicer, and it costs less than half as much. So just in my one little congressional office, we're probably saving $60,000 to $70,000. So that is just pretty straightforward, and we're going to basically do the same thing across the country. We're going to figure out what we need and what we don't need, and then we're going to dispose of what we don't need by either selling it or by not renewing the lease. So the Department of Government Efficiency has already terminated close to 700 federal leases. What financial impact has that created for taxpayers?
That once the leases are drawn out, there's about 120 days, but there'll be this lease savings. You won't be paying that lease rent anymore.
And I mean, 700 leases, hundreds of millions of dollars. I mean,
depends on the
properties. Right. And I know we're complaining about a property in DC that we own. So this building is likely to be sold in the next couple of years. Do you want to guess at what? I mean, this is probably what, 3 acres? How much is 3 acres worth?
I would imagine quite a lot.
I mean, that's at least tens of millions of dollars. And you know what we really need in this area? We need housing. And so I guarantee you that a developer, a big bad developer, is going to come in. And it's funny, the DC City Code is going to require them to do 30 or 40% of it as affordable housing. So that'll make some houses across the but there'll probably be, 1,000, 2,000 units to address the housing crisis in this area, because this is crazy. The highest and best use of this property is not what is currently being used, and we're going to transition it to that. And the best part is when they build this massive building and put housing in it, they're going to pay taxes. So we're going to take a building that is currently using taxpayer dollars to be maintained, but not very well. And we're going to then sell it, get tens of millions of dollars, and we're going to turn around and create a highest and best use for this property, which is then going to result in paying taxes. So, I mean, that's the whole theory. And while we can look all across the country for areas that we can save money, I mean, this is just common sense. I do have a question. So, Mr. Maroney, why is this so hard? Like, historically, that has created this problem where we use such a small percentage of property that we lease and that we own, and what are the structural impediments to really turning this problem upside down and solving it?
Yeah, I'll point to a couple. There's multiple reasons. But yes, we're typically talking about underuse. So it's not a lot of properties that are just purely vacant and empty, and there are some, but the bigger issue is agencies having space where only a portion is being used. And so a couple of problems. One, agencies typically haven't had the incentive to move off of properties that are underused but not completely vacant. It costs money for them to disposal. Another reason is reticence, inertia. You've been in this space for a long time. You're familiar with it. Recent years, there's been some uncertainty, right? How many people are going to be in the office versus not? Do we get rid of the space and have to get back new space?
I'm running out of time. Okay. I want to close with this. President Biden, in his State of the Union address, talked about how bring people to work. He didn't do that because he actually wanted to. He did that because the city of DC was crumbling without the federal workers coming and supporting the businesses that they previously supported. So I know that my colleagues across the aisle do not like this effort, but when this building becomes 2,000 people are going to then spend money in Washington, so it will actually help the economy. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Crockett from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I can tell you one thing that is crumbling for the city of DC was that continuing resolution that defunded approximately $1 billion this hearing. The Republicans' recklessness and chaotic approach to reducing the size of government has shown us what we've already known. Concepts of a plan don't work. This is the committee's fourth hearing, and still no one from the so-called Department of Government Efficiency has testified to me about their plans to break the federal government, because as it turns out, breaking the federal government doesn't just hurt people you don't like. It's not just going to be Democrats who miss out on Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security, or only Democratic veterans who miss out on their VA benefits. Their approach will negatively impact all Americans. So it's unfortunate that Republicans have taken a seemingly bipartisan issue and included it as part of their scam to subsidize tax giveaway for billionaires. They haven't proposed anything that will improve the efficiency of the government. Instead, they have put the country in and implemented the largest tax increase on Americans in decades through Trump's tariffs. This hearing is their latest attempt to try to convince the American people that dismantling public-facing agencies will somehow improve government efficiency. Let me tell you, it won't. There's nothing efficient as IRS taxpayer assistance centers during tax season, nor dismantling farmers support offices in rural communities while farmers are trying to survive Trump's tariffs. And just like their trade policy, there isn't any logic or strategy behind the Trump administration's reductions in forest or disposal of federally owned property. It has been discussed that managing federal property has been on GAO's high-risk list for more than 2 decades. Currently, GAO has almost 60 recommendations that the administration could fully implement, but decided to ignore. And I'm going to veer off for 2 seconds, because I'll hear fire is what I heard. And as I heard fire, it seems like we are talking about an administration that has been hell-bent on firing government workers. They are hell-bent on engaging in fire sales of our government buildings. And while we are at it, they are like Medicaid on fire, Medicare on fire, 401ks on fire, Department of Education on fire. And instead, what we need to light on fire are Trump's tariffs. In fact, we could probably go a little bit further and fire this incompetent administration. But if we are going to talk about efficiency and worry about some solar panels, whatevers, let's talk about the fact that as of March 30th, Trump's golfing has cost us approximately $26 million. And the last time I checked, we're not getting anything and I'll get back on my remarks, but I just wanted to point out that maybe we need to talk about the president and his golfing habits. In fact, he decided that he was going to golf as the markets were tanking. He decided he was going to golf instead of receiving 4 heroes who died serving this country. The city wants to play games while the rest of us are really trying to make sure that we can serve the American people. So, Mr. Maroney, you were quoted in the New York Times article dated March 17th, stating that it is important for officials to have a plan to generate the most savings, and that, quote, all of these moving parts point to the need for some deliberate planning. Did the administration consult with GAO regarding their plans to dispose of hundreds of federally owned buildings?
No.
In your testimony, you highlight that one of the core issues associated with managing federal property is the lack of reliable data to support decision-making. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Reduce workforce by 50%, improve data gathering and analysis.
I cannot say they're
That's
not
perfectly fine. We know that we need experts and not idiots, but Mr. Kendall, we will move on. In your written testimony, you state some of the actions of this administration suggests that it's not a strategy designed to save taxpayer money, and that the administration seems to ignore agency's mission integrity. Why do you think that?
In the list
You got
of
20 seconds.
in the list of projects, there were a couple score Social Security offices, IRS, taxpayer service offices, which those agencies, those end user agencies wanted, and yet the administration is canceling those leases. So it does imperil mission accomplishment.
Thank you so much. Oh, you're back.
The gentlelady yields, and I now recognize Mr. Burleson from Missouri for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I first want to acknowledge these amazing chairs that we're sitting in. I looked them up. These chairs retail for $2,900. This is the nicest chair that I've sat in. And I've worked at a lot of I've worked at Fortune 500 companies, worked in the private sector. Never that's empty. I'm speaking to you from a microphone that I looked up right now. It's over $1,600 for this very nice microphone that apparently needs video. This is why we're here. We're in an empty building from an agency that decided this wasn't good enough. So they spent $250 million more over a 15-year period for a more luxurious location than this. So, and with that, I want to say thank you to the chairwoman for this hearing.
Question.
When it comes to time, I don't want to yield.
Okay, I understand. I'm just asking. Thank you.
So the solution is quite simple. Reduce the budgetary burden of the national real estate portfolio by disposing of federal properties like the one that we're in today. It could be repositioned. It could find a better purpose, as was mentioned before. So I want to ask Mr. Portfolio, how many are there?
So there's about 277,000 buildings, but that's everything.
And how many of those have approximate utilization, their full capacity, or 75% or above?
There's just not good data. We don't have data.
How many are below 15%?
Same thing there. We only know for headquarters.
So I want to show you, the American people, a chart that we found. Where there's a list of a number of buildings, and on this list, you've got, for example, the James Forrestal building, which is a capacity of almost 5,000 people. There are 8 people occupying that building today. We have the Wilbur Cohen building, which could house almost 3,500 people, but there's 72. This entire list, it goes from the top to the bottom. At the very top is 14% occupied. So this is where we stand. Milton Friedman had a great quote that I want to mention. There are 4 ways that you can spend money. You can spend your own money, which when you do, you're really careful when you watch out what you're doing, and you try to get the most of your money. Then you spend your money on somebody else. For example, if you buy a birthday gift for someone else, well, then you're not so careful about the gift, but you're careful about the money. And then you can also spend somebody else's money on yourself, and in that case, you have a really nice lunch. And then there's the example where
you spend somebody else's, and this is what happens when you're spending somebody else's money on somebody else. So I have a question for Mr. Hart. You and your organization opened the books, say that you're committed by making every dime of the government spending accessible to what you're doing. Transparency is exactly what we need from our government. More than half of the current leases that GSA maintains are set to expire between now and 2027. How much money could the American people save by not renewing these leases?
Okay, speak to the cost of furniture, which is going to be about $1.1 billion on just furniture, and I'd have to get you the figure on leases. But it illustrates again is that when you decide to have a massive expanse of federal agencies, it's very, very expensive to decorate and redecorate these agencies. You're sitting in right now.
Apparently my $1,600 microphone wasn't working. So I want to put into perspective a report that we uncovered from the Public Buildings Reform Board's report that comes. Instead of using, what was the accounting that was given to them, they used available cell phone data. And in 2023, the cell phone data indicated that approximately 441 people occupied the Francis Perkins building on an average day, costing the American taxpayer approximately $182,000 per employee each year in operating and maintenance expenses and rent paid. Mr. Maroney, is that a reasonable expense from the American taxpayers? $182,000 per employee.
You certainly don't want to spend more on real property than you need.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield.
The gentleman yields, and I now recognize Ms. Brown from Ohio for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I wanted to wave on to today's hearing because the General Service Administration is rushing to sell a piece of federal infrastructure in my district, the Anthony J. Celebrezzi Federal Building in downtown Cleveland. Let me clear, this isn't just the sale of a building. It's a reckless decision that could destabilize essential services for my constituents, displace some 4,000 federal employees, and deal a blow to the local economy. The Celebrezzi houses the IRS, the Veterans Benefits Administration, the Finance and Accounting Services, DHS, and the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. These are the people ensuring tax seasons run smoothly. Our veterans get their benefits and military payroll is processed accordingly. Selling this building, especially on an expedited 3-year timeline compared to the usual 10 years, and misguided. And what it really represents is another example of Donald Trump and Elon Musk's chaotic and careless approach to cost cutting. In fact, cost cutting is too generous. What they are really doing is looting the federal government and stripping it for parts. This could reduce public access to services, lower job security for thousands of workers, and a ripple effect throughout Cleveland's downtown economy. Local businesses, public transit, and city revenues all depend on the federal footprint of this building. The administration promises to relocate workers to Cleveland. That's great, but how can their word be trusted? They are selling a building while forcing workers to return to the office. They claim they will look for new lease space as they simultaneously cancel leases nationwide. And they are firing federal workers that provide my constituents and the American people services. So what assurances do we have that they'll actually maintain staffing levels and secure new space for the agencies affected? Or is this just another slash and burn strategy, a thinly veiled attack on the federal workforce under the guise of reform? This building is an anchor for downtown Cleveland. Removing this presence will not only leave a void in the heart of Cleveland, it will undermine the progress that we've made in revitalizing the city. There is a responsible way to reduce and consolidate the federal government's real estate portfolio, but this hasty decision is not it. So, Mr. Kendall, can you tell us how does GSA balance the social impacts like job loss, transit disruption, and economic disinvestment with the needs of the agency?
That's a difficult question. GSA defers to end user agencies in terms of what their space needs are. They really are a real in terms of finding space. They typically, the rule is to use own space, and if that's not available, to lease space. The Calabrese building, I don't know the particulars of it. If it is not in, if there's not an exigency about selling it because it constitutes a safety threat to the occupants, it doesn't have to be moved. I mean, part of the argument here today is that federal workers are being put in opulent space, lease space, and incurring great costs, but they could be retained in maybe Class B or B minus and avoid lease costs. GSA is all about avoiding lease costs. So, so I don't know specifically about the mission needs of the agencies that are housed in that building, but my sense would be GSA is direct to the concerns.
So given your experience at the GSA, how would you characterize the administration's rushed approach? Would their rushed approach to decision-making and shortening the disposal timeline lead to more efficiencies or less?
I think that there is a lot of haste going on today, and I think it is ill thought through. I think that a much more deliberate approach should be taken to deciding what buildings to retain and what to get rid of. I also think that the staffing levels are endangering GSA's, the reduction in staffing. I understand 3% of the PBS employees are to be terminated. That's 3 out of every 5. I don't know how it was determined, how they reached that number, and in consideration of what mission needs are and what types and numbers of employees you need.
So the last thing I want to get before I run out of time, this question in is, the list reported that building utilization is a contributing factor to the need for management of federal property. How is the president's return to work impacting GAO's analysis of federal real estate?
The
Sorry,
gentlelady's out of time. I now recognize Mr. Jack from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for convening this hearing in an underutilized federal office building. To establish context for those watching at home, our federal government owns roughly 511 million square feet of office space, and that does not include large swaths of military bases. So again, to establish context, you watched the national championship last night and saw how massive the Alamo Dome looked. The 511 million square feet of federal office space represents 3,200 Alamo Domes. If you watched at home, if you're watching this hearing at home, the average square footage of an American home is about 2,000 square feet, which represents 200,000 average American homes. So that's the scale with which we're dealing when we discuss federal office space. And if I could start with Mr. Maroney, I'd like us to look into the 2020 GAO report that just describes how inaccurate this is, that monitors all this federal government. Are you familiar with that report, and could you share a little bit about its findings?
Right. We found that the Federal Real Property Profile, which is the database for federal real inventory, had significant data reliability problems, including something as simple as address information.
And if I'm not mistaken, that report demonstrated 1 million square feet of federal office property, 67% of the addresses and accounting for it is inaccurate. Is that true?
That was the case in 2020. There has been some improvement.
One of the things that we've highlighted throughout this hearing thus far is just how underutilized this office space is. And could you walk us through GAO survey, 24 agencies surveyed, just how much underutilization is there today?
Right. Well, in 2023, when we did that, there was significant underutilization in headquarters buildings. None of the agencies were using more than half of their office space in the DC area for headquarters, and about 17 of the 24 were using less than a quarter. So it was an issue. That was 2 years ago. We don't know what the picture looks like today because there isn't good data. That should be coming this summer.
And I'm just curious, within those 17 to 24 agencies that use 25% or less of federal office space, which agency was the most egregious, if you will, at underutilizing office space?
So HUD instead for their headquarters buildings, but I will say no one had a great track record in terms of the utilization.
Thank you. And in your assessment, how much taxpayer money could have been saved if the federal government had begun right-sizing its property portfolio shortly after the pandemic shifts to telework became apparent?
So certainly you could get some substantial owned and leased office space. So any reduction is going to generate a lot of money.
Thank you. If I could ask some questions, Mr. Hart. First off, I appreciate your opening testimony. And just for the American public, I'd love for you to walk through usaspending.gov, walk through the parameters of it. How can we use that?
Yeah, so usaspending.gov was created through the Federal Funding Accountability and Transparency Act of 2006. That was a bipartisan bill that Coburn and Obama wrote. And what that bill did is that for the first time, it took all of the disparate databases among federal agencies and put them together so that the American people could see. And again, this is a foundational first principle of American society, is that taxpayers have the right to inspect the government's checkbook. The government does not have the right to inspect their checkbook. So transparency in the founder's vision is not a two-way street. It's that we have tools to help hold government accountable because it's their money. It's taxpayers' money.
Well, in the last minute of questioning, I was alarmed, as I think some of our colleagues were in your opening testimony, about some of the expenditures you walked through. There were egregious examples of wasted taxpayer money. And your findings over the course of your work, what was the most egregious expenditure that you saw? And at the same time, too, we would love recommendations about that.
Well, yeah, well, it's a very target-rich environment. I think the totality is quite egregious, where you're looking at $1 billion spent on furniture. We talked about the picnic table as one, where the CDC told the American people they can't sit together, but yet they're spending $230,000. Violates their own standards. That rubs the American taxpayer the wrong way in every way imaginable. So I think what you could do is really reorganize federal agencies. Is that, it's the perfect political moment to cut spending is always a mirage over the next election horizon. But this body has the opportunity to do an agency reorganization bill that will solve all of the problems we're talking about, because it's a scope of government question. And to the question before is that we spend about $80 million a year on leases, and that's not as much as the owned property. That's a larger number. But there are companies that can be produced by having a smart, strategic agency reorganization.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Garcia from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you to our witnesses. I think we're again here at another hearing where how to help Elon Musk get cover for looting our federal government. DOGE, and so far this committee has not been about efficiency or better services. It's been an attack on programs that we rely on, from public health to Medicaid to the Department of Education, and of course now to office space. And we all know that Elon Musk and Donald Trump are attacking all are designed to make sure they just can't sell our government assets to their own companies, but they can also sell them to their friends. Our committee is ignoring the biggest threat from the Trump administration so far, and that is a horrific economic plan, Maganomics. Now, Mr. Kendall, we've been hearing testimony complaining that the federal government spent $4.6 billion on furniture since 2021. Do you know how much the U.S. businesses will pay every year in tariffs under Donald Trump's plan? Any idea?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, well, the U.S. businesses will be paying $654 billion a year, and that number will just 1 year. That number, of course, is enormously much larger than anything that we ever spend in furniture. We're looking at the biggest tax increase in over 50 years. Now, Mr. Kendall, the total value of all property held by the federal government is about $330 billion, as stated. Is that correct?
That's not that.
Okay, great. So do you know how much wealth has been wiped out from the stock market in just 2 days after Donald Trump's tariff announcement? Any idea, Mr. Kendall?
It's in the trillions, but I don't know that.
Around $6.6 trillion. So I want to make sure what people should be understanding here. Last week, we had the largest 2-day stock market fall in history. We're talking about furniture and office space while people are losing their retirement accounts, while the stock market is crashing, while Medicaid is under attack, while healthcare costs are going up. We know that retirement accounts are being wiped out right now as we're holding this hearing. Companies, many of them, are no longer able to invest. People are losing their jobs. And we're here talking about furniture while Donald Trump is destroying the economy. We also know that predicting a recession, which many are now doing, is looking more and more likely, which we hope, of course, doesn't actually happen. And while all this was happening, and Donald Trump's plan and the prices of almost everything, groceries, housing, clothing, computers, can be expected to go up. Donald Trump, of course, the next day left to go play golf. Now, Mr. Kendall, were you aware that as the markets were crashing, Donald Trump the next day went out to play golf?
I read papers, so I did know that.
And perhaps maybe instead he should have been working with world leaders or allies to actually work on the tariff crisis. But instead, of course, he was, of course, on the front page of the Wall Street Journal, which is a very conservative paper, as we know. I think it's clear that Donald Trump could care less about American workers or the community. And unfortunately, Republicans in Congress want to debate office space and furniture while the president torches our own American economy and the global economy. We have businesses right now back in my district and across the country that are getting hammered and suffering families. But instead, we're continuing to have these really unfortunate, I think, hearings. It's crazy. It's cowardly. We should stop the tariffs now. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Burchett from Tennessee.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Thank you for indulgence and allowing me. I usually ticked off and I leave in worse condition. So thank you for that. If I ever have a counselor, I'm going to send you the bill. Mr. Hart, do any members of Congress, their spouses, or their immediate family have any property ownership rights to this property or any federal land?
Congressman, I don't know the answer to that question off the top of my head.
Okay, do spouses of members of Congress own real property and lease it to the federal government? And how would we find that out? Because I think I know what you're going to say.
I believe the answer to that question is
You do?
I do believe that.
Is there any way we could verify that information?
Well, you go to USA Spending and search, you open the books, our website, and you can look up members' names. You can look up any person's name and find that information.
All right. I suspect that's being done as I speak. Mr. Roney, how much underutilized space does the federal government have?
Can't say there's not good data. We just don't have data. There's going to come this summer. Congress has now required it. But prior to this, once you get outside of headquarters, there wasn't measurement of how much the
I hate these studies. Every day we vote on a new study, and I was like, it's the Lost Ark at the end where they're putting this, and our top people are looking at it, and there's these studies are just on these shelves in these vast warehouses. Would you agree with that assumption?
There are a lot of studies.
All right. Remember, you're whatever. All right. How much would the federal government save by allowing it to expire?
Federal government spends about $6 billion on leased office space. So depending on how many you let expire, you get substantial savings.
As I said up here, people chastise the thought of making a profit. To me, that's not a lot of people to be employed. It seems that we have forgotten exactly who we work for, and it's the people back home who are struggling. When I was mayor of Knox County, one of the first things I did was I said, get me a list of all the property we own in Knox County. And it was amazing to me. I mean, we had property in neighborhoods. We had some of it was obviously undevelopable. So one was on the corner of a small airport. But it was all over. We had something listed as a park, and it was nothing further from a park. And we ended up selling a lot of property, and we paid cash for schools, crazy things like that. We didn't stay in debt. And to me, that just seems like the model that the federal government should adopt. We should have a listing of the property, and the people ought to be able to review that and make better assumptions, because I think I'm pretty credit for, and I suspect that's part of the problem. They don't want to let them look behind the curtain, so to speak. Would you agree with that?
It is important to have that kind of data. There is an inventory that's available online, but there are significant issues with its reliability.
Mr. You care to address that?
We would like to enhance the transparency of all of that data. I think it's one of the most important assets that taxpayers should be able to review the cost so that they can make good decisions. And again, the purpose of transparency is to empower taxpayers. Transparency is not a two-way street. The government has the right to inspect our checkbook. Taxpayers do have the right to inspect the government's checkbook because it's their money.
Mr. Kendall, would you care to offer your?
I'm all in favor of transparency. No objection.
It seems our friends in the media always strive for that. Yeah. And we get pretty gutless up here. So I would hope in the future we would address that. So I'll yield my 49 seconds back to you, Chair Lady. Thank you for your indulgence, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Burchett. In closing, I want to thank our witnesses once again for their testimony today. I now yield to Ranking Member Stansbury for closing remarks.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. I hope that in some ways this hearing has been elucidating, but I'm going to be honest, just listening here today, I trouble understanding the theory of the case. Now, anyone who's in business knows that if you're going to go in front of a boardroom and present your case, you've got to have compelling data. You've got to have an analysis of what you're trying to accomplish. You've got to have an analysis of the money that you're going to save and a proposal and plan. And I think the thing that is troubling about the entire DOGE exercise is that it doesn't seem to have a coherent theory. It doesn't appear to have a plan. It doesn't appear to be utilizing data, and it doesn't appear to be executing on any kind of coherent theory of how we're saving money for the federal government, because as we learned here today, it will actually cost the federal government more money if they sell these vital assets to private companies who will then lease them back to federal agencies for more money. So it's troubling to try to understand, and I think it kind of goes along with the case that Donald Trump seems to have about the economy overall, because as my colleague pointed out, we're sitting here talking about microphones and furniture in an office building while the economy is tanking and trillions of dollars in losses are happening. And we know that the potential for both recession and costs are going to go up, which will cost the federal government more money. So what's the theory of the case here? I've also heard conflicting theories just about this very building that we're sitting in. Is this building too fancy, or does this building need to be demolished to make way for housing? It's not even clear what the argument is for this building that we're sitting in. Now, what I think is interesting about what we heard here today is that some of the quiet part was said out loud. In fact, what was stated by some of the other members on this panel was that they'd like to sell valuable real estate to private developers, potentially demolish federal buildings like this, sell to private developers, and then they can lease back and make money off of it. And that's exactly what this scheme is all about, because this is what we're seeing across the entire DOGE effort and across the administration. And this is not really about public interest. This is, as we keep saying, the private equity model. Privatize, make lots of money. This is what the DOGE bros are all about. But we know that there is real data coming in July, as was stated by the GAO, that will help us take a data-driven approach. This is data that was demanded by Congress. It is bipartisan. Let's come up with a plan if we're going to deal with this bipartisan issue. Now, I also want to point out some other ironies and inconsistencies that we heard here today. One of my colleagues quoted Milton Friedman, which I found actually quite funny, because Elon Musk himself has also been quoting Milton Friedman over the weekend, because he was good and tariffs were bad. Anybody? Donald Trump is crashing the economy over tariffs. We also heard my colleagues across the aisle talk about right sizing and righting the fiscal ship, while they're literally about to try to vote tomorrow on a budget proposal that will increase the deficit by $37 trillion over the next 30 years. This would raise the debt ceiling by $4 trillion just this year, and would cost the United States the largest amount of debt ever in the history of its 250 years. So again, I understand the theory of the case. If what we're about here is trying to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, make the government more efficient, save the government money, then why on earth is Donald Trump trying to tank the economy? What are they trying to do with the sell-off and privatization of the federal government? What are they trying to do with downsizing and employees. So I'll close out by saying this. To my friends across the aisle and to the administration, hands off our Social Security, hands off our Medicaid, hands off our Medicare, hands off the VA, hands off our education, and hands off our vital programs and the services and federal assets that make them possible. With that, I yield back.
I now recognize myself for closing remarks. Thank you for our witnesses coming today. We greatly appreciate it. And thank you to the American people for tuning in into what is an extremely important issue. Your Social Security is not, care is not under attack. Veterans benefits are not under attack, but our very existence is under attack. And this has happened by dirty, greedy, lazy politicians and bureaucrats who have plunged you and chained you in debt. You are under attack, and you've been under attack by your own federal government. We're here today proudly to talk about how we can reduce this debt, and this is a bipartisan issue. Selling federal property and returning the money back to the is the right way to protect you. And as Republicans, we believe in this, and we proudly stand with President Trump, Elon Musk, and their DOGE efforts to reduce the size of the federal government, reduce the federal debt. And we are so grateful, and definitely America voted for President Trump. Stand up for Americans, the American worker, and American companies with tariffs that return the order back to America and defeat the globalists who have attacked American interests, stolen intellectual property from American companies, and have turned rural America into of factories that have been shut down and American jobs that have been shipped overseas. So I want to say directly, thank you, President Trump, for standing up for us. And we will be so happy when you stick up for us and make it fair again through these tariffs. Federal government's management of its massive real estate portfolio has been problematic for decades. Everyone knows it. The United States is $36 trillion in debt. In fiscal year 24, the government spent over $1.8 trillion more than it took in. And in fiscal year, it's expected to exceed $1 trillion. Many Americans are suffering every day while the federal government continues to recklessly spend hard-earned taxpayer dollars to foot the bill of luxurious, high-end furniture for offices, or on the flip side, carelessly billions on unused buildings and leases. Young people cannot afford to buy a house. For today's 27-year-olds, only 33% own their homes versus 40% of baby boomers when they were 27. From 2019, house prices in my home state of Georgia increased by up to 67%, as did areas all across the country. Everything went up. Life became unaffordable. Over the past 4 years under Democrats, overall inflation hit 20%. The cost of food increased nearly 4%. Cost of energy increased nearly 33%, and credit card debt was up nearly 50%. As Americans racked up grocery bills, credit card debt, and couldn't afford to buy a home, the federal bureaucrats recklessly spend their money without a care in the world. In the last year, 7 Americans completed at least one DIY project. Do it yourself. And nearly 50% said it was because they couldn't afford professionals to do it. Americans are either renovating their own houses by themselves because they can't afford to hire a company to do it, or they have to go without. What do federal bureaucrats do when they need to renovate a conference room or redecorate an office? They spend $700,000 and $6.5 million of your money to do it. American businesses can't afford these types of rates. And the federal government is $36 trillion in debt and can't afford it either. As we continue investigating waste, fraud, and abuse, we can look no further. The unconscionable amount of spending that the federal government spends on empty buildings and brand new and something as ridiculous as solar powered picnic tables. Every year, taxpayers have to spend about $10 billion just to operate and maintain it all, in addition to backlog of deferred maintenance that is now up to $370 billion. In 2023, GAO reported that 17 of the 24 largest federal agencies used 25% or less of their headquarters buildings capacity, and none of these agencies ever utilized more than 49% of the building's capacity in an average week. That all happened at the same time when homeless rates skyrocketed and veterans were kicked out to make room for illegal aliens. When you own property in the real world, if you breach a term of your mortgage agreement, you mismanage your finances, the lender will repossess your property and auction it off. While the federal government can't miss payments because they will just print more money, they have grossly mismanaged their finances, and it is time for the American people to evict federal bureaucrats, repossess the properties, and auction them off to the highest bidder. Thankfully, the American people now have the president on their side. While the previous administration did little to address the problems laid out here today, we're finally seeing meaningful progress under President Trump. The early successes of and canceling wasteful leases by the Department of Government Efficiency shows what can be accomplished with strong leadership. With Congress and the Trump administration working together, I'm confident we can finally resolve this decades-old problem and deliver the results in money to the American taxpayers. With that and without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses. If there is no further business without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Strong, they're strong, and they're great. They're great people. Thank you very much. This is a very important day to me because we're bringing back an industry that was abandoned, despite the fact that it was just about the best, certainly the best in terms of power, real power. And I'm very honored to be doing this. Other countries went to beautiful, clean coal, and they've stayed there for many years, like China. China's opening 2 plants every week. Germany went green, very green. They went so green, they almost went out of business. Germany went to wind. The wind wasn't blowing too much. And they went to all sorts of other things. You know, the Green New Scam hit Germany too. And guess what? Now they're back to coal. They're opening up coal plants all over Germany. We're the ones that aren't doing it. I call it beautiful, clean coal. I told my people never use the word coal unless you put beautiful clean before it. Right, Doc? So we call it beautiful clean coal. Beautiful clean coal. So today, thank you. Today we're taking historic action to help American workers and consumers. We're ending Joe Biden's war on beautiful clean coal once and for all. And it wasn't just Biden, it was Obama and there were others. But exact opposite. And all those plants that have been closed are going to be opened if they're modern enough, or they'll be ripped down and brand new ones will be built. And we're going to put the miners back to work. And I said I was going to do this, and I've said it loud and clear. It's time to do it, and we need it. And I look at these people behind me. I don't want to have any arm wrestling contests with any of them, but they've had a little more practice with the lifting things, I will say. But they are great people, and I know them indirectly for a long. That includes you guys for a long time, and they're great people and with great families, and come from areas of the country that we love. Any arm wrestling contests with any of them, but they've had a little more practice with the lifting. They're great people, and I know them indirectly for a long. That includes you guys for a long time, and they're great people and with great families, and come from areas of the country that we love and we really respect. I don't want to thank Secretary Doug Burgum for doing such an incredible job. From the day I met him, I knew I wanted to have him in my cabinet. He took a shot at running, and he was so good and so solid that he made no news, and that was good. But I saw him, and I saw his beautiful wife, that they're going to be a team. They are a great team, and they're going to be working for this country someday. And one of the first people I called after I won. So thank you very much. And along with the Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, and I was going to make Doug actually the Energy Secretary. And you have one person who's much better than me at this, Chris Wright. I said, who the hell is Chris Wright? I have no idea who he is. And then I learned that he's the most respected person in the energy business by far, far and away. For Doug to say that Doug's got a big ego, it was very tough for him to say that. Catherine was there, right? Catherine, I've never heard that before. But Chris, you guys are fantastic. Stand up. All three of you, please stand up. Right. Yeah, that's a great team that, and they're going to produce energy the likes of which nobody's seen before. You know, we need to do the AI, all of this new technology that's coming online. We need more than double the energy, the electricity that we currently have. You take all of the electricity in the country right now for housing, everything, we need to more than double it to be number one. We're now way ahead of everybody at AI. China's in second place, but way behind. And they're going to be producing a lot of energy and a lot of electricity for this. And so are we. And we're going to get a person, I would say the man that's almost comparable to you in terms of the importance to this. Maybe he's even more comparable. I hate to tell you, a guy named Lee Zeldin, who's a friend of mine for a long time. He was a great. Lee was a great lawyer, and he ran for office, and he won immediately. I gave him a very important endorsement. He won 15 minutes before I got up here. We're going to guarantee that we have a strong business for many years to come, that your coal companies and your miners don't get all excited about their jobs, and then should a radical left liberal become president, they end the business right away, and somebody's built a plant and spent hundreds of millions of dollars in building a plant, and the plant is going to be closed because a Democrat got in or a liberal got in, they're opposed to coal, and Republicans are very much for it, clean coal. And we're going to give a guarantee that the business will not be terminated by the ups and downs of the world of politics. So should somebody come in to this very important office and say, oh, well, you spent hundreds of millions of dollars and you guys have given up your life because you want to be in coal, and then all of a sudden you don't have a life anymore because it's what you know the best. That's not going to happen. We're going to give a guarantee that it's not going to happen, so that if somebody comes in, they cannot change it at a whim. They cannot just going to go. They're going to have to go through hell to close you up. All right. So that's pretty good. We're going to give that in the form of a guarantee that we're writing on right now structurally and from a legal standpoint. So your investments are going to also be protected. And you're going to have no reason to be concerned about your future, your life, or your investment if you're a miner, as this great governor was a miner. Actually, he was one of the larger coal miners. He could fit up here very easily, you know, Big Jim. But he was a great success. But they were very, very tough on him, and he did a beautiful job with a beautiful product. Already under our leadership, the Department of Interior has approved the expansion of the Spring Creek mine in Montana, supporting 280 coal mining jobs and unlocking over 40 million tons of coal. And there's more to come. Spring Creek, big one. And there's more to come in the states of Wyoming, Alabama, Utah, North Dakota, and many others. West Virginia, I can't believe they didn't put West Virginia down. It's lucky I mentioned that, right? Can you imagine if I didn't mention West Virginia? I would have been in big trouble. They didn't mark it down here. It's good to have a president like that that can pick that up, right? You think Joe Biden would have picked that up? I don't think so. Gee, they didn't mention West Virginia. I don't think so. I don't think he'd be standing up here either. The value of untapped coal in our country is 100 times greater than the value of all the gold at Fort Knox. And we're going to unleash it and make America rich and powerful again. Under this order, I'm also directing Secretary Wright to use billions of dollars in federal funding to invest in the next generation of coal technology, which is an amazing technology in terms of getting the full potential of coal and also doing it a very clean, environmental way. Pound for pound, coal is the single most reliable, durable, secure, and powerful form of energy there is on Earth today. It's a big statement. You never hear those statements, you know. You've never heard that before from a politician, have you? Well, maybe from that politician, but not from not too many. But that's the way it is. I say it again. Pound for pound, coal is the single most reliable, durable, secure, and powerful form of energy. It's cheap, incredibly efficient, high density, and it's almost indestructible. You could drop a bomb on it, and it's going to be there for you to use the next day, which you can't say with any other form of energy. You're virtually indestructible. Most importantly, we have more of it here in America than anywhere else on Earth. We have more coal than any other country. You go to Australia, they have fantastic amounts of coal. You know who they sell it to? China. They sell it to China. They're nearby. They sell a lot of it to China. But we have more than anywhere else on Earth. We also have more liquid gold than anywhere on Earth. So we're really an energy behemoth, but we're unleashing that also. That's going to be another part. But I didn't even want to mention that. It's not down here because I didn't want to mention today is about clean, beautiful coal. So I'm going to give this to you. This big guy. Should I give it to him? Yeah. No, you take that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. For example, we believe it's possible to extract enormous amounts of critical minerals and rare earths, which you know we need for technology and high technology in the process of coal mining, making in America the mineral superpower of the world, actually. In addition, I'm instructing the Department of Justice to identify and fight every single unconstitutional state or local regulation that's putting our coal miners out of business. And we are withdrawing all of those objections from our government today. It's all being withdrawn. So all of you people that have been fighting for your lives, we are withdrawing all of that today. We have excellent lawyers, excellent. Have you noticed that lots of law firms have been signing up with Trump? $100 million, another $100 million for damages that they've done. But they give you 100 million and then they announce that, but we have done nothing wrong. And I agree, they've done nothing wrong. But what the hell? They give me a lot of money considering they've done nothing wrong. And we'll use some of those people, some of those great firms. They are great firms too. They just had a bad moment. But we're going to use some of those firms to work with you on your leasing and your other things. And they'll do a great job. I think they're going to do a fantastic job. And for those of you that want to know the tariffs, you've been hearing about tariffs, we're taking in almost $2 billion a day in tariffs, $2 billion a day. And we're doing very well. And we're doing very well in making, I call them tailored deals, not off the rack. These are tailored, highly tailored deals. Right now, Japan is flying here to make a deal. South Korea is flying here to make a deal, and others are flying here. I mean, my only problem is I'm not sure I have enough. We're going to have to use those great law firms, I think, to help us with that. But we're going to probably do that, actually. We're going to use them, and we're getting them for the right price because we need a lot of talent. We have a lot of countries coming in that want to make deals. If I told them about making those deals 2 years ago or 3 years ago or 5 years ago, they'd be laughing at us. Now they're all signing up, Mike, you know that. So it's going to be a great thing, but we're think of that, $2 billion a day. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money even in the coal business, isn't it? Huh? It's a lot of money. And America is going to be very rich again very soon. You're going to see that happening. You see it all along. And it's so that whole situation that, you know, it was somewhat explosive. But if we didn't do that, we wouldn't be talking the way we're talking right now. It's been amazing what's happened. Sometimes you have to mix it up a little bit, but we've had great consideration. We've had talks with many countries, over 70. They all want to come in. Our problem is can't see that many that fast, but we don't have to because, as you know, the tariffs are on and the money is pouring in at a level that we've never seen before. And it's going to be great for us. It's going to be great for other countries. We've been ripped off and abused by countries for many years with the tariff situation. They've used tariffs against us. We didn't use tariffs against them or in any way. I mean, we just didn't use them of any monumental proportion. And so we are doing it now. We have tariffs on cars. We have tariffs on lumber, tariffs on steel and aluminum. Steel plants are going up because of it all over the country. We have 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum. And I think the steel workers like me even more than the coal miners like me. I'm pretty sure that that's true. We have, instead of having no steel business, I put them on originally in my first term. We wouldn't have had one steel mill in the United States if I didn't do that. And now we upped it, and we not only are we taking in a lot of money, but we're protecting our workers, our steel workers. We're protecting our steel industry. And one thing you know, that steel and things like steel you need, because you need it from a defense standpoint. You need steel for your tanks and your planes and your everything. And certain industries you can get away with not having, but others you need, and steel is one you need. So I want to let you know that's in full force and effect. And literally as we speak, I spoke to executives in the steel industry over the last few days, and they're all coming in to build plants in the United States of America, because if you build them in the United States, you have no tariffs to pay. There are no tariffs to pay, zero. If you build them outside using outside labor and hurting our businesses, and you send your product in, you have to pay a price for that, and they will be having tariffs, as you know. It's an amazing thing. This has been something used against us for many years by other countries, China in particular, but others, not just China, others, and taken advantage of us, ripped us off, and left us for dead, frankly. And I believe if I didn't become your president, I believe that this country would have had problems like they've never had before, because it was serious damage in so many other ways. Not only the border, where people came rushing into our country from prisons and jails and mental institutions, murderers, drug dealers, and some vicious criminals. 11,088 murderers came into our country. We have to get them out. We're getting them out. 11,088. Of that number, half committed murder on more than two people. And this is what they allowed into our country with their open border policy of lunacy. And we're taking care of that, just like we're taking care of you today. We're taking care of that. I want to thank Kristi Noem and Tom Homan for doing an unbelievable job. The whole thing is the job they're doing is incredible. It's really an unforced error. It should have never happened, that we have to be spending such time and resources, Mr. Senator, right, on getting people out of our country that shouldn't be here. I mean, literally from mental institutions, insane asylums were opened up and emptied into our country. Prisons from all over the world, not just South America, prisons from, think of this, from Africa, the Congo, a lot of people from the Congo, prisons in the Congo, prisons from Asia, from all over were opened up. And I knew that when I heard it was an open border policy. I said, if you do that, every country is going to be dumping people that they don't want into our country. And that's what's happened, but we're cleaning it out. And the courts, we had a good decision, as you know, from the Supreme Court, allowing us to do that. We have judges that didn't want us to do it. We have judges that wanted the very evil gang members from Trendy, Iroquois, and MS-13. They didn't want them taken out of the country and put in very powerful prisons. When you look, you've all seen those clips, they're pretty amazing clips. But I want to thank El Salvador. They've done an incredible job. But we've been fortunately winning those cases. But we have judges that are out of control that say, oh, bring them back, bring them back. We don't want them back. We don't want them back. Can you imagine? You spend all of that time, energy, and money on getting them out, and then you have a judge that sits there, a local judge who sits there, federal judges, sit there and says, no, bring them back. One was brought back, or they want to bring him back because he wasn't a member of Tren de Iroquois. He was a member of MS-13, which is just as bad. So they misidentified him, but it sounds to me like he was a member of MS-13. So they want him brought back because he wasn't treated properly. It's we got to be smart. Our country's got to get a lot smarter than it is, but we have to give the people that are empowered to do this kind of work, and it's not pleasant work. We have to give them the option of making our country great again, and that's what they're doing. And I have great respect for those people, and they're doing it out of love. They could get a much easier job. They're doing it out of love for our country. It's so important. Just like I'm doing this with coal today for love for our country. Earlier this afternoon, I signed another executive order to strengthen our electric grid by ensuring that coal-fired power plants are always available to meet surging demand for electricity. Unlike wind and solar, coal plants can run 24 hours a day in rain, sleet, or snow, and you will not be subject to the incredible blackout situation that's taking place in California, where they have blackouts all the time. It's an amazing thing with California. They have blackouts and brownouts at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And all they want to do is keep going the way they're going. And they're doing a very poor job. As you probably heard, I released billions of gallons of water going in from upstate California, from the most northern parts of California. Probably comes in from Canada to a certain extent. Thank you very much, Canada. We appreciate it. And I released it. It was being sent out to the Pacific Ocean. I've been working on Gavin and some of the politicians for years, and they didn't want to do that because they were protecting a smelt, a fish that was perhaps in trouble, but it's not unique to that area. And because of that, you had numbers, you had fires. Nobody's ever seen anything like what happened. Think of what it would have been like if you had fire hydrants that had water in them if you had sprinkler systems in houses, a lot of these luxury houses where they had beautiful sprinkler systems, there was no water. They had no water to put out the fires. Water is very good for putting out fires. You know, they just didn't learn it. But we now have millions of gallons, billions actually, they say, of gallons of water pouring into California from the Pacific Northwest, I guess they would say, mostly Pacific Northwest, but other parts of the northern sections of California and beyond. And it's a beautiful thing to see. I saw a picture of it this morning. The water's just flowing down there. I said, why didn't they do this? I told them to do it. My first term, I said, do it. And I don't know. I think the second term is just more powerful. They do it. When I say do it, they do it, right? And we actually had to do some pretty strong things to get them to open it up. They had, think of this, they had all that water pouring out right into the Pacific. They had a big valve, like a giant valve as big as this room. And they turned the valve, takes 1 day to turn it, and they face it toward the Pacific Ocean. And the water, all that was coming down, all millions and millions of gallons coming down, they put it into the Pacific Ocean, which for the Pacific Ocean is like a drop of water. But for California, it would have been unbelievable. So we did it. I'm very proud of the fact that we did it. We did that against a lot of heat and a lot of environmental nonsense. From now on, we'll ensure that our nation's critically needed coal plants, as an example, remain online and fully operational. They're always going to be operational. And again, we're going to have guarantees that government cannot close them down, close you down, and destroy your lives. To that end, I'm also instructing Secretary Wright to save the Choy coal plant in Arizona, big plant, which has been slated for destruction. We're going to keep those coal miners on the job. Going to tell them to just remain calm, because we're going to have that plant opening and burning the clean coal, beautiful clean coal, in a very short period of time. You know all about that, right? That's a big one. As part of our historic deregulatory efforts this afternoon, I'm also granting immediate relief to 47 companies operating 66 coal plants, very big ones all over the country, recusing and making them available for coal production almost in the immediate future. But we're going to be crushing Biden-era environmental restrictions. These are restrictions that made it impossible to do anything having to do, frankly, with energy, even beyond coal. It's really beyond even coal. We have clean air, we have clean water, and now we have clean coal. And at the same time, we're gonna do other things and other forms of technology and also energy, like our country has never really seen before and never been known to do before, because of all sorts of restrictions having to do with the Green New Scam, which, by the way, was devised by somebody that never even studied. You know that they never even studied anything to do with the environment. It's a young congresswoman. She came up with the idea. And based on that, I guess we only have, well, actually, we should have all been gone, because they gave us only a few years left on Earth, right? Right, Greg? We were going to be gone. We're all going to be gone. The environment now, what they have to worry about is the nuclear heat. They don't have to worry about environmental heat. They have to worry about nuclear heat. And if we're smart, we're working on that right now with others having to do with Iran and some other countries. But that's the heat you're going to have to worry about. You don't have to worry about the air is getting warmer. The ocean will rise 1/4 of an inch within the next 500 to 600 years, giving you a little bit more waterfront property. They say this is going to, these guys can handle that. The nuclear, we have a bigger problem with, right? So we're going to make sure that that's safe. We're going to make sure that that's safe. With us today are some of the amazing workers who will benefit from these policies, the policies that we're doing and so proud of doing, including Jeff Crow, a miner from West Virginia. Jeff, would you come up and say a few words, Jeff? Come on up here, Jeff.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. I want to first thank you for having me and my fellow miners here. It is an honor and a privilege to be a part of today's events. I believe this past November that America clearly spoke about what we wanted for our country. It is reassuring for Americans to have a president in office who will truly put the United States of America above all else. Thank you. With putting America first, you have spoken numerous times about energy independence. I believe most don't understand the importance of that. Coal is one of the major factors in energy independence and accounts for a large portion of America's energy. Coal is one of the most reliable and cheapest forms of electricity. For too long, coal has been a dirty word that most are afraid to speak about. Most of those that would speak negatively about coal do so from an uneducated standpoint. Many are unaware of the engineering and technology that are used in today's mining to create a clean, energy-efficient product. All of this is done while using the safest practices in the industry. Speaking for West Virginia, coal provides approximately 50,000 jobs for those that work in the mines and the businesses that support them. It also accounts for over 50% of West Virginia's export product. To name a few, we employ engineers, teachers, physical therapists, accountants, truck drivers, high school and college graduates. All of these occupations and graduates have turned to the coal industry to provide a better way of life for them and their families. Everyone in our industry works long hours and days to provide a reliable energy product, and too many times it goes unnoticed. I've personally worked in the industry for 23 years. I choose to do this daily to provide my wife and children with a life that they deserve. Prior administrations have done all they could to eliminate the coal industry. Sorry, one second, I'm getting there. In my opinion, they have done so with an unethical and uneducated approach. But we are still strong, we are still here, and we are still needed in order to make America great again. Having a president and an administration that understands the need and importance of coal is more than appreciated. It gives the industry a form of reassurance to know that we have a president in place that supports us. From my family to the over 3,000 employees of ACNR, and for the coal companies, miners, and businesses throughout our great country that rely on the coal industry, we say thank you for your continued support. I personally thank you for what you do for our country and for our industry. It has been my pleasure to be here today to help you usher in the golden age of America. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you.
You did a good job. Let me have that speech. I want to have that. I had a couple of good lines in there when I came up. No, actually, what I want to do, I'm going to sign it for you because I mean, he worked hard. Look at it, and look how good his eyes must be to read that.
I lost it once.
And hopefully you can sell it tonight for a lot of money.
No, sir, I'll keep that one.
That's great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jeff. And also with us is Tony Campbell of the East Kentucky Power Cooperative. And Tony's quite a gentleman and very respected in the industry. Come on up, Tony. Thank you.
Mr. President, on behalf of East Kentucky Power Cooperative, the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, and electric cooperatives across this America. Thank you for your leadership to restore American energy dominance. Electric co-ops keep the lights on for 42 million Americans across 56% of the land mass. We are owned by the communities and businesses we serve and provide electricity to growing communities, new data centers, and manufacturing plants. Mr. President, electric co-ops are powering America, and we are proud to partner with you and your administration to power America into the future. Our electric cooperatives in Kentucky understands the importance of reliable, affordable, and American-made energy, especially coal and natural gas. Coal fuels most of the electricity generated by our cooperative. America must keep coal plants open and running to ensure reliable electricity when we need it most. To meet growing demand over the next decade and ensure fuel security, America will need more always available electric generation power, such as coal. And we want to recognize the hardworking American men, women that support our mission. To all America's line workers, our coal miners, thank you for your dedicated service to our country. Affordable and reliable electricity is the cornerstone of our economy, especially American manufacturing. However, too many government leaders have pushed policies that have made our electric grid significantly less reliable and our energy too expensive. That begins to change now. Your actions today will prevent the premature closing of essential power plants and help us meet tomorrow's energy needs. And they will help us continue to deliver reliable, safe, and affordable electricity. Mr. President, thank you in particular for providing immediate, much-needed relief from the Biden EPA regulations that would force the shutdown of critical coal units. Finally, I want to say congratulations on the all-star energy team you've assembled. Electric co-ops have already been working with Secretaries Burgum, Wright, and Rollins, and Administrator Zeldin, and we are excited for all we can accomplish together. Mr. President, thank you again for your actions today and for your support for the electric cooperatives as we work to keep the lights on in America. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you very much, Tony. Appreciate it. Every day under the Trump administration, we will continue to lower costs for American families, create jobs for American workers, and very importantly, unlock unlimited amounts of affordable American energy, including, as I said, and I'll say for the last time, beautiful, clean coal. Our country is blessed. Our country is blessed with the most abundant natural resources on earth, as nobody has what we have. And we're going to use it, too. We're going to use it in a very responsible way. Together, we're going to tap that magnificent potential to give our people the glorious future that they deserve, better than they've ever had in the past. I mean, they had a good future. A little, if you look 20 years ago, they thought they had a good future, and it was ripped away from them, torn away from them with nonsense. And we're not going to let that happen. This is going to be a glorious future for them. And I want to thank everybody for being here. And I want to thank you and you and you and that whole group and our senators, by the way, and our great congressmen and women for being here in such a large number, because you've been helping us make these decisions. These are big decisions. And this is a really big one. And this is one that's going to be, I think we're going to look back and with great pride at what we've done today, not just in putting people to work, but at really reawakening our country And thank you very much. And thank you all for being here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Come on up.
Mr. President,
Yes, who's first one?
we have 4 items prepared for your signature this afternoon, sir. The first of these executive orders it may be one of the most significant executive orders of your administration thus far. This directs all departments and agencies of the federal government to end all discriminatory policies against the coal industry. This ends the leasing moratorium that prevents new coal projects on federal land, and it's going to accelerate all permitting and funding for new coal projects to allow the coal industry to flourish under your leadership, sir.
That's great. Thank you. Okay.
Sir, there are currently dozens of coal plants in America that are in imminent danger of being forced to close based on unscientific and unrealistic policies enacted by the Biden administration. What we're going to do is essentially impose a moratorium on those policies taking effect to protect coal plants that are currently operating, to ensure that they're able to continue producing power and continue providing jobs to Americans in the coal industry.
Right. Thank you very much. Okay.
Sir, you've made grid reliability and security a key focus of this administration. This executive order is going to promote grid security and reliability by ensuring in part that our grid policies are focused on secure and effective energy production and energy transmission, as opposed to woke policies that discriminate against secure sources of power like coal and other fossil fuels. Lastly, sir, one of the biggest problems we have in this space is Democrat states, radical leftist states, enacting policies and enacting an agenda that discriminates against coal, against secure sources of energy. Many of these policies are unconstitutional and illegal. And with this executive order, you're going to be instructing your Department of Justice to vigorously pursue and investigate these state policies that we believe are illegal or unconstitutional.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great job. He went to Harvard when Harvard was good. It was a while ago. Let's hand these out to the guys.
Now's the perfect time to secure your home and your loved ones. Get a free ADT Smart Home Security System valued at $1,200 from ADT authorized provider Safe Streets. Plus, get a Google Nest doorbell camera at no cost and a $200 Visa gift card from Safe Streets, the most trusted name in home security with more than 106,000 4.9-star Trustpilot reviews. Visit getsafestreets.com/Badlands or call 925-529-6541. That's 925-529-6541 to speak to a representative today. $99 customer installation charge and purchase of new monitoring service required for the termination fee apply. Experience the miracle of a God-given first responder for your health and an ally in your body that fights everything from minor ailments to major health threats. That ally is your immune system. At Pet Club 24/7, we harness the ancient wisdom of nature with our exclusive potent strain of medicinal mushroom, revered for thousands of years for their immune-supporting properties that are extremely safe with no addictions or overdoses, no side effects, and no interactions with medications. Transform how you manage your health with our all-natural products that help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our natural, time-tested solution, and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Transform how you manage health with our all-natural products and help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our all-natural, time-tested solution and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Visit badlandsmedia.tv/petclub now. That's badlandsmedia.tv/petclub, treating pets and their parents.
Thank you so much for joining us, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up on this video. And a special thank you to all of our advertising partners. Please remember to shift your dollars to support those businesses that support Badlands Media.